Chapter 1: The Return of Iron-Blooded Sword Clan's Hound. The Return of Iron-Blooded Sword Clan's Hound, Episode 11500. The Blood River has finally rundry. The protracted war between the human realm and the demon world has left a terrifying mark in history, known as the Rough Annihilation. On the day when humanity's victory was inscribed upon Stonebolts, a severed head hung ominously from the Gatisoft Baskerville family, renowned for their unwollen swordsmanship. Name: Perez van Baskerville. Charge: collusion with Demon Clan. Perez van Baskerville, who was the illegitimate son of the famous patriarch Hagore Baskerville. All his life he had stained a chance with blood behind the family back. He was Hound of Baskerville Clan. Episode 1: Hellhound 1. Perez has struggled. His existence had always been fraught with turmoil. An illegitimate heckled. The offspring of a concubine. Thus, his middle name was Van. Unlike his legitimate siblings who bore the surnames Lower, he had to exert 100-fold effort to prove his worth. Yet the outcome was far from favorable. Espionage, assassination, kidnapping, threats, smuggling in service of the clan, he had endured over 500 life and death trials, only for fate to ultimately abandon him. When he was falsely accused of being Jadamontsby and faced execution under the widow of unjust charges, a singular thought consumed him. Hire Ned to live. He wished to bear a born. Wah wah wah. The vast chamber resonated with the cries of infants. The iron-blooded sword clan of Baskerville Lewis Gray said with bountiful news. Patriarch Hugo Baskerville surveyed her newly born children with an indifferent glance. It seems there were a notolence among them. These was the first judgment the children received from their father, a rather harsh critique indeed. At that moment, as Hedja passed the cradles in the nursery, his footsteps sheltered at a certain spot. Perez van Baskerville. An illegitimate heckled out now to have been there. Unlike his brothers, however, is 6 to 8 months old, he had just reached 100 days when brought into this room. The infant lazilent, eyes closed, as if in a state of death. Hego Gazejapan Perez, his expression softening slightly. Not because Pyris exhibited greater potential than the others, but merely because amidst his of mediocrity, a slight liquidator failure was preferable. Soon after, Hideo addressed the dozen soft nurses standing behind him. Transfer the children to the blade cradle. From the moment they were born, Baskerville children were subject to trials, leading to their graves. From cradle to tomb. The fierce trial had already commenced. What is blade cradle? It is an equal right of passage within Baskerville clan. A circular hill bristling with countless blades, with an infant placed at discanter. The child becomes ensnared in a labyrinth of blades. An movement results in cuts, leaving the body marred with wounds. In such an environment, the infant must navigate through terrors or maze to escape. Only upon plunging into the Iversteak-Staden circles the mazido the trulibicomimum beroft Baskerville clan. Hago Baskerville amused. The water softies in life active for infants and dure year-old. Once immersed, their body is become steel. Of course, the Ivers power is not limitless. Iphone infant absorbs a significant amount of strength, the capacity for others to draw from the waters diminishes proportionately. Much like a mother's milk. The children of Baskerville clan were an outcast in Toth Blade Cradle. Whoever could escape Athena's first would but have first to plunge into the Iver, thus determining their futures. Among this year's 32 newborns, including the legitimate sons, illegitimate sons, and cousins, the competed within the Blade Cradle. Thesperaling arrangement of blades guided the children towards a distant and treacherous path of thorns. Some children cried loudly while seeking the nurses, others scrawled about with surprising agility, some were wounded and bleeding from the blades, while the others seemed indifferent to escape, lying on the ground sucking their fingers. Such were the children's performances. After all, these children were year-old, such results were to be expected. However, useless wretches. Hago Baskerville's assessment was merciless. Weak, fragile beings. creature suitable to survive without aid. His gaze was filled with disdain chez Luc Dupont the human enfants. Even if they were his own children, it made no difference. He was one of the continent's most renowned swordsmen, said to have been Amano Firon since birth. How can they possibly contend with the fiends of the demon realm, when will I be able to mold these wretches to guard me back? Hege stood elevated, gazing at the Ivaroft Underworld Thetan circle Thethorn garden, and sighed. Only in the sacred land of the entire continent the Saint Tomoft Baskerville planted there's a mysterious river flow, capable of augmenting magical power, purifying Thirkane, and rendering the body resilient steel. Had it not been an effective soliferin foncinderonier, he would have immersed himself long ago. As Hege Oregar dead Thiver with a look of regret. Hey, over there! Ah, how can't this? Utterly unbelievable! Exclamation Sofsha corrupted from all around. What could have incited such terror among Thegwardian soft Heklan? Hagao, puzzled, lifted his gaze. In that moment, a glimmer of fascination flickered in his eyes, which had been filled with weariness, contempt, anxiety, and disappointment. Thethern Garden. For a child was piercing through to dense thicky toft horns, making a beeline for the Ivaroft Underworld. Creak creak splash. Thichild's body was already smeared with blood. Remarkably, Thichild had spiraled directly through the Horn Garden. Instead of taking the Sephiroth around, they had squeezed through the gaps between the blades. The delicateshiks bore the marks of cuts. The rounded way stand arms were a lacerate and torn. Nia scraped raw, and those eaterable little hands were now a gruesome sight. Thichild forged a bloody pit amidst myriad blades, crawling through. The emanating from Thie's infant, barely 100 days old, astonished Adele present in the clan. Even Hagore Baskerville, the patriarch of iron-blooded sword clan, was no exception. Soon, Thichild Folit reversed the Thorn Garden. His brothers remained trapped in the center, unoblitoscape. Splash! The moment Thichild exited the Thorn Garden, he leaped into the Ivaroft Underworld. Thwaters gradually turned crimson. Hegea moved forward uncharacteristically, gripping the railing tightly. The attendants, witnessing the marble railing begin to crack, widened their eyes in disbelief. For they had never seen him, usually so stoic, so visibly shaken. Child, what has happened to Thichild? Hege raised his voice. Thichild had fallen into the Ivaradietto surface. Moments later, several oft Heklanskerdian knights approached Thiver, peering inside. Then, Thiek knights Skrydutin Unazin. The master is drinking water. This revelation left Hege Oigap with astonishment. Chapter 2 Hellhound. The Return of Iron-Blooded Sword Clan's Hound Episode 22500. Episode 2 Hellhound 2. Where is this place? Pyrrha's examined his own body. There was no magic, no strength. The arcana accumulated from countless brushes with death, mingled with the blood he had spilled, had vanished entirely. Have I fallen into hell? Yet it was not so. This place was to desolate, unlike any hell. Arielms o wretched the Tevan hell would we up, this waste Baskerville estate. He could not buna where atmosphere of te place where had levi desahan for over 30 years. Thestinch of blood, the centipus, decency awful things filthy and dead. Pyrrhas van Baskerville instinctively fell the had returnet to thetemesh hortly after his birth. What should I dinno? In a body the donline lived for about 100 days, there were waction she could undertake. Merely turning to signal the nurse sign the nursery for milk? At that moment, there are unusable talents. A familiar voice code. He beheld Hagore Baskerville, the patriarch of Baskervilliclan, standing at the center of the nursery. Upon hearing his voice, Pyris instinctively urinaterizing kneel. Fortunately, in the body of an infant, such an act was impossible. Crack! Seeing the architect of his accusation and execution, histieth clenchetly. Boot without ethiot, no sound emerged. Calm down. In his relentless struggle to become member of Basker Villa family, torn his father sapravel and to escape at hestig mob being bastard hinderdarted was days. Inferior bloodline a past life as the latest dried bloodstains has no come atoned. This life shall be different. He will no longer live like he hound the thassless Deitspree. At that moment, an opportunity solidified Phileas' resolve. Transfer Thekel Drentoth Cradley off blades. The voicey off Heger sounded. Ashua Skradolden Dirm soft Hanani Phileas pondered. Is this the first reel? The Cradley off blades sissa passage leading Tothsticks River encircling Gasmill Hill. As they killed Ranoff Basker Vilefa Molipastra to walls forged off blades and plunge into water soft sticks, Theorerabornus warriors. Of course, the Iverspowerus not abundant for all. In a world where a thuake perishanth the strong survive, Therobust consume or a true dividend from themament off birth. The children off Basker Vilefa Malimus extra catethum selvas from Cradley off blades as swiftly as possible, immersing themselves in Styx River. Tormain submerged for as long as possible to secure Marie advantageous position over their siblings. Thus, Themament Phileas was cast in Toffy Heart off Cradley off blades hecamensidus actions. Creek. With his twosmo hands, he grasped the blades. While Samina by offspring might seize a various objects tatwudate here futurist during their Kaminga Faj ceremony, the children off Basker Vilefa Mali must seize a thevery bladus that threaten fire existence. Sizzle, puff, hiss, slice. The blades lacerates entire being. Each demi force his way through the gaps between the blades heffelte searing pain enveloping him. Buted mattered not. Such pain weighs a familiar companion from Miss Decade Espantasa hound. Ha hayden dured this backlash countless to as wildbiting, scratching, and subduing others. And besides, the deeper the wounds, the better Styx River can seep within. Phileas was well aware of secrets, legends, myths, and tales of Basker Villa family. It was precisely this knowledge that enabled him to maximize the benefits of Styx River. Wriggle, wriggle, wriggle. The simple form of Teckled was guided by the resilient spirit of the hound towards the depths of hell. A trail of blood. A crimson path. The blood flowing from his body cascaded down to slope, indicating the wayford the shortest route. Phileas continued to crawl in the direction pointed by his own droplets of blood. Before long, he arrived at the sacred round oft Basker Villa family. The Styx River flowing through T marshlands. Immersion his river would drawn to his body Asherdastil, and his soul would become incomparably pure. Phileas leaped into the Iver in a fetal position. Splash! It felt heavy, as if immersed in boiling molten, excruciatingly painful. The steam rose from the scalding water. To plunge into this place, with countless lacerations adorning his body, was naturally agonizing. Yet Phileas endured this torturous pain, waiting for the water soft sticks to seep into his wounds. Soon after, sizzle. His pulse began to transform. The water soft sticks, penetrating his marrow and viscera, were rooter altering Phileas' body. Indeed, it is different. Phileas marveled at such a promising start could yield such dramatic changes. Though his former body was resilient and skilled, it was diminutive and frail. Due to inherently weak bones, muscular growth was limited, and the neuronis of his magical condition derived the full enhancement of his magical prowess. His brothers, however, were of a different ilk. They were tall, sturdy-boned, and boasted with their magical canals. This disparate talent, aptitude, and starting point. In his past life, Phileas had emerged from Tower of Blades near the last. Thus, he had failed to fully rope their words off Styx River's effects. His brother Shadel Reedy absorbed Mustafta power. Subsequently, duetto his status as a bastard dandism adjurtulence, he was perpetually relegated Othello strengths. Wiley others enjoyed clean food, clean clothes, clean shelter, and clean work. Heckled only consumer of fuse wore tattered garments, sleep in squalor, and perform menial tasks. Every hard-earned accomplishment of a had become a fodder for his shelf brothers. These ways also true during Thor against the demon race. No matter how many demons or fiends vanquished, the accolades real was bestowed upon his father or half brothers. Heresy of Edel most norwards. Not only washetesket with slaying the demon race, but he also had to contend with his father's political adversary Shumancer no exception. He operated amidst 7 great houses, engaging in espionage, assassination, intelligence gathering, ambushes, and threats, elevating Baskerville Ephemelita the apex off 7 great houses. Boot what was the outcome? Winther a bit precious, the hound is spoiled. Wither a bit gone, the hunt concluded, and hound was scooped. Phileswasa kissed off colluding with the demon race, bearing the bruntoful blame in place of Hago, and ultimately Methysand. Hissel transgression? Knowing too much. Creek. Phileas gritted his teeth. Unbeknownst to him, his teeth began to grow rapidly, clashing violently against one another. The watersoft steaks surged forth like a fury from his marrow, rendering his bones sturdier, his flesh more resilient, and widening his magical canals. Though the searing pain persisted, it mattered little. Philes resolute began to drink water. Hein tended to thorough live fortificationards. Pericoledinancian tel passy down within Baskerville family. Long ago there was an invincible warrior in Baskerville family, wasn't there? Even like struck by an axe, his bonus remained intact through the mightiest sword tiger. Yet, Heisendways absurd. An adversary from another family fired a poison to that struck Shishil, leading to his demise from the after effects. This occurred because a san infant thinani hajrasp Tyson Kulsan submerged him backward in totsticks, and duadathanana spomzilding him, theparts and touched bethiver became relatively weak. Thera must not be such weak spots. Philes sexited a vir yefford tot with this bada within waters. He endeavored to ensure that every part of us being made contact with water. In this process, the splitting of wounds was, in fact, a boon. These wudolo the ivers water stosi pinto he more effectively. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Blood flowed away and disconsciousness grew easy. Breathless, Helen jetto surface quickly. Yet, heckled no tafford toto. The stick swood no team braciacled wahade parted from its bosom. If you arito surface mer liforth se cob bereath, his shed would no longer receive a protection. Thus, Philes grasped the stone sat the ivorbed, resolutely enduring. Simultaneously, he continuously wave discerns, ensuring that his palms also touched the waters. A fat moment. A faint voice reached these ears. Young master, you must come up. I fio de vie any deeper, you will de. O heavens, what shall wait o? Quick, save him, he must be brought up. Its imidafronzi erupted above, which was entirely understandable. Excessive greed can indeed become poison. While fortifying the body is beneficial, suffocating would be catastrophic. Even so. Son. It is to meta come up. The voice of a gole Baskerville code. Yet, thought voice and licer would to further ignite Phyllis fighting spirit. Whoosh. Filio stewed. Bootha did not merlistand. Thud 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 thud. Ha gulped down 2 water-soft stigs until the very last moment. Then. Ho-ha. Asha broke at the surface, hain hull deeply. Phileas, with his mouth hag before breath, witnessed Hagole Baskerville displaying an unusually radiant smiley at the sheen. Halav Lucathus Lidleon, his teeth had begun to sprout. In the boiling waters, the hound revealed its fangs. Chapter 3, The Return of the Iron-Blooded Swordmaster Hellhound, Episode 3, 3,500 words. In this moment, the infant Perez van Baskerville lies outside the extinguished nursery. As a baby who cannot even control his own body. His capabilities are exceedingly limited. He can only suckle from the nurse's breast, reminiscing about the circumstances prior to his return. At the age of 8, he first experiences the sensation of magic. This innate talent is regarded as genius in the outside world. Yet within the Baskerville family, it is merely considered average. At 15, he attains the magical prowess of a first-tier magician, capable of emitting a faint aura of fighting spirit. By 20, he officially embarks on real combat. Primarily tasked with assassination espionage and the subjugation of barbarians. At 25, due to a lifestyle more intense than others, he possesses swordsmanship prowess that sideline members of the Baskerville family struggle to achieve even in their 30s. By 29, the limitations of a bastard's growth become glaringly apparent. As he falls slightly behind, the legitimate direct descendants swiftly accumulate combat experience, soon far surpassing him. At 30, the portal to the demon realm opens, and countless demon races begin their invasion. At 35, he survives barehanded in the apocalyptic era, accumulating a wealth of combat experience, having slain more monsters than anyone else. At 39, a victory is achieved in war. The Empire and the Alliance of Humanity secure a hard-won triumph, yet at 40, as a faithful hound throughout his life, he receives not from the Baskerville family but accusations of collusion with the demon races, slander, and the guillotine's blade. A surge of hatred toward Hegau Baskerville rises within him once more. Pires grits his teeth, causing the nurse to panic and set him down from her embrace. Oh dear. The young master sometimes does clench his jaws like this. She places Pires in the cradle before rising. Her shift has ended, and it is now time for another nurse to take over. However, after glancing around, the nurse, who was supposed to exit through the door, strides directly toward the opposite cot. Come now, little masters, time for your milk. The nurse begins to feed several children who had previously suckled. The children of the Baskerville family are raised communally in one room in a bid to ensure equitable nourishment, yet which mother would treat her own child the same as others? Some mothers recall their children's traits and request the nurse to allow their offspring to feed longer. Of course, for Pires, who is unaware of who his mother is, such requests remain unattainable, and he can only relinquish all hope. At least, he must grow swiftly enough to acquire food for himself before he can do anything. It is then that an unexpected event occurs. The nurse, having surveyed the surroundings, approaches Pires' cradle once more. Oh my, how did this come to be in young Master Pires' cradle? In this family, few can be referred to as madam, and there is no reason for such a presence to request anything to be brought over. The nurse produces a rather large box from her arms, of which she herself is unaware of its contents. With a click, the nurse places the box atop Pires' cradle and shakes her head several times before hastily exiting the nursery. Pires gazes quietly at the box beside him. Does he possess any memory of such a thing prior to his return? None at all. Struggling, he lifts his head to survey beyond the cradle. His cradle is notably distant from the others, and something feels amiss. An ominous premonition often comes to fruition. Soon, something within the box protrudes its head. Gifts prepared for a newborn. Snakes. Two black, triangular-headed snakes reveal their robust bodies. Blood-red king cobras, said to be fatal within 7 steps of a bite, are also known as the 7-step death serpent, almost non-existent in the world. They are a rare species. Pires' mouth gapes in astonishment. Who placed these snakes here? It seems the nurse also departed without knowing what she had left behind. Pires momentarily freezes, quickly grasping the situation, recalling mysterious infant deaths often occur in the nursery. The more exceptional the child, the earlier they perish. Previously, he believed these were mere accidents, enemy assassinations, or unfortunate circumstances, yet now, the situation appears grave. The sinister hand targeting the nursery evidently stems from within the family. The 2 blood-red king cobras slither toward him, their blood-red mouths glistening with venom, seemingly stained with blood. If this continues, all the children in the nursery may face slaughter. Such would be an unprecedented catastrophe for the Baskerville family. Well, this may not be entirely unfavorable. He harbors no emotions toward the family. However, if this disaster begins with him, that presents a problem. Pires extends his hands. Having survived the era of destruction, he has slain countless monsters, including serpent-like creatures, and thus knows their weaknesses. Even in an infant's body, he is sufficiently capable. With a snap, Pires seizes a venomous snake in each hand, gripping them precisely around the neck, a spot unreachable by their fangs. The snakes, taken by surprise, thrash in panic. They raise their sharp scales, attempting to wound the enemy, yet Pires' body now bears the protection of the river of the underworld, rendering him impervious. Even without fangs, their scales leave no wounds upon him. Simultaneously, Pires channels all his magical energy. The magic pool that had remained vacant since birth is now brimming with power, a result of his consumption of the river of the underworld's waters. With a clap, both fists radiate a dazzling light, a realm that the children in the nursery will only reach 8 years hence, yet Pires achieves this in less than 8 months since his birth. The bodies of the 2 snakes stiffen. When faced with a top predator, their bodies succumb to lethargy, a natural law. The snakes seem to sense an unprecedented fear emanating from the nursing infant before them. Their scales erect and frozen in place. Moments later, Pires' magically charged hands viciously snap the necks of the 2 venomous snakes. With a crack, the skin and underlying flesh remain intact, yet the bones supporting them shatter. The two snakes gasp, their mouths agape, eyes bulging from pressure, tongues extending languidly. In that instant, the two snakes, necks broken, tremble, releasing excrement and urine before succumbing to death. Venom drips from their exposed fangs. The following day, the scream of the earliest nurse on duty gathers all the family Asgardian knights to the communal nursery. In Pyrrha's hands, he clutches a snake each with broken necks, a radiant smile adorning his face. Upon witnessing the infamous venomous creatures known as blood-red mamas, the Guardian Knights are astonished, nearly bulging their eyes out. Though their fangs have been extracted, the mere presence of such beasts in the nursery is a monumental disaster. Within minutes, this incident reaches Hagao, who promptly rushes to the Baskerville castle. Subsequently, all night shift nurses face execution after severe torture, and the nursery establishes stringent vigilance. The instigator who released the snakes ultimately remains unidentified. Save for one. A mute little hound, having witnessed the entire truth, since birth, he has traversed the razor's edge of the cradle in the shortest time, ultimately plunging into the river of the underworld. Not to mention snapping the necks of two venomous snakes in the cradle. He is the legendary child, Pyrrhus van Baskerville. He lies quietly in the cradle, awaiting the opportune moment, the time for debt repayment. The time for vengeance. 8 years have passed since then. Chapter 4, The Dog of the Baskerville Family. 1. 8 years later, Pyrrhus van Baskerville has reached the age of 8, engaging in various lessons like the other children of the Baskerville family. The tutor inquires, "Alright, the final question, how do we distinguish the realms of swordsmanship?" Pyrrhus calmly responds, "Regardless of the proficiency in swordsmanship, those who do not understand how to infuse their sword with magic are referred to as sword beginners. Those who can infuse magic at the sword's tip, but whose resulting aura is as fragile as gas, are termed sword experts. Those whose aura emanating from the sword is viscous and dense like liquid are called sword graduates. And those who can make the aura as solid as rock and alter its form at will are known as sword masters." Of course, these classifications are merely for convenience. Essentially, combat is influenced by myriad factors such as health, terrain, climate, humidity, gravity, experience, and the density of magic in the air. Though calculable, by the time the calculations are made, the outcome may have already changed. Yet for 8-year-old children, their calculations are still not overly complex. After Pyrrhus fluently answers, the other children eagerly raise their hands, exclaiming, "If a beginner and an expert were to fight, the expert would win. If an expert and a graduate were to clash, the graduate would prevail. A graduate is no match for a master. And the Lord is a master." Pyrrhus silently listens to the surrounding children's chatter. One child's remark stirs something within him. The Lord is a master. Hagao Le Baskerville, the head of the Baskerville family, possesses magical prowess equivalent to level 7. However, as a sword master, he has transformed his magic into an aura infused within his sword, allegedly attaining the revered status of a swordmaster in the eyes of the world. The tutor affirms, "Indeed, Lord Hagao of the Baskerville family is a swordmaster. In the realm of this nation known as Locke, there exists a pinnacle attained by merely 7 individuals, each a patriarch of the illustrious 7 great families." Undoubtedly, this is a fact well known to Pearls. He is even aware of the numerous swordmasters, both within and beyond the Empire, whose existence remains shrouded in obscurity, lost in solitary contemplation. Pearls is under the unwavering gaze of his tutor. What an extraordinary individual he is, the sheer magnitude of his talent is almost overwhelming. Bordering on the violent. As an infant not yet 100 days old, he submerged himself in the river Styx for over 7 minutes, thereby becoming a minor legend within his family. But is it solely his physical prowess that sets him apart? Beneath the veil of his extraordinary physique lies a mind that is equally unmatched among his peers. His aptitude could be aptly described as to hear 1 and know 100. Surely my lord will be pleased today. He intends to relay these truths to Hagao. Initially, Hagao showed little interest in his other children, apart from the eldest and the second son. Much like a livestock merchant who occasionally records the growth and value of his animals, Hagao's interest in the nursery town has noticeably increased in recent years. Undoubtedly due to Pearls, the arrival of Hagao at the communal nursery, which caters exclusively to children under 10, is a rare occurrence, thus intensifying the responsibilities of the tutors overseeing this establishment. "Thank you, young master. I shall do my utmost to assist you." Thanks to Pearls, the budget has seen a substantial increase, and his status has become more secure compared to the knights of other families, garnering him the goodwill of all. Of course, Pearls himself remains indifferent to this attention. Upon the conclusion of their lessons, the children dispersed to their respective chambers within the castle. Pearls was introspective. Hagao is the master, correct? Regrettably, this is indeed the case. The solid aura that only a master can exhibit is in stark contrast to the viscous liquid aura he experienced as a graduate. Gritting his teeth, he resolved that he would never live or die in such a humble manner. At the very least, I must regain all my former strength before the rite of adulthood. At the tender age of 8, Pearls has already ascended to the level of an unknown swordsmanship expert, a feat he had only barely achieved in his previous life in his 20s. Prior to his return, he had reached this level by the age of 16. In truth, this alone would have sufficed for the world to label him an unparalleled genius, yet within the Bascawi family, it is merely ordinary, perhaps even somewhat lacking. Typically, children of the Bascawi family attain the status of swordsmanship expert around the age of 20, and breach the threshold of graduation by 30. This progression allows them to imbue their blades with liquid aura, thus ascending to higher ranks. Otherwise, they are relegated to the lower echelons. Even the so-called prodigies among the Bascawi elite generally reach the threshold of swordsmanship expert around their 20s. However, Pearl stands at this threshold at the mere age of 8. At a time when he is yet to sense the presence of magic, this is a realm that even the super elites within the family dare not approach. As Pearls reflects on this, a voice calls out from behind him. Turning around, he encounters 3 9-year-old children, Hybro, Medelbro, and Laubro Bascawi. The boys bear Ray in their names, while the girls possess Lo. Thus, these 3 children are direct descendants of the Bascawi family, their lineage unmistakably clear. In a rather cliché fashion, the eldest, Hybro, steps forward to provoke Pearls. "Hey, garbage, where do you think you're going? Where do you think you're going?" The frontrunner's taunts are echoed by the 2 behind him. Such is the nature of the provocations of 9-year-olds. However, given that the Bascawi family is a bastion of meritocracy, such antics will soon dissipate as they mature. Yet, Pearl's focus on the trio is driven by a deeper reason: the trident of Hygao Bascawi. In a decade's time, they will evolve into formidable adversaries. Indeed, prior to his return, it was these very 3 who relentlessly bullied Pearls, making his attempts to escape a torturous experience. In retrospect, "These brats have bullied me since childhood." Their incessant theft of his food significantly hampered his growth during those formative years. During various assessments, they would secretly trip him or wield blunt objects, engaging in numerous malicious acts. Consequently, Pearls found himself in life-threatening situations on multiple occasions while undertaking tasks. A flash of ominous red light flickers in Pearls' eyes. Whether or not they perceive this, the recently turned 9-year-old triplets surround him with laughter. "Hey, garbage, I heard you submerged in the Styx for 7 minutes. They say you strangled 2 venomous snakes in the cradle? Stop boasting. What could an 8-year-old possibly lie about? Liar, liar." The most wicked among them, Hybro, steps forward, conjuring a small, faintly glowing orb in his palm. The children of the Bascawi family possess an extraordinary ability to sense and manipulate magic from the outset. They have already mastered the art of condensing magical energy into a sphere. Although they have yet to attach it to a sword, their skills are sufficient to earn them the title of prodigies. Within the Bascawi family, such prowess commands considerable admiration. "Hurry up, give it a try. Let's see how large a magical sphere you can create. Come on, come on." The triplets persist in their taunts towards Pearls. He observes the orb of magical energy crafted by Laubro. A fist-sized magical sphere. Indeed, achieving such a feat at that age is commendable, yet Pearls had accomplished this at merely 8 months old, during the incident with the 2 venomous snakes in the cradle. With 30 years of experience combined with 8 years of magic proficiency since his return, one can only wonder the extent of his prowess. Pearls glances around. This nursery town is exclusively inhabited by children. Alleviating concerns about prying eyes, the few guardian knights and tutors have ventured out to the outer city. With a decisive motion, Pearls reveals his power. He raises his hand, condensing his magical energy. Upon witnessing this, the triplets' expressions shift to sheer terror. Nothing materializes from Pearl's palm. Initially stunned, the triplets erupt into raucous laughter. "Ha, this waste, can you not even sense magic at your age? Can't? Their taunts are so vicious that they even shed tears of mirth. Yet, at that very moment, not far from the childhood castle, a guard knight stationed at the watchtower is bewildered by an unexpected phenomenon outside the window. What is this? Why are there 2 suns appearing above the childhood castle?" Chapter 5, The Hounds of the Bascawi Family, 2, The Return of the Iron-Blooded Sword Family Hounds, Episode 5, 5500, The Hounds of the Bascawi Family, 2, I Don't Like You. Follow me, follow me, follow me. The 9-year-old triplets of the Bascawi family, Hybro, Medelbro, and Laubro, are instigating trouble. 8-year-old Pearls remains silent in contemplation. In his previous life, encountering these individuals felt akin to facing death itself decades later. They too played a role in his humiliating demise. More importantly, in a decade's time, they will be known as the Trident of Bascawi or Hygao's Trident, emerging as formidable warriors and pillars of the Bascawi family. renowned for their illustrious achievements. Thus, it is imperative to subdue them in advance to facilitate the eventual destruction of the Baskerville family. Woe is me. My brothers are so terrifying. Is this the right course of action? Pearl sobs like a small child. Observing the surrounding circumstances, then, addressing the arrogant triplets, he suggests, "How about we find a secluded place to settle this?" The triplets snicker at his words. "At least you understand what honor is." They understand. In a crowded space, engaging in a brawl would indeed pose a hassle for them. Consequently, they seize Pearls by the arms, covering his mouth, and drag him to a remote location. The Young Wolf Fortress is a historically rich castle. Constructed in an ancient architectural style, replete with numerous secluded nooks and crannies, they navigate through the submerged cellar entrance, past abandoned granaries and unrenovated fissures. Ascending a spiral staircase, the triplets lead Pearls to a room at the end of a corridor seldom traversed by him. The leader, Hybro, grins wickedly as he declares, "If you dare to cry out, who knows what might get severed. Of course, if you're timely enough to reach the infirmary, it could potentially be reattached. It could be reattached. It could be reattached." Witnessing him draw a dagger from his waist and smile insidiously is hard to believe he is merely 9 years old. Do children possess a propensity for greater cruelty? Those who laugh while tearing off the heads or wings of insects and crushing them underfoot, even ordinary children exhibit such behavior, let alone those of the Baskerville lineage. These three little demons encircle Pearls, taunting him. "We heard you submerged in the Styx for 7 minutes? When we heard the nanny recount that boastful tale, we laughed for a long time." Laughed. Hybro gestures to the eldest, Lowbro, with a smile. Lowbro nodded and then circled behind Pellis, covering his nose and mouth with both hands. Hybro gazed at Pellis's face, revealing a sinister grin. "What does 7 minutes matter, if you can endure for 3 minutes? I wager my hand. Lowbro pressed even harder against Pellis's nose and mouth, his tightly clenched hands seeming to declare a refusal to allow even a whisper of air to pass. Exuding a pure malice, Hybro and Madelbro prepared to subdue Pellis at the slightest movement, firmly grasping his arms with smiles upon their faces. Yet, the triplets turned their heads in confusion, for Pellis stood motionless, quietly observing them. Do you wish to hold your breath? You do possess a certain spirit. Let us see how long you can last. Let us see. The triplets pressed down even harder upon Pellis. A minute passed in this manner. As he did not summon any magical power as a child, he should have begun to feel breathless by now, yet Pellis remained as he was at the start, simply standing calmly. "This boy has quite the endurance. This boy. The triplets failed to notice the gradual vanishing of their smiles, continuing to exert pressure upon Pellis's mouth and nose. Time elapsed beyond 2 minutes. Their words grew fewer. They felt as if the time surrounding the quietly standing Pellis had stretched infinitely. What is wrong with this boy? Is he not breathing? No. As Hybro began to harbor doubts, he immediately leapt up, shaking his head in denial. They had indeed completely obstructed Pellis's breathing. 3 minutes passed. 4 minutes. 5 minutes. 6 minutes. 7 minutes. 8 minutes. 9 minutes. 10 minutes. Pellis remained utterly still. An eerie silence enveloped the entire room. At this moment, the once tormenting triplets were drenched in cold sweat. Though merely 10 minutes had passed, if one were to count all 600 seconds, it would reveal an exceedingly long duration. Throughout this time, Pellis regarded the triplets with an extraordinarily calm demeanor, his eyes unblinking amidst the grave silence. Soon after, Hybro managed a strained smile, signaling to Madelbro, boring, "Let this boy go, let him go." Just as Hybro prepared to release Pellis's mouth, a sudden loud crash erupted. It was not the sound of Pellis gasping for breath or struggling. Instead, blood gushed forth from Madelbro's index finger. Pellis spat out what he had been chewing, then flashed a contemptuous smile at the triplets before him. "What a sores on your fingers." Pellis, with blood smeared at the corners of his mouth, displayed a sinister grin. The triplets' faces turned pale in an instant upon witnessing that scene. Moments later, Hybro, resembling something spat out after chewing, shouted, "Humph, even so I am not afraid, so scared." The last statement came out garbled. As Hybro and Madelbro turned their heads, Lowbro raised his palm, sobbing, "Not my finger is broken." The triplets' dialogue began to descend into chaos. For the children of the Baskerville family, witnessing blood was commonplace. However, when the torn flesh and broken bones belonged to oneself, the situation differed significantly. Originally acting as a trident, moving in unison towards the same direction, the partners began to act independently. The eldest comforted the fourth. "Calm down, brother. Let us hurry to the infirmary and have the priest reattach your finger." "All right, whoa, understood. Hurry." The third brother hoisted the fourth onto his back. As Hybro swiftly reached for the door, "Who said you could come in?" Pellis obstructed him. Hybro's expression turned menacing. Of course, the twisted expression did not revert. Crack. As Pellis delivered a punch, it shattered his nasal bone and teeth. Hybro collapsed to the floor, clutching his face. Crack. Medelbro stood dazed and staggered, only to be kicked by Pellis, dislocating his jaw. Ugh. Ugh, woo-woo. The three brothers emitted varying cries of anguish, groans, and sobs. Pellis quietly sat by the door, stating, "Your bodies will suffer for a lifetime. If proper treatment is not administered within an hour, the consequences shall be dire. However, judging by your current state, it seems unlikely you will leave this room today. Whenever storms rage, and your teeth, jaw, or fingers ache, remember this day." The three brothers glared at Pellis, as if they wished to kill him. The cruel nature instilled in them by the Baskerville family over the past 9 years had not vanished. Yet, ultimately, they were merely children. Pellis smiled slightly. There is no one who dares to retort after being beaten. If one still dares to retort after being struck, it must be considered whether the beating was sufficiently severe. This is Hagau's philosophy on child rearing, as well as the behavioral code of the entire Baskerville family. The eldest, Hybro, gathered his courage and charged once more, holding a short sword in hand. However, bang, despite Hybro's short sword striking Pellis's body, not a single drop of blood was shed. What? Hybro's expression turned bewildered. The spot where the short sword had touched Pellis's chest instantaneously darkened, only to revert to its original hue, the protection of the sticks. Pellis's body had reached a state of invulnerability at the age of 8. Slap. The sound of the short sword embedding itself was echoed, yet the outcome was entirely different. Hybro felt all remaining teeth shatter, collapsing to the ground. This was merely the result of 2 punches. Crack, crack, clatter. The sounds of mixed tears, mucus, saliva, blood, bubbles, and teeth filled the air. Pellis's figure loomed over the trembling triplets, clutching their faces, jaws, and fingers. Clang. The short sword was tossed among the triplets. Yet no one dared to retrieve it. They instinctively understood this truth: whoever dares to grasp that object shall only suffer further. The triplets dared not raise their heads, only kneeling on the ground, bleeding and weeping, spitting saliva and cold sweat. Their trousers were all damp, seemingly having urinated themselves in fear. At that moment, Pellis spoke, "Only one shall leave this room alive." The triplets' expression shifted immediately, a glimmer of hope igniting within them. "Who is it? Who is it? Who is it?" Pellis's answer was simple: "From this moment forth, the brothers shall decide among themselves." Simultaneously, the triplets' gazes fixated upon the short sword at the center. Crack. The trident of Baskerville began to fracture from within. Chapter 6, The Hounds of the Baskerville Family. 3, The Return of the Iron-Blooded Swordsman Hound. Chapter 6, 6500, John Barrymore. He is the steward who has loyally served the Baskerville family for 4 consecutive generations. "Master, I have come to report today's situation." Before such a Barrymore sat a middle-aged man with an impassive expression. A nose as sharp as a blade, a thick beard, and cold eyes. A master of swordsmanship, a sword saint, one of the 7 pillars of the nation. Hagau Le Baskerville, the supreme of the iron-blooded noble swordsman family, gazed at Barrymore expressionlessly. "This is the first report regarding the bloodshed between the Milg family over the ruby mine at Red. Renowned for their magic, the Milg family is one of the 7 distinguished families alongside the Baskervilles. Recently, a territorial dispute arose between the Baskerville family and the Milg family, centered around the high-quality ruby mine located at the western edge of their territories." After a moment, Hagau finally spoke. "There will soon be an opportunity for discussion regarding this matter. The Milg side will come to us first." Hagau continued gesturing. Observing this, Barrymore continued his report. Hagau remained largely expressionless, seemingly uninterested, merely listening to his account. Occasionally, he would furrow his brow in annoyance, and that was the extent of his response. It was then that a report caused Hagau to exhibit a change in expression for the first time. Therefore, the first place in the written examination for the Juvenile City's midterm assessment is young Master Pellis. Upon hearing Barrymore's words, Hagau gently stroked his chin. Barrymore understood that this was Hagau's habitual gesture when he felt pleased. It was rare for Hagau to remember the names of the children within the family, thus Barrymore's expression brightened as well. Subsequently, Hagau inquired, "Steward, when will the children of the juvenile city undergo practical examinations?" "Soon, they will commence in 5 days. Most of the guardian knights of the juvenile city have already set out in preparation, then the juvenile city should be empty." Upon hearing this, Barrymore's expression slightly shifted. "Just as I was about to report on the juvenile city, my lord." "What is it?" "There is both good news and bad news." "Let us hear the good news first." Noticing Hagau's interest, Barrymore's voice grew stronger. "It is said that a phenomenon of 2 suns appeared over the city of Youth. 2 suns. Upon hearing this, Hagau's eyes widened slightly. "The Baskerville family is quite superstitious. Is it an auspicious sign?" After all, the two sons have manifested, have they not? Among the household servants, rumors circulated about the birth of a small son to assist the heir. HMM.no1 is using magic to play tricks, are they? At that time, those capable of such pranks were all occupied with preparing for the young master's practical exams. That is indeed a favorable omen. Another son, He Gao nodded silently. The appearance of two sons, along with the colorful clouds, has always been regarded as a harbinger of good fortune. Whenever colorful clouds appear, the family invariably experiences fortuitous events. I wonder what may transpire in the City of Youth. Barrymore's expression subsequently darkened. Something indeed has occurred. At the bad news mentioned earlier. Do tell. Upon hearing He Gao's words, Barrymore solemnly continued his report. A serious dispute has arisen among the young masters. At this, He Gao's expression shifted instantly. A serious dispute. Were there any fatalities? Although no one lost their life, Master Hebro suffered complete dental damage, Master Middlebro fractured his jaw, and Master Lowbro had his right index finger severed. Of course, they have since received treatment and have recovered. It was merely a minor scuffle. Brothers often engage in playful brawls as they grow up. He Gao leaned back into his chair, reassured. As he perused the reports concerning the triplets, he murmured to himself, given their close relationship, they should not fight amongst themselves, should they? Indeed, they clashed with other young masters, foolish children. In this family, anyone older is certainly stronger. Those little rascals will assess each other's strength before acting. As He Gao clicked his tongue, Barrymore corrected his statement. The young master who reduced Hebro, Middlebro, and Lowbro to such a state is even younger. What, younger than 9.5? Did an entire class of 8-year-olds engage in a brawl? No, it was just one person. Upon hearing this, a flicker of intrigue sparkled in He Gao's eyes once more. Furthermore, Barrymore's report intensified this intrigue. As previously mentioned, the young master who topped the written exam, Master Pillars, is the perpetrator. Pillars Baskerville, aged 8, received a summons from the head of the family to proceed to the master's chamber, located deep within the city. Upon pushing the door open and stepping inside, he beheld the imposing figure of He Gao Baskerville take a seat. Despite not projecting a deliberate aura, the atmosphere surrounding him was remarkably heavy. Pillars moved cautiously, careful not to reveal the latent magic within him. I am quite confident in concealing my magic, having experienced the confrontations with the demon race and the prolonged era of extinction. The warriors have honed their ability to suppress their presence to perfection. This method of completely concealing one's magic is beyond the comprehension of warriors who have not lived through the era of extinction. It is a matter of experience, not strength. However, there are limitations. If one becomes too powerful here, it will inevitably draw He Gao's attention. I must find a means of self-preservation swiftly. As Pillars pondered these matters, he took a seat on the prepared small chair. He Gao spoke. It has been a while. You have grown quite a bit. Upon hearing this, Pillars was somewhat taken aback. His voice, usually as sharp as a blade, sounded rather dull today. Moreover, his words were surprising. Why do those piglets grow so quickly, yet these fellows always appear so small? This echoed He Gao's sentiments before his return, when he expressed concern over the rapid growth of livestock and the potential for not selling them in time. Now, however, he cast an unusually gentle gaze as if anticipating something. Greetings, Master. Pillars innocently greeted. However, He Gao, referred to as Master, seemed dissatisfied with this. Master, indeed, I am the Master. He appeared to be contemplating something before seemingly making a decision and shifting the topic. I have heard that you rendered the triplets from the 9-year advanced class incapacitated. As far as I know, they received appropriate treatment afterward. I am not referring to physical incapacitation. He Gao furrowed his brow. Is it not a matter of mental incapacitation? I have heard that since that day, they have been eating separately, sleeping apart, and scarcely speaking to one another. Their previously excellent teamwork in executing the harmony technique has now completely disintegrated. Moreover, now whenever they see Pillars, they are terrified to the point of wetting themselves. A dog devoid of fighting spirit is of no use on the battlefield, yet Pillars refrained from voicing these thoughts. He merely articulated his perspective firmly. Carrying 3 soft, flabby swords only serves to make one feel burdened and useless. It would be far better to possess a single well-crafted sword forged by a skilled artisan. A glimmer of appreciation flickered in He Gao's eyes. Indeed, he stroked his chin, gazing down at the 8-year-old before him, and a faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Yet, do you not think that injuring your brothers was an error? At He Gao's words, Pillars appeared somewhat perplexed. An error? What have I done? What have you done? Did you not beat your brothers to a pulp? Confronted with He Gao's inquiry, Pillars tilted his head in confusion. What is wrong with that? Am I not stronger? What did you say? Seizing the opportunity, Pillars questioned the bewildered He Gao. How can a strong person be in the wrong? The strong are revered, the weak are the sinners. Is this not the creed of the Baskerville family? After a moment, the corners of Higao Baskerville's mouth began to twitch. This little rascal before him was utterly adorable in an endearing way. Chapter 7, The Hounds of the Baskerville Family. 4. The Return of the Iron-Blooded Swordmaster Hounds. Episode 7, 7500. Episode 7, The Hounds of the Baskerville Family. 4. Pillars understood Higao's character well. Lizard man, his blood ran cold, making one feel he might be as cold-blooded as a reptile. Fundamentally, he cared only for the future of the family and his personal achievements. In his eyes, everyone, save for himself, was merely a tool. Especially those regarded as weapons. Weapons exist solely to inflict harm upon others. They do not autonomously grant recognition or hesitate. The more toxic a weapon, the better it is considered, and this is only natural. Thus, Higao's gaze toward Pillars gradually softened, which was entirely plausible. Do you believe you were without fault? Rather, it is my brothers who have erred. What have I done wrong? A minor transgression. The strong are revered, the weak are the sinners. Is that not the essence of the Baskerville family? Pillars' words precisely struck at the core tenet of the Baskerville family. A lion preying on a deer is not a sin. It is a natural law for the strong to beat the weak. The notion of dividing them into guilt and punishment is merely the unreasonable outcry of the weak. This was instilled in him during his youth by his tutors, with Higao's teachings behind it. So my brothers bullied me first. Complaining is utterly futile. Before his return, Pillars, like an ordinary child, attempted to explain his innocence and his brother's faults, but Higao merely furrowed his brow in greater disdain. That expression did not waver until the very last moment he knelt at the guillotine. On the other hand, Higao Baskerville crossed his arms, concealing the corners of his mouth. Then, in a low voice, he stated, "Your brothers arrived here before you. They said that as elders, they would forgive you." Pillars remained silent. After all, I have spent a considerable amount of time beside Higao, so I understand. Likely, the triplets not only failed to provide a satisfactory answer to Higao but instead exacerbated his irritation. They must be thoroughly frightened. Moreover, as for the talk of forgiveness, they are bound to complain about being disrespected and demand isolation. Pillars replied in a voice devoid of emotional fluctuation. Age, after all, must inevitably increase. Higao paused for a moment. At last, Higao revealed a faint smile. Ha ha ha, indeed, my father exerted considerable effort to ascend to the position of head of the family as the eldest son. Higao, referring to himself as father, was a rather unfamiliar sight, by the way. Striving to become the eldest son, is that something achievable through effort? Upon hearing this previously unknown tale, Pillars contemplated briefly before grasping its meaning. Higao ascended to the position of head of the family through fratricide. By killing his elder brothers. I see. I always thought that the eldest son was destined to inherit the family. It appears that the eldest son can also become so through later efforts. In that moment, Pillars once again recognized the true nature of the Baskerville family. Higao inquired once more, regardless, your brothers have extended their hands in forgiveness first. Do you not feel any remorse? Pillars remained silent for a moment, gazing at Higao, the gentle gaze of a father I had never encountered in my past life, yet, the heart that had long since frozen could not be thawed by such a feeble warmth. At some point before my rebirth, the last survivor of a family annihilated by the Baskerville clan sought out Higao personally. She ascended to the status of a nun and held a mass for Higao, proclaiming, I forgive you. Upon hearing the content of the mass, Higao remarked, the so-called forgiveness is merely an excuse for the powerless who cannot exact revenge. This sentiment echoed the words he had spoken at that time. In an instant, Higao's eyes widened in realization. Ha! At last, a resounding laughter reverberated through the room, causing even the windows to tremble. Higao leaned back in his chair, wearing a contented expression. This is how my child should be. It felt akin to seeing my eldest. This was the first time that Piles witnessed Higao display such intense affection for his offspring. The conversation with Higao came to a halt, Belimer, when Higao summoned the butler. His expression returned to its usual impassiveness. Nonetheless, his voice retained a lingering warmth. He handed the key to the granary to Piles. Upon hearing this, Belimer's eyes widened in astonishment. The children of the Baskerville family were always fed the same sustenance until the age of 15, water and haggis. The meat pie, made from a mixture of various beast meats, entrails, and a scant amount of vegetables, while high in calories and nutrition, was notoriously unpalatable and exceedingly salty. There was no limit to the quantity of food, and it was managed with utmost hygiene, yet it lacked any flavor. Thus, when the children of the Baskerville family excelled in their basic education, they were occasionally rewarded with candies or chocolates, which thrilled them immensely. This was a remarkably inexpensive system designed to ignite the children's desire to learn, foster their competitive spirit, and ultimately mold them into exemplary members of the Baskerville clan. Hence, Higao posed a question to Piles. What snack would you like? With the innocent smile characteristic of an 8-year-old, Piles promptly responded, "Chocolate." Observing this scene, Hagao nodded, his adorableness is befitting of his age. Bollimer too wore a satisfied smile, as if to affirm, after all, children will be children. Hagao gestured to Bollimer, "Take him to the granary to fetch Chocolate. Let him take as much as he desires, but do ensure he does not become too greedy, only what he can carry." "Yes, my lord." Bollimer took Piles by the hand and led him towards the door. At that moment, Hagao, with his back to the door, turned and said, "Prepare well for the upcoming midterm examination." Such encouragement was a rarity. Yet, the subsequent words were even more unusual, "Do not be outdone by your direct relatives." Upon hearing this, Piles's gaze began to take on a blood-red hue, reminiscent of two sons. "Here we are." "Young master." Bollimer guided Piles to the kitchen located outside the childhood castle, where several chefs respectfully followed behind. The granary, situated deep underground, was always cool. The cold air escaping from the stone crevices met the warm air that entered upon opening the door. Forming frost, Bollimer held the lantern aloft, illuminating the interior of the granary. Although magic could be employed for lighting, it would be ungracious not to acknowledge the butler's efforts. Piles stepped into the granary and beheld the neatly arranged provisions meant for the family's guardian knights. Members over the age of 15, and other servants, candies and jellies were positioned here. If you have a particular dish in mind, I can instruct the chefs to prepare it for you. Faced with Bollimer's kind suggestion, Piles shook his head. "Just chocolate will suffice." Upon hearing this, Bollimer regarded Piles with a gaze tinged with pity. How desperately he craved chocolate in this world. "Once you surpass the age of 15, you will be free to indulge in whatever you wish." This was a heartfelt consolation. The chefs, observing the butler's expression, retrieved the finest chocolate from the shelves. It was said to be the top-tier chocolate favored by the gourmands of the Milk family. "We managed to acquire a few boxes this time." It was rumored that if paired with southern nuts and western honey, the flavor would be even richer. However, Piles shook his head. No need for any processed varieties. "Is that so?" In response to the puzzled faces of Bollimer and the chefs, Piles spoke up, "I require raw cocoa beans, the kind with a very intense flavor." Hearing this, Bollimer furrowed his brow. The raw material for chocolate is cocoa beans. However, unprocessed cocoa beans are not only devoid of sweetness but rather bitter and intolerable, particularly the varieties known for their rich flavor, which would surely yield only bitterness. After a moment, having listened to the chef's reports, Bollimer said, "Indeed, there are varieties with intense flavor." Previously, the head of the household personally led the family's members to combat the barbarians at the Western Front and cultivated that vast jungle into farmland. The local specialty known as Bloody Bean is said to yield 100 liters of chocolate from a single bean. "Very well, bring it forth." "How much should we take?" "Take as much as you have." At Piles's command, the chef sprang into action. Soon a chef approached with a small leather pouch. This pouch, which could fit only 2 fists, was filled to the brim with vibrant red beans, approximately 100 of them. "This is the Bloody Bean. 1 beans concentration equates to 100 liters of chocolate." Piles attempted to bite into one of the beans. Crunch. A reaction immediately occurred in his mouth, overwhelming his entire tongue with a bitter taste. Piles spat out the bean, nodding in satisfaction. Bollimer also nodded. He truly adores chocolate. After all, Hagao had mentioned that within the limits of what he could carry, Piles could take as much food as he desired. So even taking these cocoa beans posed no issue. However, this small pouch contained enough cocoa beans to produce 10,000 liters of chocolate. Bollimer marveled at the greed and intellect of this 8-year-old child. Piles could likely indulge in his beloved chocolate for a lifetime. "Young master, shall we have these processed and sent to your room?" However, Piles offered a response that left everyone perplexed. No need for processing. So be it. It seemed that his intentions were not solely for personal consumption. Chapter 8, Hellhound 1, The Return of the Iron-Blooded Sword. Saint Hellhound, Episode 8, 8500, Episode 8, Hellhound 1, The children of the Baskerville family undergo 2 assessments each year before the age of 15. Namely midterm and final examinations. In an effort to shed the notorious reputation of the Berserker family, the regular upbringing courses are exceedingly stringent. However, they are dubbed the Berserker family due to the excessively high difficulty of their skill tests, which border on the cruel. Even children who have just turned 8 or 9 cannot escape this trial. The children of the Baskerville family receive rigorous early education from the moment they are able to walk. They are trained to develop their fundamental physical abilities through relentless running in expansive training grounds and steep wild mountains. Except during designated times, they are prohibited from lying down or resting. The Guardian Knights serve as their coaches, driving them to the brink. During breaks, they play with rubber knives, and at night, they are assigned to sleep alongside the corpses of enormous magical beasts or very small magical beast cubs. This is intended to acclimate the children to the terrifying visage and fierce nature of their prey. At the age of 8, formal training commences. Their diet undergoes a transformation as well. It consists of a stew made from chicken bones, simmered with various meaty scraps. This is then placed within resilient entrails and simmered again until all the fat is rendered away. The result is the ordinary nutritional meal known as haggis. For preservation, the jerky, which becomes hard and dry after being cured over an extended period, serves as the portable rations for the children of the Baskerville family. Today, the 8 to 9-year-old children of the Baskerville family, each carrying a pouch of this jerky, are dispatched to the mountains outside their territory, La Rouge-et-le-Noir. This location is a harsh environment inhabited solely by a few vicious species of magical beasts. With its climate, terrain, and ecosystem all exhibiting barrenness, the little hounds of the Baskerville family are cast into this place, where they must survive for approximately a month. Naturally, they are restricted to a designated area, with guardian knights known as lead hounds stationed at the boundaries of this area. The task assigned to the children, thrown into an unfamiliar environment, is as follows: survive and hunt large and powerful magical beasts as much as possible. The original task was merely to survive, but the current head of the household, Hagar Ray Baskerville, deemed this too simplistic and thus appended the latter task. This was due to the occasional instances of Baskerville children hiding in safe caves or burrows, subsisting solely on jerky. Children who bravely battle magical beasts and survive cannot be evaluated the same as those who cower in caves, merely consuming food. This was Hagar's philosophy. Successfully surviving earns 10 points. Successfully surviving without injury earns 30 points. Abandoning other children to survive alone earns 50 points. Hunting magical beasts and surviving earns 70 points if one causes others to fall behind, or survives after hunting but fails to incapacitate the beasts, yet successfully preserves their life, they earn 90 points. There are number 100 points. Complacency in a swordsman leads to death. This is Hagar's guiding principle. Of course, in any circumstance, death results in 0 points. Among all deaths, the most worthless are those that are in vain. At the tender age of 8, Pearls arrived today at this place, the Red Mountain and the Black Mountain. Disembarking from the carriage, he was greeted by a vista of reddish-brown mounds of earth. The parched ground was teeming with black ants, while a dry wind swept through the gnarled remains of long-dead trees. All that met his eyes were shades of crimson and ebony. The guardians spoke, declaring that each young lord would receive a badge. Once they departed from this locale, they could seize each other's badges, earning points in the process. Slaying monsters would also yield points. However, sustaining severe injuries would result in a deduction of points, and death would mean the loss of all accrued points. Yet, at that juncture, points would be of little consequence. They advised against venturing beyond the designated area, permitting movement only within the confines they had cleared over the past few days, for the Red Mountain and the Black Mountain harbored many unknown forbidden zones. The guardians elaborated on a few minor rules, but to Pearls, these were merely tiresome admonitions. Long time no see. He had frequented the Red Mountain and the Black Mountain on several occasions, first as a candidate in his youth and later as an instructor. As a candidate, this place had seemed foreign and fearsome, but as an instructor it felt even more intimidating and unfamiliar, for he was required to search outside the safety zones. The territory inhabited by the children of the Bucksville family resembled a comfortable cradle, whereas the truly perilous areas lay beyond the borders patrolled by the guardian instructors. Beyond the cradle lay ridges, past several mountains, where formidable monsters and savage tribes congregated. Since the Bucksville family had declared this land their domain, they had been steadily expanding into the territories beyond the Red Mountain and the Black Mountain. Thanks to the Emperor's decree and support, the expansion of the Bucksville family's territory signified an enlargement of the Empire's realm, thus affording them various tax incentives and autonomy over military establishments. Before returning, Pearls had traversed the lengthy years of being a candidate, an instructor, and a hound. Hence, the environment here was exceedingly familiar to him. Not to mention the cradle within the ridges. However, most children seemed to be overwhelmed with a sense of strangeness and dread in this unfamiliar setting. The cracked cliffs, the biting winds from the desolate forest, the dry ashes, coupled with ominous glances and wails from unknown origins. This is my first time in such a disconcerting place. It feels even more desolate than last year. Are we to remain here for an entire month? The 8-year-olds wore expressions of concern, while the 9-year-olds feigned calmness, their faces marred by the memories of last year's ordeal. Indeed, this examination was a battle for the 8-year-olds to protect their badges against the 9-year-olds seeking to claim them. Next year, the 8-year-olds would become 9, making this experience pivotal for them. Amidst the turmoil, Pearl stood quietly awaiting the toll of the bell that would announce the commencement of the examination. Nearby, several 9-year-olds eyed Pearl's badge with predatory intent. revealing sinister smiles. That kid? I heard he submerged in the Styx River for 7 minutes. Is that true? They say he even strangled 2 venomous snakes in the cradle. He got full marks on the written test? We'll see how he performs in practice. The murmurs surrounded him, yet a peculiar phenomenon emerged. The most formidable and ferocious of the 9-year-old triplets, Highbrow, Middlebrow, and Lowbrow, were strangely subdued. They had always boasted of teaching Pearls a lesson, while the other 9-year-olds merely shook their heads in confusion. Soon, some observing children began to provoke Pearls. Arrogant little brat. I'll smash you with a rock during the physical test. You're nothing special. Yet you act all high and mighty. You'll find the next month feels like hell. At last, Pearls reacted. I don't think of myself as formidable. In truth, I'm not. His unexpected humility left the 9-year-olds bewildered. However, his subsequent words swiftly drew their brows together. It's just that you are all rather pathetic. Immediately, crude insults were hurled at him. You just wait. Meet me at the old tree tonight, kid. Clear off. I'll deal with that brat. Don't blame me if you end up dead. In the face of such juvenile taunts, the Bucksville children remained unruffled. The unweaned pups revealed their still developing fangs, for seasoned fighters such as the old dogs. This barely elicited a smile, merely indifference. Just then, the clang of a bell resounded. The guardian knight and instructor Pavlov Van Bucksville, serving as the lead hound, had sounded the bell. The practical examination had begun. Chapter 9, Hellhounds, 2, in the Bucksville family. Practical examinations are conducted multiple times within a single day. Most often, the brothers determine their strengths through combat, with the commencement of battles usually heralded by the toll of a bell. As the familiar chime echoed through the tense atmosphere, the young hounds of the Bucksville family, uneasy in this alien environment, instantly regained their spirits. They instinctively displayed their fighting spirit, recalling their prior training. A 9-year-old Bucksville child dashed swiftly to the other side of the wasteland. This child had gained considerable advantage last year by occupying a favorable position, yet, while he remembered last year's advantageous spot, he had not been clever enough to consider that others would focus their attention on him. Clever 8-year-olds followed closely behind, uncertain of his intentions but intent on seizing what he had. Astute children feigned knowledge, rushing ahead to divert the competitors, luring them into perilous pits or swampy areas, effectively eliminating these bothersome flies in one fell swoop. The triplets Highbrow, Middlebrow, and Lowbrow were precisely such cunning individuals. Start from over there. Don't order me around. We know what we're doing. You stick to your own business. The 9-year-olds, now emerging as prominent figures, were rumored to have utilized similar tactics to eliminate many older students when they were merely 8 years old, within mere hours of the bell tolling. The defeated began to trickle in. Some had fainted from impacts, others rolled down steep slopes, some fell into swamps, while others sustained injuries from sharp objects. The reasons varied, but the underlying cause remained singular: they had been harmed by their brothers. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed throughout the forest as the Bucksville children engaged one another with short swords. At the onset of the competition, the blades were dulled, rendering them incapable of inflicting fatal wounds. In this contest, killing one's opponent was not encouraged. It was not prohibited, but was certainly frowned upon. If one were to kill their adversary, points would be deducted, given the substantial impact of points. Children endeavored to avoid taking lives whenever possible. Of course, should one possess sufficient strength to absorb the point deductions or could discreetly eliminate an opponent without drawing the attention of the lead hounds. That was another matter altogether. Nevertheless, despite the vigilant watch of the lead hounds, who kept their eyes peeled around the clock, accidental deaths and incidents still occurred with alarming frequency. Thus, this opportunity could be exploited to remove rivals or those individuals whom one typically disdained. However, in the midst of this fierce competition, Pearls remained uninvolved from the outset. Pearls had no interest in scoring points. What he did was swiftly depart the safety zone the moment the bell tolled. Making his way to the wasteland adjacent to the forbidden area, is this the place? Pearls recalled his days as a candidate and as an instructor. Indeed, following this path would lead into a wasteland within the border region. There stood a dead tree, its roots deeply embedded in the earth, rotting and rendering the ground soft beneath. Before long, Pearls found his target location. The soil there was unlike any other, strikingly rich and red. Pearls snapped off a branch and began to dig, while the other brothers squabbled and fought for points in the distance. Pearls quietly continued his excavation. The lead hound guardians concealed themselves, monitoring Pearls with keen interest. Days passed, yet Pearls merely kept digging. It seems he intends to hide here and pass the time. Feeling a bit disappointed, no need to keep watching. Given Pearls' remarkable performance since childhood, the guardians harbored high expectations for him. Yet this only led to their considerable disappointment. Hiding in a pit and wasting time was typical behavior for cowards or incompetent children ranked low. Ultimately, the Guardians could no longer bear to focus their attention on pearls and began to shift their gaze elsewhere. However, they remained oblivious to how deep the 8-year-old Pearls had dug his pit and what he was doing within it. Here, it still felt like a cradle. Pearls sat at the bottom of the pit, leisurely passing his time. Returning here felt exceptionally comfortable and warm. Outside, the Guardian Knight stood watch in his stead, while competitors were unlikely to venture into this marginal area. Whenever he felt thirsty, he collected dew from the large leaves hanging on the pit walls. And when hunger struck, he would catch passing snakes or earthworms to roast and consume. This was far more delectable than the haggis or canned food provided by the nursery. His sleeping space was also crafted to be more comfortable than those of the nursery, where the children's beds were made from monster shells or thorn bushes, exceedingly hard and rough. However, the pit here is amply filled with hay and wood shavings, accompanied by the remnants of bird ashes, creating a warm and comfortable ambience. As Pyres roasted a mouse he had caught the previous night, he closed his eyes. Mouse Norbegikus danger level, F-size, 50 centimeters. Found in, throughout the continent, a mouse grotesquely deformed by magical corruption. Adult specimens possess the intelligence and size of small canines, thus becoming objects of disdain among women. When properly gutted and roasted over a fire or boiled in water, they surprisingly taste quite delectable. Even the information on lower-tier monsters is vividly imprinted in my memory, thanks to the arduous memorization of the Monster Compendium before my return. Of course, in the world prior to my return, there were others besides Pyres who had memorized the entire Monster Compendium. In the era of annihilation, everyone was a hunter, but now I alone remain a hunter. Perhaps more accurately, I occupy a status akin to that of a hunting dog raised by a hunter. Yet, it is precisely because of this that the plight of the hunter appears all the more tragic. A hunter who was killed by his own dog is indeed a most ironic existence. Suddenly, memories of a conversation with Haigao before my return surfaced. It was shortly before he was to be executed. When training dogs, one must be prepared for their inevitable demise. Typically 2 out of 3 will perish. Do you consider this cruel? Not at all. Of course not. For the master, while training the dog, must also be prepared for the possibility of being killed by it. The master must undergo training as well, to guard against being bitten by a blind Fong one day. Haigao himself understood this well, thus, he trusted no one in this world, not even himself. Pyres shook his head, dispelling the distracting thoughts. He then retrieved a bean from a small pouch hanging at his waist. The blood bean, a deep red bean with an exceptionally high cocoa content. Pyres tossed a bean into the campfire. The succulent rat meat shed its fishy odor and other unpleasant scents, infusing the air with a faint cocoa aroma, to eliminate the meat's fishiness. Nothing surpasses cocoa beans, especially the high-concentration blood beans. This culinary method was learned from a veteran of his squad when he was conscripted to fight in the war against the demon race. Camping always brings back memories of the past. Pyres surveyed his surroundings. The watchful gazes had now vanished, presumably finding his actions dull. The leading dogs had moved elsewhere. It was time. Pyres reached for the stacked firewood. He then drew a short knife from his waist and began to carve wood. Wooden spears. Pyres started to thrust these sharply pointed wooden spears into various spots at the bottom of the pit. They rose high, as if aimed to pierce the heavens. They densely filled the pit's base, resembling the jagged fangs of a ferocious beast. What these fangs would ultimately seize, Pyres had yet to determine. Beyond the border of Hostile and Black Mountain lay a forbidden zone inhabited by colossal and formidable monsters beyond human imagination. However, having experienced the Age of Annihilation, Pyres was largely accustomed to this. The wood was exhausted. Pyres realized that he had run out of the wood he had chopped. There was neither wood left to shape into spears nor wood to toss into the campfire. To procure more wood, Pyres stepped out of the pit. Since the watchful knights had also vanished, he could now cross the border into the forbidden zone to gather timber. Soon, Pyres quietly crossed the boundary into the forbidden area. The forest within the realm of Hostile and Black was extraordinarily dense. The intertwining trunks and roots transformed the entire forest into a vast labyrinth, resembling a jungle arena. Gazing at the dark caverns formed among the charred roots due to the wildfire, one could not help but question if they led to the depths of hell. Normally, the young hunting dogs of the Baskerville family would instinctively avoid this gloomy and ominous place, yet Pyres boldly ventured into these caverns. Look here. This must be their habitat, wouldn't you say? Pyres wandered through the forest for quite some time. As an instructor or scout, he had traversed this forest countless times, knowing it as well as his own home. Before long, Pyers discovered something. Squeak, squeak, squeak. It was the sound of embers crackling beneath the ashes. Following the scent of charred remains, he soon located the source. It was a pile of feces. The dark excrement still emitted flickering flames. The only creature capable of producing such hot dung, Pyers knew, was one. Climbing up through the forest's root cavities, it wasn't long before he spotted the owner of the feces. A massive figure, sharp teeth and claws, and eyes glowing like light bulbs. Hellhound danger level B size 3M, found in the second ridge of the hostile Black Mountain, commonly known as the dog-bearing hell. Anyone who encounters it is destined to face terrifying calamity. Once bitten, survival is impossible. The sulfurous flames spewing from its eyes and mouth are derived from the deep fires of hell, and they will not extinguish until the life serving as fuel has been completely consumed. There is limited information on this perilous creature in the compendium. However, through his experiences during the Age of Annihilation, Pyers had dealt with numerous monsters of this ilk. At last, I have found you. The reason he had come to Hostile Mountain was to encounter these beasts. Pyers swiftly turned around. The moment the hellhound caught sight of him, it lunged forward like a rabid dog. Woof, woof, woof. The growls of the pursuing hounds echoed behind him. Pyers instantly leaped into a nearby cavern. The hellhound stumbled slightly, unable to halt its forward momentum. Indeed, it was a fool that could only charge in a straight line. Creatures emerging from hell typically advance in a direct trajectory. Even elite monsters like the hellhound appear helpless when confronted with a sudden change in pattern. The hellhound turned around and resumed its pursuit. Pyers braced himself for the next maneuver. A splash, a stream of water, as if formed by a few droplets of dew, splashed onto the ground, creating a long line. Startled, the hellhound abruptly halted its charge. The peculiar trait of these oil-based creatures is that they cannot cross water. Even a thin, shallow layer of water poses an insurmountable barrier. Because of their straight-line charging nature, they must circumvent the water spilled on the ground. Hunters who survived the Age of Annihilation were well aware of this fact, yet in the present world, due to insufficient research, it remains largely unrecognized. When the gates of the demon realm open and hellhounds roam the continent, this trait will inevitably be discovered. Pyers faced the hellhound. Although it slowed in its onslaught while circumventing the water, it remained ferocious. After all, even mid-tier expert knights find it challenging to contend with a hellhound in one-on-one combat. Pyers, prior to his return, had only managed to defeat them alone at around 18 years of age, highlighting their formidable nature. However, Pyers was not unprepared for this encounter. Canine monsters always run with their mouths agape. As a seasoned hunter who had endured the Age of Annihilation, he had prepared a secret weapon for this situation. The most effective weapon against canine monsters. Snap! The sound of the blood beans colliding within his palm echoed. Blood beans, cocoa beans, that was chocolate. Chapter 10, Hellhound 3, The Return of the Iron-Blooded Swordsman Hound. Chapter 10, 10500. Chapter 10, Hellhound 3, Pyers reminisced about the past. It was not too long ago, merely a few days prior, Higgal Baskervy had rewarded him with a prize for achieving first place in the written examination, a token of sorts. Is there any snack you wish to have? Chocolate. Butler, fetch some chocolate from the pantry for him, but do not allow him to be overly greedy, just enough to carry. At that time, Pyers had received the key to the pantry, following butler Balamer into the cellar. Pyers had procured a bag of chocolate beans. In the past, the head of the family personally led the family members to the Western Front to combat the barbarians, transforming that vast jungle into fertile farmland. The blood beans native to that region are said to yield 100 liters of chocolate from a single bean of blood beans, a magical bean capable of producing 100 liters of chocolate. Rich in flavor, Pyers retrieved a blood bean from the pouch at his waist. As it slowed down significantly in its watery journey, the hellhound, with its mouth agape, displayed the unique behavior characteristic of canines. The way it slowly approached with its mouth wide open seemed as though it were pleading for something to be tossed inside. To Pyers, an experienced hunter, this was unmistakable. A thud, a blood bean flicked off Pyers' thumb, flew directly into the hellhound's mouth. Immediately, a reaction ensued. Gulp. The hellhound swallowed the projectile. It began to convulse. Snap, snap, snap. Foam bubbled at the corners of its mouth, viscous saliva dripping incessantly. Diarrhea flowed from its rear, its entire body convulsing and twitching. Its heart raced as if it might burst, and its eyes bulged, nearly bursting. Just as I suspected, Pyers nodded. This was a fact known to any hunter who had endured the Age of Annihilation. Canine monsters are highly sensitive to chocolate. The substances contained in chocolate beans are practically toxic to dogs. Even a creature from hell, in this regard, was no exception. Let me think, what were the symptoms again? Mucus vomiting, difficulty breathing, incontinence, diarrhea, elevated body temperature, rapid heartbeat, loss of appetite, convulsions, seizures, extreme excitement, and then death? Pyers gripped his dull-bladed short sword. He followed the fleeing hellhound deep into the roots of the flooding. The first to be struck was the stomach and heart, followed by the liver. However, the hellhound's stomach, heart, and liver are shielded by ribs harder than steel. The currently possessed dull short sword cannot penetrate these ribs. The optimal choice is to target the areas that the ribs do not cover, specifically the kidneys, which have become vulnerable due to chocolate. The answer is the kidneys. The hellhound's lower abdomen, inadequately protected by its ribs, bears the severe damage inflicted by chocolate toxins, rendering the kidneys susceptible to blows. Pyles thrust the short sword forcefully. Although the blade is dull and incapable of cutting or penetrating, it is sufficient to inflict harm upon the kidneys beneath the skin and crack. As the impact intensifies, the kidneys grow even more fragile, and the toxins become increasingly potent. The hellhound, in agony, expels the residual heat in the form of excrement, collapsing to the ground, and subsequently extending its over a meter-long tongue. Pyles completely severed the last breath of the powerless hellhound. The hellhound is not only a beast of the canine family but also a creature of the oil realm that devours the flames of hell. If it is not thoroughly slain, its vitality will linger like embers in ashes, posing a threat once more. Even extinguished flames deserve a final glance. Pyles raised the short sword, utterly extinguishing the last flicker of life within the hellhound. Bang, 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 bang. With the dull short sword, one could only strike as if beating a dog. Soon after, a remarkable occurrence unfolded. Hisses, an invisible aura flowed from the hellhound's corpse into Pyles' body. Many refer to this phenomenon as experience points, effort value, or karma, causal retribution. This mysterious and peculiar essence accumulated within, swiftly transforming into a fortification of the body. Pyles single-handedly defeated a high-ranking magical beast, a feat unimaginable to his peers, resulting in a significant enhancement of his physical prowess. The protection of the Styx River, combined with the experience gained from conquering the hellhound, rendered him even stronger. Pyles' body now appears nearly immune to toxins, magic, or other physical forces. Have my bones thickened? I seem to have grown taller as well. The short sword in his hand felt significantly lighter than before. The weight of the sword could not have suddenly diminished, indicating that his grip had strengthened. While other children of 8 or 9 struggled to wield the sword with both hands, Pyles could effortlessly swing it with a single hand. Yet, there remains a long road ahead to fully restore the strength of his former life. At this pace, I should be able to regain all my strength before the coming-of-age ceremony. Now, Pyles is only 8 years old, already at the advanced level of a swordsmanship master. The other children of the Baskerville family will not achieve such a level until after the coming-of-age ceremony. 7 years into the future, he is confident he will surpass the strength he possessed before his rebirth. If I secure first place in this practical exam, there will be rewards. Pyles gazed contentedly at the carcass of the hellhound. If he brought this still warm magical beast's body back to the family, securing first place in the practical evaluation would be assured. Although there might be complications in leaving the border area, it would merely result in the guiding knight receiving reprimands, which would actually be commendable for the examinee. An 8-year-old child daring to venture alone into a forbidden territory that even guiding dogs find daunting. Capturing a B-level magical beast is truly incredible. The expression on Egau's face could already be foreseen. Crack. Pyles grasped the tail of the hellhound and began to drag it along. The corpse of the magical beast, having its soul mortgaged to the demon realm, is affected by different gravitational and other laws in the human realm. Consequently, the hellhound's body is much heavier than it appears, but Pyles' strength far exceeds that of an ordinary 8-year-old. So this poses no issue. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Pyles continued onward. The thorny uphill path appeared to him as if it were a beautifully paved flower road. Now all he needs to do is return with the hellhound's corpse and present it to the guardian knight to secure first place in the practical evaluation. The thought of the imminent rewards brought a smile to his lips. These rewards are sumptuous treasures he had never dared to envision in his past life. Even in this era, their true worth remains unknown to many. At that moment, multiple factors caused Pyles' steps to halt. Gurgling sounds echoed from the depths of the flood. The howls emanating from the twisted roots formed into a cave grew ever closer. This is bad. Pyles temporarily set down the hellhound's corpse. He momentarily forgot that hellhounds are pack beasts. Not long after, yellow and red sulphurous flames began to ignite all around the dark waters. 11 hellhounds had encircled Pyles without his notice. However, Pyles remained unafraid, merely smiling faintly. In contrast, the hellhounds, upon seeing this smile, appeared somewhat perturbed, their bodies curling as they growled softly. Dogs recognize one another, even after experiencing a world of destruction and undergoing a rebirth. The deeply imprinted scent of blood within their souls remains unwashed away, just as the bloodied mother snake was frozen upon seeing Piles in the cradle. The hellhounds from the hostile and dark mountains did not dare to act recklessly in the presence of Piles, who exuded an unmistakable aura of killing intent. Soon after Piles spoke, "Come forth, there are plenty of beans." The blood-scented beans at his waist creaked ominously, considering that capturing a hellhound would enhance his physique. The growth potential from capturing all the hellhounds gathered here is immeasurable. Just as Piles and the hellhound pack reached a stalemate, the hellhounds suddenly tucked their tails between their legs and began to retreat. Piles was somewhat astonished. Hellhounds that reveal their fangs would never turn and flee, yet now, these hellhounds not only turned their backs but were evidently scared away, even if Piles emitted a fierce aura. He is still merely an 8-year-old child, insufficient to drive away more than 10 hellhounds. So what external factor could be responsible for their retreat? Soon, Piles learned the answer. Gurgling sounds intertwined with the boiling of saliva and sulphurous flames. The master of this area, which had caused all the hellhounds to retreat, made its appearance. 6 eyes burned in the darkness, and 3 heads emerged from the nest of the flood. Such a creature exists here. Even Piles wore a look of astonishment upon seeing this top-tier monster. Cerberus danger level, a size, 7 meters. Location discovered, 7 Peaks Ridge of the Dark Mountain Range. Alias, the Hound of Hell, indifferent to souls seeking entry into hell. It will immediately shred to pieces those attempting to escape. Residing deep within the netherworld, where all souls ultimately converge, it is regarded as the epitome of netherworld monsters. The 3-headed dog, emblematic of hell itself, has appeared. Chapter 11 Hellhound. For Iron-Blooded Swordsman, The Return. Chapter 11, 11500. Chapter 11 Hellhound. For the irritating sound emitted when bronze beasts rub against one another. Cerberus danger level, a size, 7 meters. Location discovered, 7 Peaks Ridge of the Dark Mountain Range. Alias, the Hound of Hell, indifferent to souls attempting to enter hell. It will instantly tear apart those trying to escape. Dwelling in the depths of the netherworld where all souls ultimately find their resting place, it is viewed as the pinnacle of netherworld beasts. This monster expels gas, oil, and flames from its 3 throats. It is the Hellhound Cerberus. Even the seasoned hunter Piles had only glimpsed this elite monster once before his return. One fateful day, the gates of the demon realm opened abruptly, unleashing a flood of monsters from every direction. That day heralded the onset of a prolonged calamity, during which a single Cerberus caused the deaths of hundreds chosen from the 7 great families. In the early stages of the war, as everyone was inexperienced, the losses were particularly grievous. At that time, the youngest matriarch of the Milg family, the Martial Empress Milg Camu, intervened personally to avert even greater losses. And now that very Cerberus stands before Piles. Despite facing a formidable monster that would be ineffective against 100 hellhounds attacking simultaneously, Piles remains composed. So it has come, has it? How could a creature that originally resided in the 7 Peaks Ridge have arrived here? Indeed, Cerberus was initially discovered in the highlands of the Dark Mountain Range, yet now, it has descended into this lower region, the One Department Ridge. What could possibly drive it to this place? Gurgling, this presents a rather tricky situation for Piles. There is no other option. Piles resolved to reveal all his hidden cards. There is no room to conceal the strength he possessed before his return. Fortunately, he has crossed the border, and there are no watchful eyes around. With no guiding knight in sight, there is no need to conceal his combat prowess. Boom! Piles drew his short sword, infusing it with magical energy. An aura, only achievable by those who have attained the advanced level of swordsmanship mastery, enveloped the sword's tip. A swordsmanship mastery level 1, mage level 1, swordsmanship mastery level 2, mage level 2, expert level, mage level 3, graduate level 1, mage level 4, graduate level 2, mage level 5, graduate level 3, mage level 6, swordsmanship mastery, mage level 7. This represents the general martial power formula. The tip of the 8-year-old Piles' sword blazed with an aura so dense it seemed on the verge of liquefying. This symbolizes the formidable power of the superior expert. If one were to gauge it by the standards of a mage, it would be equivalent to an astonishing level 3 prowess. Prior to his return, this was akin to the state of a 20-year-old. As Perez drew upon his magical energy, he swiftly maneuvered his hand. The short sword traced bizarre trajectories in the air, resembling sharp fangs, as if summoning 3 teeth from the ether, the third form of Basqui, a sword technique that inscribes 3 fangs and drives them into the opponent's neck. In his previous life, Perez had mastered the 4th form of Basqui, capable of conjuring 4 fangs. At that time, he wielded the magical power and aura of a graduate-level expert, a stark contrast to his current state. Yet Pyrrhus possessed another weapon, his diminutive stature and rapid agility, coupled with a body blessed and enhanced by the river of the underworld. The advantages were evident, as were the drawbacks. Pyrrhus swung his sword to create 3 fangs. Due to the childlike nature of his small and short arms, he could not manifest the 4th fang as he had in his previous life. Nevertheless, the aura, clearly extending from the sword's tip, successfully repelled the claws of the hellhound. Pyrrhus sensed something amiss. The hellhound, once a formidable foe even against the strength of his past life, could now be confronted with a frail child's body? This indicated that there was an issue on the hellhound's side as well. Indeed, Pyrrhus' keen gaze detected something. Upon closer inspection of the inner side of the hellhound's ribs, he noted a concavity. Its movements suggested several broken ribs. And near the torn fur, unmistakable arrow marks were evident. Who had inflicted such wounds? Pyrrhus let out a soft, surprised chuckle. He suddenly recalled the existence of barbarians residing on the other side of the enemy and Black Mountain. Over the years, the iron-blooded swordsman Basqui and the renowned mage Milch had suffered at the hands of these barbaric tribes. If they had been driven to this point by the savages, then it seemed the hellhound's condition was not so favorable either. Bang, clang, crash. Pyrrhus continued to gather the aura, which scattered like gas, persistently fending off the claws and teeth of the hellhound. Each clash of sword and fang resonated with a metallic crash, sending sparks flying. Roar to crack. The hellhound attempted to bite Pyrrhus with its 3 heads, but each time it failed. I am quite experienced in dealing with triplets. Indeed, the triplet Hebro, Middlebro, and Robro had drawn inspiration from the combat style of the hellhound for their swordsmanship and trident tactics. Countless practical assessments in his previous life had left Pyrrhus well acquainted with the torment inflicted by these 3 figures, rendering him familiar with their myriad of techniques. The triplets of his past were exceptionally skilled and astute, having fully mastered the hellhound's attack patterns, while Pyrrhus relied on memories of that time to counter the hellhound buzz. The first form of Basqui, the sharp fang, deflected the hellhound's teeth. Clang! The second form of Basqui, the second fang, partially embedded itself into the hellhound's neck. Thud! The third form of Basqui, the third fang, struck the second fang, driving it deeper into the hellhound's neck. Though Pyrrhus' Basqui technique resembled the ordinary Basqui style, it possessed subtle distinctions. Those who had survived the era of destruction possessed an essence that earlier generations of swordsmen could not compare to. The traditional swordsmanship theory of the peaceful era had been thoroughly reinterpreted during the era of annihilation, stripping away all unnecessary fat and impurities. The sword now moved solely with the intent to slay the opponent. Coupled with extreme practical experience, if one were to make an analogy, conventional swordsmanship resembled marbled beef, the swordsmanship of the Basqui family akin to dry chicken breast, while Pyrrhus' current swordsmanship resembled tough jerky. The essence of extremity lay in the murderous intent toward the enemy. Pyrrhus' sword bore a clear purpose. Bang! The short sword struck the hellhound's ribcage. The aura, once flowing like gas, erupted forth, eliciting a pained yell from the hellhound. Yet, being the gatekeeper of the underworld, such damage was insufficient to subdue it. Beneath the trajectory of the short sword, its claws pierced through the gaped stab. Having injured its bones, a price was to be paid. Pyrrhus' waist was fractured. However, miraculously, his body, blessed by the river of the underworld, endured the hellhound's claws. Yet the next strike would be uncertain. Pyrrhus frowned. Although his internal organs remained intact, several ribs had indeed been broken. To make matters worse, crack! The short sword could no longer withstand Pyrrhus' aura and ultimately shattered. This was dire, unpleasant, yet even in such circumstances an experienced hunter could always find the optimal route, that is, the 36 stratagems. With the most prudent strategy being to withdraw. 1 of the 36 strategies devised by the head of the Lydiaton family, the most adept in military tactics among the 7 great families, was precisely this. With a swift motion, Pyrrhus turned and exerted all his strength to push off the ground. Thus, the advantageous Cerberus gave chase. Roar! Had it not been for the massive wound on its flank, Pyrrhus would have been captured long ago. Pyrrhus silently thanked the unknown barbarian tribe across the mountain as he escaped his predicament. Soon, Pyrrhus spotted the boundary line he had crossed. Fortunately, there were no guide dogs in sight. He leapt over the barbed wire marking the border and sprinted ahead. Cerberus burst through the barbed wire and wooden stakes, 3 heads lunging toward Pyrrhus' retreating figure. Woof, woof, woof. What could be more menacing than a relentless hunting dog? Cerberus opened its jaws wide, reveling in its impending victory. The distance closed rapidly, soon to feast upon its prey's flesh and shatter its bones. Thud! Had the ground not suddenly collapsed, it would have been a different story. The ground gave way beneath the layer of hay, causing Cerberus to land atop it. Although the hellhound lost its balance upon falling into the pit, it quickly regained its footing, yet this was impossible. Thud, thud, thud! Countless spikes pierced its body from the ground. Crack! the three heads of Cerberus emitted heart-wrenching howls. The pit Pires had dug was riddled with numerous spikes, while most spikes failed to penetrate Cerberus' tough hide and broke instead. Some did indeed pierce its body, inflicting fatal wounds, particularly near the arrowhead-shaped injury on its flank. Welcome to the Cradle of Needles. Pires indulged in a moment of self-deprecation. This trap had originally been prepared to counter other magical beasts like the Hellhound when pursued. It was merely intended to slightly hinder their movements, yet now, it had yielded unexpectedly bounteous results. Trembling, Cerberus forcefully broke the spikes embedded in its flank and mouth, its entire body shaking violently. Rage burned brightly. But the cause of Cerberus' tremors was different this time. Bloodthirsty beans. Pires had soaked the boiling bloodthirsty beans in water, allowing the toxins to adhere to the tips of the spikes. Being a canine monstrosity, Cerberus absorbed the overwhelming scent of chocolate directly through its wounds. However, as a higher-tier magical creature, it did not succumb immediately. Foam bubbled from its mouth, and burning excrement fell from its rear, filling the air with a rich chocolate coffee aroma. Even so, the three heads remained resolutely fixed on Pires. Pires emptied his pockets, producing all the bloodthirsty beans he possessed. Drip, drip, crack. The beans flew toward the gaping mouths of Cerberus. Almost all the beans thrown by Pires found their way into the Hellhound's mouth. Now hindered by the spikes, consequently Cerberus' movements grew increasingly sluggish. Thud, thud. Ultimately, Cerberus completely broke several spikes embedded within, cornering Pires against the trap's edge. As the bag of bloodthirsty beans ran dry, the battered Cerberus still possessed enough strength for one final leap to seize Pires by the neck. Pires was acutely aware of this, thus he remained extra cautious. Soon, Cerberus stirred. Pires too charged forward, clutching a spike. Crack. The hunter hurled the spike through the air, grazing the body of Cerberus. It seemed to lightly embed itself into the wound on its flank but quickly fell away impotently. Had it not been for the original arrow wound, it might have even rebounded. Cerberus bared its fangs, lunging toward the unsuspecting Pires. As it envisioned the demise of this troublesome prey, its 6 eyes blazed with fervor. However, skewed, the advancing Cerberus suddenly wobbled, momentarily losing its balance. It managed to take a step forward, albeit with alarm, yet the second step also faltered, the third was no better, and by the fourth, its legs twisted in an odd direction, nearly causing it to fall. By the fifth step, it completely collapsed. The sixth step saw it barely shifting forward, and by the seventh, it lay flat on the ground. Nearly 7 steps, that was the total number of strides Cerberus took before reaching Pires. That marked its end. Clang. The three heads, frothing at the mouth, crashed heavily onto the crimson earth, never to stir again. Finally, Pires was able to lean against the cliff's edge and rest. The hidden efforts had borne fruit at last. The hunter's gaze shifted to the wooden spear he had thrown earlier. Although it had only grazed Cerberus, this spear was unlike any other. The tip bore 2 small, sharp barbs, seemingly harboring a dark aura. Even a single bite could impede one's steps by 7. The malevolence of the bloodthirsty mamba continued to flicker ominously. Chapter 12, The Gluttonous Fly. 1. The Return of the Iron-Blooded Swordmaster's Hound. Episode 12, 12500. Episode 12, The Gluttonous Fly. 1. The Limp Cerberus. Its 3 mouths and a rear emit greasy saliva and excrement simultaneously. With a hissing sound, the soul extracted from Cerberus upon its demise melded into the body of Pires. This enigmatic force, known as karmic retribution, causality, or experience points, rendered the flesh and spirit of the monster slayer more noble. Such matters are indeed troublesome. Pires attempted to move the carcass of Cerberus but soon relinquished the effort. He resolved to leave the body in situ. After all, the cause of Cerberus's death was abundantly clear, and numerous spirit-guiding hounds had witnessed Pires crafting wooden spears here. Thus, it sufficed to remove some vital organs and bury them in a concealed location. More importantly, these concerns were not paramount at present. Pires stepped over the carcass of Cerberus, gazing into the deep water pit from whence it had come. Cerberus was fundamentally a creature that protected its territory. Whether it had been driven here by barbarians or for other reasons, it was certain that a dungeon guarded by Cerberus must lie nearby. Dungeons are typically caves housing treasures, often serving as lairs for formidable high-ranking monsters. With Cerberus slain, there may now be not within. Generally speaking, monsters are attracted to potent magical auras, so the dungeon occupied by Cerberus likely harbored relics imbued with strong magical energies. In other words, Cerberus was not an ordinary beast that could inhabit any cave at random. Pires keenly utilized the unique perceptive abilities of the Baskerville's hound, vigilantly scanning the surroundings beyond the boundary. Merely being sullied with the excrement of Cerberus was sufficient to send hellhounds and other common monsters fleeing from afar. The hunter's eyes traced the parched earth, decaying leaves, damp tree roots, and the dark remnants of Cerberus's tracks and saliva navigating through withered brambles, charred tree roots, and the rotting remains of ancient trees. He soon beheld the depths of the water pit. The dungeon, a cave situated in a low-lying area amidst large mounds of earth, its location was cleverly concealed above, making it difficult to detect. This was not a creation of Cerberus, but rather a place thought to have existed long before. Of course, this site lingered in Perez's memory, destined to be discovered a decade later. However, at that time, the dungeon appeared to be empty, yet, the situation diverged now. Behind the stench of decay lay a magical essence. An inexperienced hound might easily overlook it, but Perez discerned it with acute awareness. With a crash, he shattered the desiccated mound, sliding down the slope along with the soil. Soon a dungeon composed of red earth and rock came into view. It seemed connected to the red peaks of the Crimson Mountains, with the mound revealing distinct veins of ruby. Or, entering the cavern's darkness, a deep winding passage unfolded before him, a place so dark it required groping for progress. Surprisingly, the interior of the dungeon was spacious and well lit. A relatively large stone chamber presented itself, with a fist-sized ruby protruding, emanating a dim crimson glow. The stone chamber was tinged blood-red by the ruby's light. Perez gazed at the elongated shadow cast upon the stone wall. An empty dungeon. Indeed, the chamber contained nothing. No, it was not entirely devoid of matter. At the end of Perez's elongated shadow lay a skeleton. It appeared to have been wounded by a blade, its bones fractured in multiple places. Upon closer inspection, the stone chamber, stained by the ruby's glow, was rife with dried blood. The brown, desiccated blood suggested the passage of considerable time. Before long, Perez discovered a page of notes beside the skeleton. My name is of little consequence. Let us refer to me as Cain for now. Why tarnish this pristine parchment with my name? After much contemplation, I resolved to inscribe a few lines to prevent future generations from repeating the same errors. This is an extraordinary journal. Perez continued to read the text illuminated by the crimson stains. After a while, he noted that the words were inscribed in the script passed down through the Baskerville lineage. Could this be the ancestor of the Baskervilles? It was a reasonable conjecture. This stone chamber is the ancient dungeon spoken of in our family lore, which my brother and I stumbled upon enduring countless trials before reaching this final room. It seems this dungeon once posed considerable challenges, yet now it remains but an empty cavern. The author of this note and the skeleton here were evidently twin brothers. My brother and I slew innumerable monsters to arrive here. However, the last task obtained within this stone chamber constrained our progress for a full 3 years. Perez raised his head. What could the task referred to by the author entail? This question was soon answered, for inscribed upon the stone wall pointed to by the skull was a riddle. One enters as one, yet two arrive. One exits again. This is a peculiar enigma. Perez glanced again at the notes. For this grim phrase, my brother and I had pondered for an extended period, yet considering this dungeon's legendary status within the Baskerville family, its significance was evident. Did it not imply that only one of the two could fulfill their wish and depart from this dungeon, the twin brothers who entered the dungeon, once a single entity in their mother's womb? They were separated into two upon birth. To attain their desires and leave the dungeon, they must reunite as one. In reality, the bodies of twins cannot merge again, thus they must resort to slaying one another to leave a single. Complete individual, encouraging rivalry between brothers is a tradition of the Baskerville clan. The brothers commenced a protracted struggle, culminating in the death of the younger sibling, thus ending the conflict. Then, did the brother here become Abel? Cain and Abel, the elder brother, compelled to kill his sibling for the sake of choice. Perez gazed at the skeleton on the ground, lost in thought, though there was not a whisper of wind in this stone chamber. The skeleton had nearly weathered away, yet, the contents of the notes were unexpectedly revealing. In the heat of battle, I slew my brother, and now this chamber holds but my solitary presence. Even so, the chamber remains unchanged. The notes grew increasingly frantic, the handwriting became erratic, to the point where it required meticulous interpretation to grasp its meaning. Having transformed from two into one, yet receiving nothing, with nothing received, I cannot depart. Nothing at all, nothing at all. Yet, the final passage of the notes appeared to have been written after some time had elapsed. With the script returning to neatness, I shall cease to waste time and depart from here. Should any brave descendants find this place in the future, I wish to advise them, leave immediately. This lair of demons will only beguile the heart, leaving one with naught. Ultimately, the intent of the notes was unmistakable. Despite overcoming all obstacles to arrive here, it was for naught. Simultaneously, it cautioned future seekers against squandering their efforts and to retrace their steps. However, Perez's thoughts diverged. I am not a twin, even if Perez were not a twin. The essence of the task remained valid. This implies that Cain and Abel misinterpreted the riddle's content. Point 1 enters as 1, yet 2 arrive. 1 must transform back into 1 to exit. Baskerville gazed toward the darkened cavern behind him. The pitch-black entrance loomed like a gaping maw, watching Perez intently. Before him lay the blood-stained stone chamber. Soon, Perez turned to look at the skeleton. The end of the skeleton was his own shadow. The shadow, I see now. Perez clenched his fist, then he struck the enormous ruby mineral that illuminated the stone chamber with his fist. Crash! As the ruby shattered, the feeble magical essence contained within dissipated. The chamber was plunged into darkness. Suddenly a rumble ensued. The stone wall on one side of the chamber collapsed. That wall was astonishingly thick, measuring several meters across. Its grand scale suggested it was anything but a mere door. Perez nodded. The riddle was, in fact, rather simple. The shadow. When entering, the shadow was a singular entity in the dark passage, yet upon entering the chamber illuminated by the ruby, the shadow would separate. When the ruby was removed and complete darkness enveloped, the shadow would return to the body. Only then would the final phase of the chamber unlock. Perez cautiously advanced, feeling his way forward. Fortunately, the space beyond the stone wall was a flat, straight path, devoid of further traps. Those writhing monsters had long since been dispatched by Cain and Abel, leaving only the confirmation of the dungeon's rewards. Before long, Perez's fingers brushed against something cold. It was the hilt of a sword. The sword was vertically embedded in the rock, its surface inscribed with words. Perez traced the letters with his fingers, reading aloud, "Only the bloodline of the Baskerville family may draw forth this sword." The text mentioned the surname Baskerville and the name of the sword. The moment he learned the name of the sword, an overwhelming sense of shock surged through him like a thunderclap. This was the relic discovered here. Chapter 13, The Gluttonous Fly. 2. The Return of the Iron-Blooded Swordmaster's Hound. Episode 13, 13500. Episode 13, The Gluttonous Fly. 2. Only the bloodline of the Baskerville family may draw forth this sword. Beelzebub. The text alludes to the surname Basque and the name of the sword. Are these the relics discovered here? By the faint light emitted from the shattered ruby fragments, Pearls groped for the shape of the sword. The hilt bore 3 beads, rounded and slightly red, resembling rubies, while the blade protruded, appearing as a slender, conical sword. A flickering green glow shone near the rough hilt, its shape reminiscent of a massive fly. Pearls recognized the identity of this relic. In his previous life, during his childhood, he had encountered an illustration in a mythological book titled The Gluttonous Fly. Beelzebub. To explain the origins of this sword would require considerable time. In summary, in the distant ancient myths, there once existed an unprecedented horde of colossal beasts that ravaged this continent, known as the 7 Great Calamities, the Demon Seats. At that time, humanity across the continent united to vanquish these demon seats. The remains of these 7 demon seats, both in material and conceptual forms, lingered in the present world. Although they could no longer interfere with causality, they retained a fraction of their former power. One of these relics is this sword. Beelzebub, accustomed to enduring a week of starvation only to consume everything in a single meal during his previous life, Pearls had often survived solely on water for a month while engaged in warfare. After such rigorous training, his stomach would generally not protest. Even in the body of a child reincarnated, he should not lack self-control. Gurgle. Once again, his stomach twisted as if in struggle. Pearls realized that this extreme hunger was not a normal phenomenon. Was it yearning for something? Indeed, it was. The sound of Beelzebub buzzing like a fly flapping its wings approached Pearls. Sniff, sniff. His sense of smell seemed to sharpen as a tantalizing aroma wafted from somewhere. It was the scent of magic. A mouth-watering fragrance subtly drifted from beyond the dungeon. Pearls crawled out of the dungeon, burrowing into the root den of the rodent infestation. As he neared the boundary area, the scent intensified the closer he got to the original location. The first sight was the corpse of a hellhound. Before Beelzebub had even been summoned, its fangs were already bared. Ordinarily, a hellhound that revealed its fangs without its master's command would be punished. Yet Pearls made an exception this time, for the hunger it shared with Beelzebub was overwhelmingly potent. It seems it hasn't eaten in quite a while. The rock where Beelzebub resided and the surrounding soil had withered and twisted. Could it be that the entire charred mountain had dried up and perished due to this frantically ravenous Beelzebub? How much food would be required to satiate its gluttony? Pearls shook his head. Dismissing such thoughts, the power Beelzebub possessed was sufficient to bear such a cost. Soon after, the Beelzebub known to Pearls began to exhibit its strength. Gurgled, 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 gurgled. The corpse of the hellhound impaled by Beelzebub's spikes began to drain blood at an astonishing pace. Blood and viscera flowed through Beelzebub's spines into Pearls' body. His famished gut was filled with the twisted entrails gradually realigned. Flicker. Pearls witnessed one of Beelzebub's 3 eyes glow with an unusual brightness. A skill has been acquired. Indeed, Pearl's intuition was correct. The gluttonous fly Beelzebub possessed the power to seize the characteristics and strengths of others in its former life. Its absorption range was nearly limitless. With countless individuals having their lifelong efforts stolen by Beelzebub, rendered powerless and inept. Unfortunately, being merely a relic, it lacks such influence, capable only of acquiring 3 skills from others through absorbing the blood of the Hellhound. Pearl's Beelzebub gained a skill: Gluttonous Fly Beelzebub Spike 1 slot, Bleeding, Hemorrhage, Hellhound, B 2 slot, None a 3 slot, None. This ability manifests solely at Pearl's will. Those pierced by this spike will experience the lethal force of the Hellhound. Even minor wounds that typically would not bleed will inevitably bleed over time, lasting longer than ordinary wounds. On the other hand, squeak 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 squeak, Beelzebub continued to consume until the Hellhound's corpse had nearly become a mummy. Although it had long since acquired the skill, it seemed merely to be insatiably hungry. Pearls also felt a relief in his hunger's gurgle, yet, even so, hunger persisted. The alluring aroma he caught a whiff of still drifted from afar. Pearl swiftly departed from the rodent-infested area. Before long, the familiar boundary line came into view, the cradle. He could see the space where the children of the Basque family underwent their trials, silently crossing the boundary line. He spotted the hole he had dug beneath the distant rock. Fortunately, the guiding spirit dog had yet to notice. After all, despite being referred to as the cradle, the area was quite vast. It was improbable for the guiding spirit dog to monitor every corner of the testing grounds. Moreover, since Pearls had remained in the hole for an extended period, he had certainly been classified as a safe monitoring subject, and vigilance would naturally wane. Pearls crossed the boundary line, arriving at his hiding place. Brushing aside the covering of dirt and fallen leaves, soon a tantalizing chunk of meat was revealed. Cerberus, it lay there, maintaining the form it had in death. Buzz 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 buzz. Beelzebub, enticed by the greasy aroma of the meat, was ecstatic. The sound of its wings flapping grew louder. Before long, Beelzebub plunged its spike into Cerberus' corpse, ravenously consuming the flesh and entrails. However, Pearls intervened. Note, this is evidence for the skill assessment. If too much damage occurs, it will be difficult to explain during the subsequent autopsy, but Beelzebub paid no heed, thrusting its mouth directly inside. Pearl's expression turned fierce. No, with a sharp clap against his own hand, he struck the back of his hand. Hitting his own hand would undoubtedly hurt. If Pearls felt pain, so too would Beelzebub squeak. It was then that Pearls noticed the fangs had been extracted from the corpse of the Hellhound. He confirmed the fresh blood and newfound power flowing through the arteries on his wrist. Gluttonous Fly Pearls Fawn 1 slot, Burn, Fire Damage, Hellhound, A 2 slot, Bleeding, Hellhound, B 3 slot, Rapid Regeneration, Norwegian Rat. F. Was it because the Hellhound was more formidable? The first slot was occupied by the blood of the Hellhound, the second slot was pushed to the Hellhound. Strikingly, the third slot contained the blood of the Norwegian rat. It appeared that beneath the corpse of the Hellhound lay scattered remains of Norwegian rat bones and fur. Capturing stronger magical creatures seemed to allow for the deletion of previous skills. Pearls observed the artery on his wrist, through which the blood of the Norwegian rat flowed, appeared particularly shriveled, and he could not help but chuckle. Rather than leaving a slot empty, having something within it was preferable, so Pearls decided to leave it as is. More importantly, acquiring the Hellhound's burn skill was a tremendous boon. Now, anyone pierced by this obsidian fawn would endure the scorching flames of Hellhound's world fire. A burn that would never heal naturally. Once struck, one would have to endure the searing pain until death, considering that the agony of burning is one of the most excruciating experiences a human can endure. This skill was even more fearsome than the bleeding skill of the Hellhound. Well then, now that he had obtained all that this mountain could offer, there was little left to do. He would await the conclusion of the practical assessment. Hand over the corpse of the Hellhound to the lead hounds, and thus conclude with a top evaluation. Moreover, Pearls might receive a reward for this. Pearls closed his eyes, inspecting his physical condition. As a magician, he had accumulated an equivalent of level 4 magical power. The number of Basque-style fangs he could carve with his blade was 3. No, perhaps now it was 4. He had reached the pinnacle level of swordsmanship mastery. Nearing the level of a graduate. If conservatively estimated, it is the highest level of swordsmanship mastery. If generously estimated, it is the level of a novice graduate. However, in actual combat, his performance would typically be half a level lower than his actual skill. Thus he should still be regarded as a swordsmanship master. In his previous life, no matter how much magical power he possessed or how rich his combat experience, due to the limitations of swordsmanship, he could not carve more than 4 fangs. By the way, the current Hegao could carve 7 fangs, while the pre-return Hegao could carve 9 fangs. Basque's 9 techniques, this was a swordsmanship style passed only to the direct descendants of the family. The legitimate heir and their supporting illegitimate sons, the 4 techniques Pearls learned were incomparable, representing an extremely sophisticated and refined swordsmanship, but the situation was different now. 10 techniques. Basque's 10 techniques. 10 fangs, this was the ultimate realm that no Basque in the present world could reach. It was the legendary swordsmanship manual imparted by the founding patriarch, encompassing the experiences of subjugating one of the ancient 7 calamities. Pearls was aware of the location of this treasure. It does not require a long journey. It lay nearby, decaying amidst those common miscellaneous books, who would bestow it upon him, the head of the Basque family, Hagao Le Basque. He would personally present it to Pearls. He could hardly fathom the value of this tome. Chapter 14, Solitary Feast. 1. The Return of the Iron-Blooded Sword Family Hounds. Chapter 14, 14500. The practical assessment has concluded, and the hounds are now receiving their accolades. Typically, the hounds are rewarded with chunks of meat or offal for their successful hunts. Distributed according to their ranks, the children of the Baskerville family are no exception. During the practical assessment, they crafted shields, swords, necklaces, and other trophies from the remnants of the magical beasts they captured through this experience. These young hounds have matured significantly both physically and mentally. After the tense competition, the anxiety dissipated once the ranks were confirmed, replaced by an even stronger camaraderie among the children, perhaps due to their prolonged exposure to extreme situations. A remarkable brotherhood blossomed within the class. Of course, some rivalries persisted, yet most grievances were resolved during the practical assessment or quietly faded away, resulting in an absence of internal discord within the class. Thus, in the aftermath of the practical assessment, the Baskerville family enjoyed a few days of such a relaxed atmosphere each year. In the family head's chamber, the patriarch, Hagao Baskerville, was listening to the report from Butler Belimer, who captured what, for a master swordsman, doubting one's own physical prowess is nearly impossible. Yet at this moment, Hagao found himself questioning the reliability of his own ears. Butler Belimer excitedly read the report once more. Piles van Baskerville from the 8th grade class unexpectedly crossed the boundary into the forbidden area during the practical assessment, successfully hunting the A-ranked magical beast, the Cerberus. Even upon hearing the report a second time, the excitement remained palpable. An 8-year-old child had ventured into a forbidden zone and returned alive. Merely obtaining testimony about the terrain and ecosystem outside the forbidden area or mapping it would have been a significant achievement. However, this unprecedented 8-year-old not only survived the depths of hell but also captured the Cerberus. The Cerberus was a formidable magical beast that even the family's guardian knights found challenging. Hagao stroked his beard in disbelief, yet the subsequent detailed report was even more outrageous. Hagao picked up the report again, donned his reading glasses, and read, "Lured the Cerberus into a trap and then pierced it with a spear? Does that seem plausible to you? It had already been injured by barbarians, and the spear was coated with poison. My lord, even if it was wounded, what kind of poison could kill a Cerberus? Where did he procure such poison? There are no other records in the hunting log." I intended to ask the young master, but he was too exhausted and went straight back to the dormitory. After Butler Belimer's words, Hagao paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. This boy has already learned to conceal information. Knowledge is power, and power equates to value. One must enhance and safeguard their own worth. Hagao's gaze returned to the report. Not only did Piles not immediately boast about the poison used to capture the Cerberus, but he also chose to bury the body until the assessment concluded, which was commendable. Butler Belimer held deep admiration for this. The young master's patience is indeed remarkable. If I had captured a Cerberus at 8, I would have immediately handed it over to the guardian knights, merely seeking praise and attention. Then he would become like the old Santiago. The old man mentioned by Hagao was a fisherman from ancient legend, who caught a gigantic monster fish in the open sea but lost all the flesh to a school of sharks while dragging it back onto his boat, ultimately returning with only the massive bones. Had Piles paraded around with the Cerberus's enormous corpse, he would have become a target for many brothers. Not only would his achievement be seized, but he might even face harm. Hearing Hagao's words, Butler Belimer once again felt the cold family ethos of the Baskervilles. To be honest, I am quite astonished. I never expected such talent to emerge from the Van lineage. Butler, you misunderstand. I do not place as much importance on bloodlines as the previous family heads. Regardless of how noble the lineage, there are bound to be failures. Conversely, even those of humble origins can excel, whether born of royal women or courtesans. I treat them all equally, as long as they possess sufficient talent and determination. Hagao murmured softly, his gaze drifting toward the distant tower outside the window. The second son. Butler Belimer perceived that Hagao was contemplating his second son, who was currently sequestered at the tower's summit for training. Even those of excellent bloodlines can be ineffectual, you understand? My apologies. He Gao waved his hand dismissively, and not at all worrying over a foolish son only brings misfortune. Nonetheless, a change of mood is necessary. His gaze shifted from the window back to the report. Understanding his master's intent, Butler Bullimer nodded slightly. I will summon young Master Piles. Piles appeared before He Gao a few hours later. He Gao still had not dealt with the head and tail of the fish. Having only extracted the relevant portions pertaining to the body. How did you capture the Cerberus? I coated the spear with chocolate and then caught it. Piles was straightforward, direct, and succinct in his responses. The conversation between He Gao and Piles was devoid of any superfluous words. A flicker of interest crossed He Gao's eyes. Chocolate, you say? For canine magical beasts, chocolate is poison. So that's why you asked for chocolate last time? Yes, Piles replied briefly. He Gao pondered for a moment before speaking again. If this is true, then the value of this information is considerable. It will prove immensely useful in combating canine magical beasts. Whether to enhance expedition results or trade with the Intelligence Guild, it will yield great benefits. I believe so too. Faced with Piles's calm response, He Gao's lips curled into a faint smile. It has come to my attention that you did not provide an accurate account regarding the slaying of the Cerberus when questioned by the butler. Indeed, because that was not my master. Yes. So, who is your master? In response to He Gao's inquiry, Piles answered once more with composure. I am a member of the family, so the head of the family is my master. Is he not? Upon hearing this, He Gao finally nodded, a satisfied smile breaking across his face. Well said. As a reward, the corpse of the magical beast you captured will belong entirely to you, the Arank Cerberus. Its body is worth a fortune, its teeth and claws can be crafted into weapons, while its innards and flesh serve as supplements, and its bones and hide can be fashioned into armor. Not a single part of a high-ranking magical beast's body should go to waste. This is a tremendous reward. Moreover, He Gao bestowed upon Piles another reward, having excelled in both the written and practical assessments. The family holds great expectations for you. Speak your wishes. Have you not already awarded me the Cerberus's body? That was my thought. I wish to hear your thoughts. Piles's eyes widened in surprise at He Gao's words. He had never asked the children for their opinions before. With the hounds, one merely issues commands. Who would inquire about a dog's thoughts? However, such a deviation was welcome at any time, believing that matters would become easier. Piles expressed his desire. I wish to visit the Library of Infinite Forms. Upon hearing this, He Gao's eyes narrowed. The Library of Infinite Forms lay deep within the Baskerville family castle, a vast library rivaling that of the Milk family. One of the largest in the world. He Gao stroked his chin, lost in brief contemplation. This was a rarity for him. The Library of Infinite Forms, you say? Only the family head, the deputy head, and direct descendants are permitted entry. Are you feigning ignorance? Upon hearing this, Piles's eyes widened in astonishment. He was completely unaware. In truth, he did not know. I had no opportunity to enter the library in my previous life, so I was unaware. Education, swordsmanship, and other knowledge were sufficiently imparted through the family's internal courses. He was content with the status quo and had no desire to learn more. This was the virtue of a dog. He had been trained to be this way. I do not know. If it is not permitted, I shall give up. Piles hastily took a step back. It matters not. He could always sneak in under the cover of night. However, matters resolved themselves more easily than anticipated. You may enter. He Gao's decision came swiftly before Piles could express his astonishment. He Gao continued, time cannot be granted excessively. Is 10 days sufficient? 1 day will suffice. There was no need to arouse He Gao's suspicion by lingering in the library for too long. He Gao regarded Piles with a slight smile. What can one read in a day? I wish to learn more about the history of the family. As a Baskerville, though it was merely a casual remark, He Gao seemed quite pleased with Piles's response. Family history, you say? Excellent. Cultivating pride through the study of the family's illustrious past is indeed a commendable pursuit. The mention of an unspoken pride lingered in the air. Indeed, He Gao took it upon himself to personally recommend several books to Piles, within the deeper recesses of the Wanzhuan Library, on a shelf situated in the middle of the 6th control zone. Lay the swordsmanship manual known as the Basque 6 Styles. You might consider perusing it. Upon hearing this, Piles doubted the reliability of his own ears. The illustrious He Gao had audaciously suggested a swordsmanship manual? Surpassing the limit that could elevate one to the 4th style, it was, astonishingly, the 6th style, the Basque 6 Styles. This martial discipline enabled its practitioners to manifest 6 teeth, a privilege reserved solely for the upper echelon and direct descendants of the family. He Gao now permitted Piles to engage with it, albeit for a fleeting moment, considering that He Gao currently possessed 7 teeth, whereas he had once wielded 9 prior to his return. Such an allowance was indeed extraordinary. In contrast to the fourth style that Piles had studied before his return, the sixth style represented an entirely different echelon of advanced swordsmanship. However, for Piles, who harbored ulterior motives, this bore little significance. Just the sixth style, he mused, should others have overheard this thought, they would surely be astounded, yet, Piles was not so foolish as to reveal his sentiments. Thank you, I shall read diligently and strive to meet your expectations. He expressed, bowing in gratitude to Hagao. On the surface, it appeared to be an impeccable display of humility and respect. Had Hagao been privy to the machinations concealed within Piles' heart, he might have gone so far as to incinerate every tome in the Wanzhuan library to thwart him. Convinced that all matters were settled, Hagao casually turned away. After Piles received permission to access the Wanzhuan library, he respectfully bid farewell to the head of the family and then proceeded directly toward what could be considered the most invaluable treasure within the entire Basque lineage. Chapter 15, Solitude, 2, The Return of the Iron-Blooded Swordmaster Hound. Episode 15, 15500. The Wanzhuan Library, nestled deep within the Basque family castle, stands as a colossal repository, its scale unparalleled across the empire. It was, after all, my first time entering personally. Piles passed through the entrance guarded by several night sentinels, stepping into the restricted area. Presenting the pass personally signed by Hagao, he faced no opposition. Some knights even greeted him with smiles and salutes. Before long, Piles found himself before the passage leading to the depths of the Wanzhuan library. The library resembled the gullet of a colossal creature hewn from black rock. Deep and distant, the shelves, densely packed with tomes, loomed over Piles like gigantic teeth. He needed to hasten. Always solitary, he began to converse with himself. As he contemplated the time remaining, he commenced his search within the library, despite his inner urgency. His steps and gaze moved slowly. The distinct aura of aged books, the scent of ink and dust, surrounded him, yet it failed to provide him warmth. Books detailing the techniques of wielding cold weapons, methods for calculating the quickest path to slay an enemy, and theories on efficient and logically sound killing strategies were meticulously arranged in the library. Within the annals of Basque history, countless past swordsmen had left behind their theories, engaging in silent discourse here. Was that the reason? Rather than stepping into a library, it felt more akin to traversing a corridor of a prison housing merciless assassins. The swordsmanship manuals, aligned like teeth, cast piercing glances toward him. Piles had long since grown accustomed to this. The sound of his footsteps echoed, sinking into the depths of the corridor. The further he ventured into the library, the more ancient texts he encountered. The cutting incisor swordsmanship, the crushed molar swordsmanship, the piercing canine swordsmanship, the double embedded wisdom tooth swordsmanship, the reclining wisdom tooth swordsmanship, familiar manuals of swordsmanship, or those he yearned to learn in his past life. Alongside advanced manuals he had never dared to imagine, were neatly aligned like teeth. To prevent theft or unauthorized perusal, locks were securely fastened, typically collateral relatives or illegitimate offspring, regardless of their magical prowess or extensive combat experience. Found it exceedingly difficult to learn swordsmanship beyond the fourth style. Direct descendants could at least grasp the fifth style, while the elite among them could master the sixth style. The family leader and deputy could command the seventh style. Hagao Basque currently wielded the Basque 7 styles, his 7 teeth rendering him one of the continent's most formidable swordsmen, a master of swordsmanship. As a recognized great mage, he stood as a rival to the head of the Milch family, suggesting that his martial prowess was equally formidable. Soon after, Piles halted his steps. Within this expansive library, locating each tome was akin to navigating a sea of books. In one particular corner, he spotted the volume that Hagao had discreetly indicated to him. The precious tome was ensconced within a shelf secured by several locks. Using the key bestowed by Hagao, he swiftly accessed the concealed book. Basque 6 styles, the double embedded wisdom tooth, the sixth style. An esteemed martial discipline he had never dared to dream of in his past life, was documented within this tome. Piles grasped it, meticulously flipping through its pages. The configurations of teeth, delineated according to the trajectory of a blade. Elucidated methods of cutting, piercing, defending, crushing, cutting, and crushing. This manual discussed the art of depicting 6 teeth. Naturally, Hagao surely believed that the 8-year-old Piles could not possibly memorize them in a single day. Thus, with a blend of goodwill and condescension, he permitted Piles to peruse this manual of the sixth style. However, Piles was a seasoned swordsman who had lived for 40 years on the battlefield, an elite who had survived the era of devastation. The epitome of Basque. He had, of course, fully mastered the theoretical aspects of swordsmanship from the first to the fourth style. He could even independently deduce and establish theories for the fifth style. which he had never formally studied. He had accumulated an exquisite level of proficiency within the realm of the fourth style, yet remained stagnant due to his ignorance of further principles. He yearned for the formula to elevate his status. Thus it dawned upon him to manifest the fourth tooth, it was necessary to alter the flow of magical energy. This was the reason he had been unable to draw the fifth tooth. Piles finally experienced a moment of clarity. Like a sponge absorbing water, he comprehended and retained the theoretical underpinnings of the sixth style in a mere 3 hours. Of course, this was facilitated by nearly 2 decades of experience amassed while residing at the fourth style stage. With a snap, he concluded his recitation of the book's contents and promptly closed it. Although discovering the transition from the fourth to the fifth and sixth styles was splendid, the truth was that his purpose for visiting today was not this. Piles retraced his steps back to the entrance of the Wanjuan Library. This space was accessible to the nightly guards and the servants tidying the library. Oh, young master, why are you out again? Did you forget something? We can fetch it for you. If you're hungry, would you like something to eat? The servants inquired kindly. In their gazes, one could perceive a subtle reverence and trepidation. Evidently news of the recent practical evaluation had spread. However, Piles shook his head. I've seen all that I needed. The servants and nightly guards were taken aback upon hearing this. You're leaving so soon? Why not take another look? There's still time, though they did not voice it. Their sentiments of regret were palpable. Indeed, abandoning the treasured swordsmanship manuals nestled deep within the Wanjuan Library and emerging after merely a few hours was perplexing. For some, these invaluable texts were worth any cost to peruse. Rendering their sense of regret understandable. In his previous life, Piles would have felt the same, yet he appeared remarkably composed. I'm just going to glance at some other books before I leave. You needn't concern yourselves with me. Please continue with your tasks. Simultaneously, Piles made his way toward the area housing miscellaneous books, the shallowest level of the Wanjuan Library. A few observing knights began to whisper among themselves upon witnessing Piles' actions. If it were me, I would have prioritized examining those deeply hidden swordsmanship manuals, memorizing them with fervor. Could he still be too young to comprehend their worth? He'll surely regret this decision when he grows older. I ought to report this to the elders, advising him not to squander time on these trifling tomes. However, had they glimpsed the expression on Piles' face at that moment, they would have refrained from such casual discussions. With a resolute demeanor, Piles sifted through the miscellaneous books. In an overlooked corner, a shelf thick with dust displayed a haphazard arrangement of volumes. Piles meticulously and deliberately searched. Ultimately, after several hours, he uncovered what he sought. In a corner of the shelf, an old book was positioned, easily visible yet often disregarded by all. It was dust-laden and appeared to lack any preservation magic. Piles stood there for a considerable time, staring intently at the book's title, The Lurking Eagle. This was a fundamental book that even the children of the Basque family would not deign to examine. Classified as a swordsmanship manual, its true value was unbeknownst to the present world. Only Piles, who had endured the era of annihilation, recognized its significance. He understood that this book could be considered the most treasured artifact of the Basque family. With a creak, Piles extracted the book. It seemed to have remained undisturbed on the shelf for an eternity, initially resisting his efforts to withdraw it. After moving a few volumes that obstructed its path, he finally managed to pull it free, revealing it to the world. The Lurking Eagle. With triumphant acquisition, Piles carefully brushed away the dust with his hand. He then opened the pages. The sound of rapidly turning pages filled the air. Soon enough, the reason for classifying this book as a mere collection of miscellaneous writings became apparent. The pages were torn, resembling a mouth missing several teeth, leaving the edges jagged and uneven. The significant pages bore conspicuous signs of damage, rendering the content disjointed and incoherent. Consequently, no one could comprehend the essence of this book, and it was relegated to the status of useless drivel. However, I know Piles, for only he holds the knowledge of what the torn pages once contained. Recalling the past, the memories of the operation to recover the torn pages or the mission to restore the missing teeth remained vividly etched in his mind. It was during that period, traversing countless obstacles, that the hound known as Piles Basque tirelessly gathered the scattered torn pages. Chapter 16, Solitude. 3. The Return of the Iron-Blooded Swordmaster Hound. Chapter 16, 16500. The Tale of Solitude. 3. Began by chance. Before his return, Piles's hunting group stumbled upon a peculiar artifact while navigating the dungeon situated at the border of enemy territory and the Black Mountain. It was a fragment of a swordsmanship manual, merely a torn page. Piles sensed the extraordinary nature of the content inscribed upon it and committed it to memory. Shortly thereafter, upon presenting the paper, He Gao immediately recognized its exceptional significance. He Gao scoured the vast library of myriad volumes and eventually identified the book containing the information on that page. The tome was none other than The Eagle of Ambush, a swordsmanship manual that had been discovered not in the prestigious upper echelons of martial arts but rather in the neglected depths of miscellaneous texts. The sudden revelation of this sword technique ignited fervor within the entire Basque family. This swordsmanship embodies the very essence of our Basque lineage, He Gao extolled. At first glance, the technique appeared unremarkable. Yet when supplemented with the lost pages, the entire system of swordsmanship was re-established. What seemed purely defensive now erupted into a sudden onslaught, targeting the enemy's vital points, inflicting suffering until death. This was clearly a technique authored by an unnamed ancestor of the Basque way. Illustrating a method to depict 10 teeth, the Basque 10 techniques. Even He Gao, who had achieved the rank of sword saint with merely 7 techniques, could not remain unmoved, although Pilus had retrieved the initial portions of the lost manuscript. The manual remained incomplete. There were still more pages missing from the latter half. In total, there were 7 torn pages. Aside from the one Pilus had located, the whereabouts of the other 6 remained a mystery. Subsequently, He Gao dedicated considerable time and resources to collect the torn pages of The Eagle of Ambush. The pursuit by the Basque family was relentless, after extensive efforts and substantial financial investment. He Gao ultimately discovered that these pages were hidden in various corners of the territories held by the 7 noble families supporting the empire. Naturally, He Gao began to recover them one by one. Initiating what became known as the operation to recover the torn pages or the mission to restore the missing teeth. Whenever Pilus reflected upon these memories, he shook his head, the metallic scent of blood lingering in his nostrils. What a long and arduous campaign it was. He Gao unleashed the hounds to reclaim the pages, regardless of whether other families were aware of the existence of the torn pages. Their resistance was fierce. For them, this was entirely justified. The intrusion of the Basque hounds into their territory was an unwelcome affront. The Basque family effectively declared war on nearly all other families throughout this tumultuous period. Countless Basque hounds vanished, childhood companions and brothers fell away at an astonishing rate. In the dining hall, familiar faces from the previous day had inexplicably disappeared. Vacant spaces were filled with new arrivals, only to be displaced once more amidst the countless battles. The unwavering presence of the Eternal Tooth was Pilus himself. He transformed into a frenzied, one-eyed black hound of war. Ultimately, he gathered all 7 lost pages and presented them to his master. A few fingers and toes, a pair of ears, the horrific burns and wounds covering his body, along with the loss of his brothers, this was the simple and straightforward recompense for all his sacrifices. Well done, He Gao praised. Why had he believed this was sufficient at that time? What a foolish life it was. Pilus clenched his teeth. In the time before his return, He Gao had exploited all that Pilus and the other hounds provided for his own benefit and that of his 2 sons. Thus, He Gao's prowess advanced from the 7th to the 9th technique, achieving the pinnacle of honor for the iron-blooded swordmaster Basque, all built upon the blood and corpses of the hounds. Such a life would never be repeated. Pilus closed his eyes, revisiting the pages in his mind. The content recorded on the lost pages was entirely retained within Pilus's memory. Nevertheless, the reason Pilus could not transcend the 4th technique before his return was that he was unaware of the original content. The fragments of memory he possessed were sparse, limited to just 7 pages. Without knowledge of the original text, these fragments were of no practical use. But now, circumstances had changed. In his possession lay the original text of the Blade of Ambush swordsmanship. Although the 7 pages were torn, the missing content remained intact within Pilus's mind. After enduring through layers of entrapment, sometimes having to commit everything to memory due to the inability to preserve the pages intact, those experiences now bore fruit. Soon, Pilus began to study the book. The initiation of the 10 techniques bore a connection to the first technique. The first trajectory upon drawing the sword revealed its aggressive nature. And from that moment, all sword paths carried inherent limitations. Indeed, if an ignorant individual were to peruse this book, they would merely perceive it as nonsensical ramblings. 10 techniques. How could that possibly make sense? Yet, when the content of the torn pages was filled in, those seemingly absurd notions transformed into puzzle pieces constituting a magnificent tapestry, confirming that the gaze of those around had entirely dissipated. Pilus began to move his body in accordance with the teachings of the book, the 4 techniques he had honed to perfection before his return. The subsequent narrative officially commenced. This book elucidated how to manifest the 5th tooth, how to forge the 6th tooth, the dangers of the 7th tooth, when the 8th tooth could be displayed, whether the 9th tooth truly existed, and what the 10th tooth represented, though he currently inhabited the body of an 8-year-old child. Lacking sufficient magical power and physical maturity, he firmly believed that one day he would be able to replicate it all. 15 years old, before that, I shall restore all the power I had prior to my return. Of course, this was far from the conclusion. Thereafter, he would surpass the fifth technique he had been unable to attain before his return, reaching the sixth and seventh techniques, the days of being overshadowed, bullied, and disregarded by direct relatives, despite possessing an aura befitting a senior graduate, would never be repeated. First, I must memorize all the content within the book. Once memorization was completed, this book would vanish from the world forever. Thus, Higau's discovery of this book would never come to pass, nor would he be able to forge the ninth tooth. For an 8-year-old child, this would serve as a rather gratifying form of revenge. Would it not? Pylus chuckled dryly. He still had at least 12 hours to remain in the vast library. For a child of the iron-blooded swordmaster, memorizing this thin volume within that time frame was not a daunting task. Half a day later, Pylus remained oblivious to what he would ultimately become, continuing to peruse the book. More precisely, approximately 10 hours and 50 minutes later, with a whoosh, a small fire broke out in the shallowest section of the vast library. Where the miscellaneous texts were gathered, there were no injuries. No fatalities, the only loss was the destruction of a single miscellaneous book. Even the servants could easily conceal such a trivial incident from the past. Chapter 17, Solitude, 4, The Return of the Iron-Blooded Swordmaster Hound. Chapter 17, 17500, The Tale of Solitude, 4, concluded with the words, "It is done." Pylus closed the book. He had memorized its contents word for word. So engrossed was he in recitation that he could recite it fluently even with his eyes closed, capable of even reciting it backward with ease. Then, the results manifested immediately. Whoosh, puff, rustle. Pylus raised his handblade in accordance with the teachings of the book. Tracing the sword's momentum in the air, the first tooth was vividly depicted, following closely were the second and third teeth. These were indeed achievable for an 8-year-old body. Crack. Then, the fourth tooth was illustrated. This was the fourth technique of Basque he had frequently employed before his return. However, snap, Pylus's hand continued to transcend the fourth technique of Basque, once more sketching a sharper trajectory, the fifth tooth. Although it was smaller and duller than the previous ones, it was unmistakably the fifth tooth, the fifth technique of Basque. This was the outcome of Pylus's hand, though unsteady, successfully manifesting itself. It was simply unbelievable. Pylus repeatedly attempted the gestures he had just executed, and each time, he succeeded. Though the trajectory of the sword was not fully realized due to his small hands and short arms, he could indeed feel it. The fifth tooth was emerging. Was there a knife here? If only there were a knife at this moment, he would undoubtedly infuse it with magical energy to test it out, yet, it was impossible for there to be a knife in the storage cabinet. Let alone extracting the dormant Balzeb from his wrist artery. That was an absolute no-go. However, regardless of the circumstances, he was so elated that he felt on the verge of tears. A surge of warmth coursed through him. Akin to a kick in the throat, Pylus desperately endeavored to calm his excited heart. As long as my magical power keeps pace, I will undoubtedly surpass the realms of my former life. In terms of swordsmanship alone, he has attained a level of skill that surpasses that of his previous life, exhibiting a greater strength and elegance. His capabilities are not limited to merely 5 forms. He can even enhance them to 10, with endless possibilities for the future. With his eyes closed, Pyrrhus confirmed the magical energy coursing within him, within the magically expanded reservoir blessed by the river of Hades. His magical power continued to accumulate steadily. Although it was impossible to ascertain his exact realm, there was no doubt that this newfound understanding had elevated Pyrrhus to a higher level of mastery. Graduates, he mused, having ascended from the rank of swordmaster to that of a novice graduate, the distinction between a graduate capable of manifesting liquid spiritual energy at the tip of their sword and a swordmaster is profound. A graduate can envelop the entire blade with spiritual energy, characterized by its high density and fluid adaptability. When a graduate's liquid spiritual energy sword clashed with a swordmaster's gaseous spiritual energy sword, the outcome was as clear-cut as the collision of steam and waters. Graduates possess physical abilities that transcend human limits, rendering them formidable weapons of battle. Their numbers not only reflect the status of their families but also symbolize the military strength of the empire. Pyrrhus reached this level before the age of 30 upon his return, yet now, after his return, he is only 8 years old. This represents a monumental advancement that many swordsmen could only dream of achieving in a lifetime. By the standards of wizards, it might equate to the level of a fourth circle master. Undoubtedly, within the Bascavi family, few have accomplished such feats at this age in nearly a century. Moreover, the atmosphere surrounding swordsmanship has completely transformed. The style of swordplay Pires previously employed was the piercing fangs technique, a fundamental skill shared among the Baskerville family hounds. This technique comprises 4 forms, through which Pires has traversed countless life and death thresholds. However, the piercing fangs style also carries significant risks. While it allows for rapid growth in real combat, the limitations of this growth are stark. To ensure the death of an enemy, one must also bear considerable risk themselves. Thus, the piercing fangs technique is suited only for those hounds regarded as expendable. In contrast, the swordsmanship Pires has now acquired diverges vastly. Lurking fangs, a name imbued with insidiousness and suffering, embodies a technique that advances slowly without revealing one's true power. It appears almost nonchalant, even exuding an air of elegance and nobility, yet, it conceals a malevolent intent to inflict maximum agony upon the adversary. A single successful strike may lead one to believe that death would be a preferable outcome. As relentless, brutal assaults ensue, this perfect synthesis of offense and defense, the lurking fangs, allows for frenzied attacks while simultaneously ensuring one's own protection. The hidden strength is perfectly calibrated, Pires murmured to himself. Noting that the lurking fangs technique bears a striking resemblance to the piercing fangs style, thus concealing his swordsmanship prowess should not pose much of a challenge. After all, the very name of the technique is lurking fangs. Pires glanced around, ultimately confirming that no one was watching. The exhilaration of ascending to a higher realm made his heart race. A buzzing sound akin to the fluttering of a fly's wings reached his ears. Looking down at his wrist, he observed Beelzebub revealing the tips of its black fangs. Return, Pires sternly admonished Beelzebub, forbidding it from exposing its fangs indiscriminately. Simultaneously, he calculated the current impact of Beelzebub's power. Pires Baskerville, aged 8, could now be said to possess the swordsmanship capability to consistently exhibit 4 fangs, alongside the realm of liquid spiritual energy, qualifying him as a novice graduate, coupled with the rich combat experience from his previous life. The unstable yet potentially deployable 5th Fang, along with the power of the demon sword Beelzebub, he could unleash even greater strength. If I resolve myself, I should be able to contend with those of intermediate graduate stature. In the realm of assassination, the success rate is 100%, while in direct confrontation it stands at about 50%. The dilemma lies in how much power to reveal. Who would believe that an 8-year-old child has attained the realm of a graduate? To fully expose one's capabilities would be a foolish endeavor. In this world, one should conceal at least 30% of their strength. Pires, as an 8-year-old, contemplated how best to present himself. He quickly arrived at an answer. He must instill a suitable sense of expectation in Haga without burdening him with excessive pressure. While also not making the surrounding foes overly vigilant, there is no need to live a constrained life by hiding his strength. Instead, appropriately demonstrating some of his abilities would grant him an opportunity to escape Haga's scrutiny. Perhaps being dispatched to distant locales or entering an academy would suffice. Upon exiting the library, Pires would have to report his findings to Haga. He had already calculated the demeanor he should adopt during that proving trial. Shortly thereafter, Pires retrieved a pair of reading glasses from his pocket, placing them by the window for some time. The cover of the Lurking Eagle swordsmanship textbook gradually darkened under the light refracted by the glasses. Suddenly flames erupted. Pires quietly observed the burning textbook. Soon, the swordsmanship book containing the 10 forms of Baskerville was destined to vanish from this world forever, residing solely in Pires's memory. In the distance, the voices of servants grew frantic. What is that smell? Sniff, it's from the miscellaneous library. No magic preservation has been applied here. Servants, hastily carrying buckets of water, encountered Pires, whose expression was one of sincere apology. I'm sorry, I left the reading glasses carelessly. If you must see it, I will speak to the steward properly, he added. Upon hearing Pires's words, the servants waved dismissively, indicating it was of no concern. Oh, young master, you needn't apologize to it is our fault for not caring for you properly. Luckily, it was just a pile of miscellaneous books. We are truly fortunate, they chuckled. The servants seemed particularly attentive to Pires's remark about if you must see it. Pires gazed at the ashes scattered on the floor. In any case, they were worthless miscellaneous books. It is as if they never existed. You all know that the steward has been busy dealing with the dispute over the ruby mine with the Milch family lately. How could he spare time for such trifles? Upon hearing this, the servants nodded vigorously. Indeed, you are right. We at the lower servants always hope to keep those above us in good spirits. As long as you can turn a blind eye to this, we would be immensely grateful for them. Being exempted from reporting this inconvenience was indeed a blessing. You all are busy enough cleaning the library. I truly apologize. I have memorized the contents of the burned books and will appropriately rewrite them to replenish the collection. After uttering these words, Pires turned to leave. What a good person. I must share this tale with the other children. Hey, wait, you also need to mention the burned books, it's enough to praise him. Just say he is kind and leaves a good impression. With his heightened auditory senses, a result of his elevation in realm, Pires overheard the hushed discussions of the servants behind him, yet he paid them no mind. He needed to practice how to respond to Hagao's impending summons. Chapter 18, The Revealed Fangs, 1, The Return of the Iron-Blooded Swordmaster Hounds. Episode 18, The Revealed Fangs, 1, How was it? Any insights? Hagao Ray Bascavi directly summoned Pires into his study as soon as he emerged from the library. Judging by the timing of Pires' exit, it was evident that Hagao held significant expectations. Apart from his eldest and second sons, Pires had never witnessed Hagao's concern for any child to this extent, yet this did not mean that he would become complacent or flustered in his previous life. Pires was older than Hagao is now. While Hagao's eyes sparkled with anticipation, it was inconceivable that one could glean any insights after merely a day in the library. The children of the same age within the Bascavi family were just beginning to sense the presence of magical energy. With most yet to experience real combat, under such circumstances, how could an 8-year-old child derive any understanding from advanced swordsmanship texts? Nevertheless, Hagao regarded his son, who had been reborn countless times, with an unexplainable sense of unprecedented expectation. What did you perceive in the library? What did you comprehend? Was it a warm sharpness or a soft tenderness? Hagao momentarily placed a hand on Pires's head. The responses of children are often perplexing. However, could it be the intuition of a warrior who has reached a certain realm? Hagao gleaned something from Pires's chaotic descriptions. Surely not, Hagao muttered to himself before shaking his head slightly. Aura, the hallmark of stepping into the world of swords. A domain that ordinary swordsmen may never achieve in their lifetime. Even the prodigies of the iron-blooded Bascavi family require relentless training until the age of 15 to reach this level. Known as the Junior Swordmaster realm, Hagao furrowed his brow once more. After all, he was merely an 8-year-old child. What was he expecting? Yet, despite this, Hagao could not tear his gaze away from his son's unmasked face. Perhaps this expectation made Hagao restless, prompting him to speak. Can you show your father what that is? Within the Bascavi family, no one is willing to reveal their true realm to one another. Even among parents and children, or siblings, this is a nearly instinctual action. Thus, even when faced with his 8-year-old son, Hagao opted for a cautious tone. However, Hagao's worries dissipated effortlessly under Piles' cheerful response. Of course. The training grounds of the Basque family. In the center of this vast expanse, surrounded by countless onlookers, a child stood alone. Piles, armed with a short sword proportionate to his stature, closed his eyes. When Hagao announced his intention to test Piles' abilities, many rushed into the training ground to witness the spectacle. Is he not the child rumored to have submerged in the river of Hades for 7 minutes? It is said he even strangled 2 venomous snakes in his cradle. During this practical assessment, he even captured a Cerberus. Surprisingly, Hagao did not deter the gathering crowd. He merely fixed his gaze on Piles in the center of the arena. Beside Hagao, the butler Bellemoire inquired, "My lord, how do you intend to test the young master's strength?" "I wish for him to confront a suitable monster." Hagao remained cold and unyielding at this moment. To pit an 8-year-old against a monster seemed audacious. Shortly thereafter, the test opponent, a monster, made its appearance. The Guardian Knights brought forth a creature with green skin and a massive physique. Orc danger level, C size, 2 meters. Location found, enemies in the lowlands of the Black Mountains, designated as a humanoid species due to its human-like appearance and intelligence. Possessing a robust physique coupled with lower intelligence and remarkable reproductive capabilities, they form tribes and are as perilous as barbarians. Even unarmed, an orc can match the combat prowess of 4 to 5 ordinary adult men. Composed entirely of sinewy muscle, they possess innate strength, immunity, and recuperative abilities. The orc captured by Basque was once part of a warlike clan, now ready to harbor hatred against the entire world. The crowd began to murmur. Even so, having an 8-year-old face an orc seems a bit excessive. Surely one should be at least 15 to confront an orc. If anything goes awry, the Guardian Knights will intervene, even among the iron-blooded swordmasters of Basque. Most could not comprehend the nature of this duel, yet Hagao said little, pressing on with the contest. Moments later, clang, the orc, freed from its restraints, appeared in the center of the training ground, barred by the Guardian Knights' spears and swords. The orc bared its teeth, salivating as it advanced toward the centered Piles, growling. The orc lunged at Piles, arms wide open, underestimating the 8-year-old. However, Piles adeptly ducked beneath the orc's outstretched arms, executing a skilled maneuver that took advantage of the size and height difference. Oh, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Hagao's eyes. The gazes of other Basque family members mirrored his astonishment, yet, before the surrounding crowd could fully process their astonishment, Piles initiated his next move. A whoosh, he swung his sword in a fluid motion. Though only 8, his weight was considerable. Piles' full-force strike severed the orc's wrist in a single blow. The orc was momentarily bewildered, its opponent had vanished, and its wrist was suddenly severed, an unfathomable reality. Yet, before the orc could grasp the situation, another brutal truth arrived. After severing the orc's wrist, Piles deftly maneuvered beneath the orc's legs and struck at its ankle. Boom! By the time the orc realized its wrist was gone, its ankle had been severed, and it collapsed. A profound silence enveloped the spectators. The members of the Basque family gaped in disbelief. He is merely 8 years old. What mastery of martial arts is this? He moves with the finesse of a seasoned warrior, without even channeling magical energy. He accomplishes such feats. What was I doing at that age? The crowd of onlookers grew larger with the passage of time. Even the guardian knights and servants arrived to witness the spectacle, swelling the audience considerably. However, Hagao remained tight-lipped, ensconced in silence. Naturally, Piles understood Hagao's reaction. It must be because he has yet to demonstrate what he has comprehended during his meditation. The actions of severing the orc's wrist and ankle were purely physical prowess. He had not yet revealed the insights gleaned through his meditative practice. Shortly thereafter, Piles inhaled deeply and gently swung his sword. Weighing around 4 kilograms, this short sword was quite hefty for a child, yet in Piles' hands it was as light as a twig. This alone was astonishing, but Piles then executed another breathtaking display. Whoosh! The sword tip emitted a faint glow. Recognizing the essence of that light, all members of the Basque family gasped in unison, the aura blade. The ethereal aura symbolizing a swordsmanship master emanated from the tip of Piles' sword. Glimmering like burning crimson blood, it embodied the very essence of murderous intent, a hallmark of the Basque family. The orc, upon witnessing this, instinctively recoiled in fear. It attempted to utilize its unique ability, rapid regeneration. To heal its severed wrist and ankle, however, gluttonous flyballs above needle -1 slot, burn, fire damage, Cerberus, A, -2 slots, bleed, hemorrhage, hellhound, B, -3 slots, rapid regeneration Norwegian rat, F, unfortunately due to Beelzebub's power residing within Piles. Such healing was impossible. The hellhound's bleeding skill suppressed the orc's rapid regeneration ability. Now, the orc would fully experience the deadly potency of the hellhound's fangs. Even minor wounds, which typically would not bleed, would inevitably bleed over time, lasting longer than ordinary wounds. If the wrist or ankle were severed, the implications were dire. He gurgled. The blood on the short sword slowly faded away, the blade, imbued with Beelzebub's strength, craved the orc's blood like a fish yearning for water, and the orc, unable to resist, could only continue to offer its blood. In such a scenario, Piles swung his sword to those gathered in the dueling arena. All witnessed it. A fearsome set of fangs manifested in the air. The Basque first style, first form, piercing fangs, materialized, plunging deep into the orc's neck. Of course, in that moment, the orc immediately ceased to breathe, succumbing to excruciating pain akin to hellfire. The 15-year-old scion of the Basque family unreservedly showcased his extraordinary prowess. Naturally, the surrounding spectators buzzed with disbelief. Incredible. 88 years old, I couldn't even sense magical energy. Back then, I could barely coalesce magic within my palm. This lad appears to be a perfect novice swordmaster. How is this possible? The record for the youngest swordmaster was 14, and now here was an 8-year-old, even within the illustrious swordplay lineage of Basque. This was unprecedented. The butler Bellamar, with a mix of astonishment and pride, remarked, "Congratulations, my lord. A prodigious talent has emerged, bringing honor to the family." Hagao nodded impassively, yet Bellamar noticed the corners of Hagao's mouth subtly curve upward beneath his beard. Given the accolades for his son, it was hardly excessive, prompting Bellamar to elaborate. To think that an orc, capable of contending with 4 to 5 adult men, could be so effortlessly dispatched by an 8-year-old child. No family in the empire could possibly boast of such talent. That's enough, butler, Hagao interrupted, seemingly a bit embarrassed, and then remarked with mild dissatisfaction, "It seems that orc was somewhat lacking." "What, isn't the orc renowned for its remarkable regenerative abilities?" That one seemed to be bleeding profusely. A sudden loss of blood would surely dull its senses. Could it be that Piles' sword is poisoned? That's impossible. The sword has been verified by the guardian knights. It's an entirely ordinary blade. It appears that orc might have already been quite weakened. In any case, this was a man who could never quite accept praise with ease. Bellamar smiled faintly and shrugged. Regardless, the Basque family had birthed an extraordinary talent. A mere 8-year-old had emerged as a perfect novice swordsman. while all present marveled at this achievement, including Hagao. Piles suddenly captured everyone's attention. Wait, Hagao was about to turn away but halted. Looking at Piles, their gazes locked. Piles spoke in a calm voice. Is there not a greater opponent than this orc? After posing the question, he departed. Chapter 19, Unveiling the Fangs, 2, The Return of the Iron-Blooded Swordmaster. As he gazed at the formidable Hagao, Piles found himself deep in contemplation. It would be wiser to display strength and moderation, he mused, not wishing to escalate matters unnecessarily. Rather, revealing achievements at a tender age would likely diminish Hagao's vigilance. Moreover, showcasing potential during childhood could provide an excuse to evade Hagao's watchful eye, such as being dispatched to the border or sent to the imperial capital for studies. Alternatively, enrolling in an academy might suffice. He considered, though he was reluctant to accept this third option, opting to set it aside for the moment. Piles shook his head to clear his thoughts, realizing that his focus should remain on the task at hand. Meanwhile, Hagao seemed to have concluded his own reflections. Piles' perspective held merit. This was indeed a crucial age for acquiring practical combat experience, though such a notion might seem inappropriate for an 8-year-old child. It was a reasonable assessment within the Baskerville family. Hagao continued, the orc captured from afar does not seem to meet my son's standards. Are there not more formidable monsters within our family's collection? His inquiry felt akin to searching for superior specimens in an insectarium, yet, the creatures housed within the Baskerville family's collection were notoriously savage, far beyond the capabilities of an 8-year-old child to contend with. Aware of this, Butler Bailey Mo and the others refrained from speaking out, unable to tolerate the silence any longer. Hagao boldly articulated his thoughts. By the way, isn't there still one experimental specimen left from when we subdued the savages? Indeed, there remains one, Butler Bailey Mo responded with a hint of resignation. Hagao chuckled softly. Having been deprived of sustenance for so long, it must be quite weakened. However, that may render it even more ferocious. Should anything go awry for our young master, the Guardian Knights will intervene. This is not a concern for the butler, he dismissed, waving his hand nonchalantly at Butler Bailey Mo's apprehensions. The time for deliberation was brief, and the decision came swiftly. Shortly thereafter, the Guardian Knights emerged from the depths of the basement, bringing forth Piles' adversary. Thud, thud, thud. The ground trembled slightly with each step. Soon, a massive creature, bound in heavy shackles and restraints, made its entrance. With a short neck, 2 arms, and 2 legs, its twisted teeth bore witness to its formidable stature. Weighing over 400 kilograms and standing at a height of 4 meters, troll danger level, C size, 4 meters, found in Enemy and Black Mountain Range. Second Ridge, a man-eating monster known for its enormous size and ferocious nature. Most wanderers who venture into the mountainous regions disappear as a consequence. Possessing an incomprehensible regenerative ability, it is oblivious to the concept of fatal wounds and will not perish until its neck is completely severed. The green-skinned behemoth materialized, its shriveled gums and the viscous saliva oozing from its gaping maw were unsettling. Roared growling, the troll shook its chains, clanking the heavy lead weights attached to its neck, wrists, and ankles. Its gaunt appearance suggested it had been starving for quite some time. Piles narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the troll before him. As soon as the troll appeared in the center of the training ground, the hunt commenced. Crack! Piles gripped his short sword and charged forward. His fearless demeanor sparked a glimmer of admiration in Hagao and several seasoned members of the Baskerville family. Moments later, buzz, the troll swung its arm. Piles crouched low, evading the troll's fist while darting into its vulnerable flank. The timing for a decisive strike had arrived. However, instead of stabbing the troll's side, Piles merely brushed past it, repositioning himself. Hagao smiled faintly. A wise judgment indeed. It is well known that trolls possess astonishing regenerative capabilities. Wounds to the side or abdomen can be easily mended, unless one targets a fatal area. Such efforts are futile. Which is why Piles refrained from deliberately aiming for the troll's weaknesses. Thud, thud, thud. The troll continued its relentless assault on Piles. It pounded the ground with its fists and delivered heavy kicks. Relentless in its attack, were it an ordinary 8-year-old from the Baskerville family, facing such overwhelming attacks might induce panic and mistakes, yet Piles was different, too slow, utterly devoid of tension, with over 40 years of battlefield experience. Such pressure would scarcely ruffle his composure. In fact, stifling a yawn was the greater challenge. Piles effortlessly dodged the troll's assaults. Conversely, each bout of rage only served to deplete the troll's stamina. The seasoned Baskervilles marveled at the sight. Could he be attempting to wear the troll down? Truly impressive. Is this child really only 8 years old? It is simply unbelievable. Ho ho ho, how remarkable it is that such a child has emerged within the family. The longer one lives, the more one sees. Pyle's judgments were consistently astute, guiding him along the optimal path. The troll, growing increasingly agitated due to its burdensome restraints, was also rapidly exhausting its stored energy. Its accuracy faltered, and its speed diminished. The creature's movements became increasingly predictable. Pyles observed the self-destructing troll, biding his time for the moment that would determine victory or defeat. Soon after, the troll let out a howl of fury, charging forth as if to hurl itself at Pyles. Sensing the moment had arrived, Pyles sprang forward. Although an 8-year-old might evade the troll's attacks, he could not slay it, no matter how gifted. This remained a truth. Pyles was acutely aware that this was common knowledge. Should he unleash his hidden strength, perhaps he could effortlessly vanquish the troll, but such an action would complicate matters significantly. Therefore, Pyles awaited this precise moment to rationally end the troll's life. Boom, boom, boom. Utilizing the troll's momentum, Pyles prepared to plunge his knife into the beast, leveraging its own weight to penetrate its resilient skin and muscles. Aiming to sever the nerve bundle in its neck, soon after, whoosh, a faint aura enveloped the tip of Pyle's blade, reminiscent of the awe-inspiring phenomenon witnessed during his previous battle with the orc. Whoosh, Pyle's aura manifested with a distinct tooth-like shape. Hurtling toward the troll's neck, thud, a sharp fang embedded deeply into the troll's throat. And that instant, Pyles pivoted, leaving a gaping wound on the troll's neck. Oh, all onlookers involuntarily gasped in admiration. Pyles' seasoned combat experience had transformed into a display of prodigious talent. However, a small yet indistinct but clearly visible second fang fiercely sank into the side of the troll's neck. Baskerville style 2. Moreover, a practitioner of intermediate swordsmanship, in that moment, as Hagao and all the other Baskervilles stood agape. Boom, the colossal body of the beheaded troll collapsed to the ground. Chapter 20, Morgue Camille, 1, The Return of the Iron-Blooded Swordsman Hound. Episode 20, 20500, Episode 20, Morgue Camille, 1, In Life. Each individual experience is a unique journey. For every 10 people, there are 10 distinct lives, and for every 100, 100 different existences. Yet within the Iron-Blooded Baskerville family, the lives of its members are systematically defined. The typical formula is as follows: Junior Swordmaster Level 1 Mage, Intermediate Swordmaster Level 2 Mage, Advanced Swordmaster Level 3 Mage, Junior Graduate Level 4 Mage, Intermediate Graduate Level 5 Mage, Advanced Graduate Level 6 Mage, Swordmaster Level 7 Mage. This formula equates the realms of swordsmanship with those of magic. Furthermore, what others may traverse with ease, the young hounds of the Baskerville family cannot take lightly. Each moment is a grueling training session that teeters on the brink of life and death. Throughout this process, they typically exhibit a series of formulaic growth trends. If further formalized, it appears as follows: Junior Swordmaster 15 years, Intermediate Swordmaster 18 years, Advanced Swordmaster 20 years, Junior Graduate 30 years, Intermediate Graduate 35 years, Advanced Graduate 40 years. Swordmaster years. The young hounds of the Baskerville family generally develop according to this formula. Typically, the children of the Baskerville family first sense magic at the age of 7 or 8. At which point they can merely condense magic in their hands and feel its warmth. The ability to formally attach magic to a sword and release its aura is usually attained around the age of 15. This stage is referred to as Junior Swordmaster. Additionally, the swordsmanship that supports magical power is equally crucial. Most members of the Baskerville family study a style known as Baskerville style, which is divided into various levels such as Style I, 2, 3, and so forth, starting from the ability to depict a single fang in Style I, progressing to the depiction of 2 fangs in Style 2, and so on up to Style V. Considering that most young Baskervilles have mastered Baskerville Style I by the age of 15, the following formulas can be deduced: Junior Swordmaster Baskerville Style I 1 fang, Intermediate Swordmaster Baskerville Style 2 2 fangs, Advanced Swordmaster Baskerville Style 3 3 fangs, Junior Graduate Baskerville Style 4 4 fangs, Intermediate Graduate Baskerville Style V 5 fangs, Advanced Graduate Baskerville Style 6 6 fangs, Swordmaster Baskerville Style 7 7 fangs. However, those who can master styles beyond V are the elite among elites, namely the direct heirs of the family. No one is unaware that the family head, Hagao Baskerville, can now depict 7 fangs. Likewise, it is common knowledge that his eldest son, dispatched to distant frontiers, can depict 5 fangs, while the younger son, currently in seclusion, can depict 4 fangs. In contrast, the unrecognized illegitimate children bearing the Fan surname, regardless of their accumulated magical power or age, cannot master sword styles beyond V. Thus, even upon becoming advanced graduates, their ability to depict fangs is inevitably limited, yet none express dissatisfaction. No1. This is because the swordsmanship of the Baskerville family is so grand that merely mastering Style 4 is sufficient to make the world tremble. Nevertheless, within the illustrious Baskerville family, there occasionally exist exceptions that defy convention. Those who deviate from the established path often fall behind and become obsolete hounds. Such occurrences are not particularly rare, as they are swiftly dealt with on-site. Death during training becomes a lesson for comrades. Casualties in missions leave only a report. Assassinations occur due to familial and external interests. Occasional illness claims lives. The number of casualties within the Baskerville family is considerable, yet gradually declines over time as everyone becomes more seasoned. However, there are also a select few who break the mold in an entirely different manner. Within the so-called genius family of Baskerville, there are indeed individuals recognized as geniuses. Hagao Leigh Baskerville's eldest son. The young head Osiris Leigh Baskerville is one such person, a shining beacon destined to lead the Baskerville family, universally hailed as a prodigy. Thus far, the most remarkable genius within the family is undoubtedly Osiris. Recently, however, a rumor has circulated: a pearl cloud rising in childhood, a little sun emerging under the sun. There are widespread reports within the family that another genius has inherited the mantle of young head Osiris Baskerville, Pires van Baskerville. Aged 8. According to the family head Hagao Leigh Baskerville's personal confirmation, he recently attained the realm of intermediate swordmaster, a true genius among geniuses, with swordsmanship capable of depicting two fangs and achieving level 2 magic as a mage. He reached a level that other brothers would only attain by 18. Consequently, even the indifferent Baskervilles, when gathered, inevitably discuss Pires. Is it true? Is there such a child? Whose child is he? The fan family? Well, that is uncertain. Worth nurturing, perhaps. If not, it would be prudent to disengage early, whether out of interest, indifference, or sometimes personal gain. Pires has already revealed his sharp fangs. On the other hand, the protagonist of the rumors, Pires himself, remains utterly unconcerned with the gazes and evaluations surrounding him. He fully comprehends the power dynamics and the sordid battles for interest within the family. How could he be unaware? For decades, he has traversed among various families, ding, clang, watching the haggis land on his plate. Pires mused, after all, I intend to display two fangs, that should suffice. Having clearly demonstrated his strength, he can now begin to leverage the resources within the family. As previously mentioned, to escape Hagao's scrutiny and steadily enhance his power. Moderate recognition is beneficial. Pires sat in a corner of the dining hall, savoring the haggis alone. The tangy porridge slid down his throat. Numerous thoughts swirled in his mind. First, regarding his concealed true strength. The publicly acknowledged prowess is Baskerville Style 2, as well as intermediate swordmaster, yet, Pires' actual strength has already reached that of a junior graduate, equivalent to Baskerville Style 4. With the insights gleaned from the myriad books of the library, advancing to intermediate graduate is also within reach. If he continues in this manner, breaking through the barrier of Style V will not pose a challenge. I must attain advanced graduate status before the age of 17. At that point, his swordsmanship will also reach Style 6, marking a stark contrast from the past when he could only linger at Style 4. Further still, a gulp. The spoon he used to scoop the haggis suddenly trembled. The ball Zebub hidden within his right wrist's artery stirred at the Lord of Flies. Ball Zebub sharp -1 slot, burn, fire damage, Hellhound, A, -2 slots, bleeding Hellhound, B, -3 slots, ultra high-speed regeneration troll. C. Ball Zebub erased the mouse's skill in the third slot and filled that vacancy with the skill of the recently slain troll. The opponent suffered from bleeding, while he possessed high-speed regeneration. This was a truly formidable combination. With this ability added, he might exhibit greater strength than a typical advanced graduate. As Pires contemplated this, he continued to devour the haggis. He was already on his 6th serving, and since absorbing Ball Zebub, his appetite had surged dramatically. Just then, he heard someone calling from behind, prompting him to cease his musings and turn around. He beheld an unexpected trio standing behind him, the triplets' eldest brother Leigh Baskerville, second brother Leigh Baskerville, and youngest brother Leigh Baskerville, who would later be known as the Baskerville Trident. Pires furrowed his brow. What do these kids want? Without needing to ask, they were undoubtedly here to hurl insults. As Pires narrowed his eyes, the triplets instinctively recoiled in fear. Is there anything easier to deal with than a frightened dog? Pires tightened his grip on the spoon still holding haggis, and the triplets immediately waved their hands. Ah no, not like that. We just wanted to say that the way you captured the Hellhound and the troll was really impressive. Pires, momentarily bewildered, furrowed his brow. Is this a two-faced tactic, or some sort of scheme? Yet, observing the expressions on the three before him, there seemed to be no signs of any high-level psychological warfare. After a moment of silent staring, a chill ran down his spine, as the atmosphere felt entirely unfamiliar. Gritting his teeth, as Peleus was poised to hurl the spoon at the foreheads of the three little rascals, another voice interjected. Young master, turning to glance, he found the butler, Berimer, standing there with an air of respectful deference. Having appeared at an unknown moment, he conveyed the message to Peleus in his customary manner. The master is seeking your presence. Hugo Ray Baskerville was currently seated on the sofa by the window. His mood evidently irritable. Has the butler not arrived yet? Upon Hugo's inquiry, the maid quickly lowered her head. Looking downstairs, it appeared that they had just entered the grand hall on the first floor. Young Master Peleus is also present. They should be up shortly. Hugo nodded and then shifted his gaze to the adjacent sofa, where a middle-aged man with a meticulously groomed mustache sat. This was Mild Adolf. Known as the Iron-Blooded Swordsman, a rival of the Baskerville family and a prominent member of the prestigious Mild clan, he was the younger brother of the Mild family head, Mild Respain, and consistently attended external events as the acting head of the family. Making him a central figure in Mild, Adolf lifted the teacup before him and took a sip, then fixed his gaze on Hugo with a smile. I hope this year's annual event proceeds smoothly. The annual event referred to the friendly martial arts competition between the Baskerville and Mild families, following the former emperor's adage that magic and swordsmanship complement each other. The Mild and Baskerville clans held joint training annually. Though it primarily involved children aged 8 to 15 serving as a formal activity to uphold the dignity of the royal family, tensions had arisen due to the ownership dispute over a newly discovered ruby mine located at the border of the two families' territories. This discord had strained relations between the current heads of the Baskerville and Mild families, Hugo and Respain, respectively. In this charged atmosphere, Adolf, the younger brother of the Mild family head, had personally come to visit. Although the event was ostensibly intended to foster camaraderie, whether it truly served that purpose remained to be seen. Hugo, however, seemed indifferent. Joint training, after all, has always concluded without incident. Wasn't it true that each family had a child severely injured last year? Hugo remarked nonchalantly. They are still alive, are they not? Timely treatment was administered. What leverage does that provide? Hugo's casual dismissal caused the veins on Adolf's forehead to bulge. Adolf, maintaining his smile, temporarily raised his voice, then cleared his throat several times to shift the subject. Ahem, well, let us discuss the upcoming joint training. By the way, Adolf suddenly recalled something as if he wished to steer the conversation back on track. I heard that a supernova has emerged from the Baskerville family. I truly wish to see it. I am quite looking forward to it. Indeed, we are calling for him. Hugo feigned nonchalance in response. However, the keen observer Lo did not miss the almost imperceptible upward curl of Hugo's lips. It is quite rare for that lizard-like individual to respond to praise regarding a child, Lo thought, finding it a rather astonishing occurrence. And resolved to report it back to the family head. He continued, the iron-blooded swordsman Baskerville has produced a once-in-a-century genius, which is an immense fortune for the empire. There is no need for such extravagant praise. Hugo replied, maintaining a facade of modesty, yet Adolf's subsequent remark was decidedly provocative. This is indeed a double blessing. In fact, we in the Mild family have also witnessed the emergence of a once-in-a-century genius. Upon hearing this, Hugo's brow twitched slightly. Adolf wore a gentle smile and gestured toward the door of the prepared reception room on one side of the chamber. Come in, Camus, greet the head of the Baskerville family. As if propelled by magic, the door swung open automatically. Not long after, a little girl entered, flanked by attendants. She possessed fiery red hair and eyes that sparkled like rubies, with a delicate nose and petite lips that revealed a set of perfectly white teeth. She was Mild Camus. This 8-year-old girl approached Adolf without a trace of shyness. Hugo's brow furrowed slightly. To claim she was a once-in-a-century supernova of the Mild family was audacious, even within the Mild clan. Renowned for its magical prodigies, she was celebrated as a genius girl. Mild Camus, gripping the corner of her uncle's cloak, stood with shining eyes, causing even Hugo to soften his expression somewhat. However, despite the girl's cuteness, Adolf's remarks were undeniably provocative. We also have an 8-year-old genius. Let us see how your 8-year-old genius measures up. The Mild family had initiated a contest among the children. A mere inept. Is it necessary to respond to such a trivial provocation? Just as Hugo was about to turn away in disdain, Camus' words rendered him unable to divert his gaze. Uncle, are you the thief who stole our ruby mine? Chapter 21, Mild Camus. 2. Camus' astonishing question erupted. Uncle, are you the thief who stole our ruby mine? Faced with the audacity of the 8-year-old girl's inquiry, the atmosphere in the room instantly froze. First, the attendants from both families stood stock still. Even Mild Adolf, the illustrious figure, appeared somewhat flustered. His mouth agape. Hugo, too, exhibited a look of bewilderment, maintaining silence, his expression reflecting a sentiment of, what did I just hear? the inner sanctum of the Baskerville family head was enveloped in an eerie silence. As if devoid of life, this silence was soon shattered once more by Camus. "Return the ruby mine to us." She stepped forward briskly, extending her fair hand. Faced with her clear gaze, Higo remained in a state of confusion. He had never encountered such words in a face-to-face situation, especially from an 8-year-old child. At that moment Adolphe was the first to regain his composure. This girl, how dare she speak such impudent words? "Did not uncle just say?" Camus interjected. "This uncle stole our ruby mine." I never said that," Adolphe stammered. "Before we left this month, the amount of rubies allocated for my research has decreased, all because of that useless old bearded thief." When did I say that? If one were to inquire when that was, it would be approximately 1 hour and 42 minutes ago. I heard it quite clearly." Camus' tone was tinged with evident disappointment. At this point, Adolphe was already breaking into a cold sweat. It was needless to say that the temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. "Humph, useless old bearded man, and a thief?" A chilling voice interjected from the front. Higo narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze in that direction. Adolphe pulled out a handkerchief to cover his mouth, clearing his throat. Coughed. "It seems there has been some misunderstanding. We shall clarify this later. What does a child know? There is no need to explain the family education issues of the Milk family to me," though Higo's words were laced with barbs. It was evident that his mood had soured significantly. Adolphe silently grumbled while chastising Camus. "Camus, how can you be so rude to the elder of the neighboring family?" "But uncle said that even if the surrounding attendants spoke ill, we must not simply echo them. There are many exaggerations in folk tales, and of course, there are also instances of minimization." Adolphe and Camus engaged in a face-to-face dialogue. Suddenly, Higo grew weary of it all. He recalled the report from Berimer, the butler, not long ago, the first report regarding the Milk family bloodshed incident at the Ruby Summit. "Regarding this matter, there will soon be an opportunity to discuss it. The Milk family will come to us first." The issue concerning the ruby mine had actually persisted for quite some time. At the border between the Baskerville and Milk families, there existed a mine known for producing high-quality rubies, located in an area referred to as the Joint Security Zone. The dilemma lay in the fact that the entrance to this mine was situated within the Milk family's territory, while the underground vein extended beneath the Baskerville family's lands. The only mining route accessible from the surface was solely through the mine located on Milk territory. However, mining along this vein would inevitably encroach upon Baskerville territory. Consequently, the Milk family had attempted various methods. The most common approach was to clandestinely excavate tunnels to extract rubies. However, the keen-sensed hounds of the Baskerville family always managed to detect such signs and would launch assaults on the Milk family's mining sites. Several bloody incidents occurred during this period, but as there were no formal reports, the two families appeared to maintain a facade of harmony, even though tensions simmered beneath the surface. Thus, today, the true purpose of Adolphe's visit was to discuss the ruby mine and the ensuing bloody conflicts. Therefore, Higo had also made the necessary preparations. "Return my rubies to me. Without them, I cannot proceed with my research." It was unexpected for an 8-year-old girl to engage in such a tantrum. In response to Camus' demand, Higo placed a hand over his forehead. "Adolphe, as the acting head of the family, what exactly is the purpose of this formal visit?" "I apologize, esteemed head of the household." However, the child's words do possess a semblance of truth, and I find myself in a quandary. What? Though her remarks may be coarse when spoken by a child, they bear an element of honesty. The gazes of Higo and Adolphe intermingled, as Higo endeavored to exude the extraordinary aura characteristic of a master swordsman, attempting to dominate the atmosphere. Yet he was distracted by Camus' proximity. Even as he tried to apply pressure gradually to compel Camus to retreat, Adolphe interjected, "What are you doing? Is the Empire's sword star to bully an 8-year-old girl?" Adolphe, draped in a cloak that enveloped Camus, halted the exchange. Higo's expression twisted. Arguing with an 8-year-old child was beneath his dignity, yet neglecting the matter would allow Adolphe to exploit the child's naivety for political gain. Much to Higo's chagrin, should the issue of the long-silent ruby mine be reignited, addressing this would tarnish Bascovi's pride while proving advantageous for the Milch family. After all, rubies serve as a crucial component in magical experiments, holding significant importance for the Milch, yet are not an essential resource for Bascovi. The reclusive Higo longed to disregard the ruby mine entirely. Training hounds and venturing into the treacherous Black Mountains had already caused him considerable distress, and he wished to avoid entanglements with those who toyed with magic over the matter of the red stones. "Return our ruby mine. Without those rubies, I cannot continue my studies." Camus, the adults are speaking. Do not interrupt, ahem. Regarding the dialogue between Kumo, the young girl, and Adolf, he gradually found it intolerable. This is clearly a political performance, yet, as the opponent was a child, he could only seethe with silent fury. Even as the master of the Iron Blood Sword family, he felt this weight. At that moment, a voice caught Higao's attention. It seems the Milch family has not taught you not to covet what belongs to others? A similarly youthful and clear voice emerged. 8-year-old Perez had arrived. Chapter 22, Morgue Camille, 3, The Return of the Iron Blood Swordhound, Episode 22, 22500, Episode 22, Morgue Camille, 3, It seems the Milch family has not taught you not to covet what belongs to others? Perez's remark upon entering the headmaster's chamber shifted the atmosphere once more. Adolf, who had maintained a subtle smile, suddenly wore a frozen expression. Kumo glared at Perez, while Higao revealed an expression reminiscent of Adolf's earlier demeanor. Two prideful geniuses faced off, a rare encounter of two supernovas from distinguished families at the center of the room. Perez scrutinized the young Morgue Camille before him, her red hair, eyes glistening like rubies. A noble nose, round cheeks adorned with faint freckles, and that youthful countenance. Is this truly the Morgue Camille I know? The visage of her childhood overlapped with that of her adulthood. If one were to strip away the baby fat and youthful essence, leaving only the marks of time, it would reveal the face Perez recognized, the Iron Blood Empress of the Milch family, a lineage renowned for producing countless great magicians. Not only did she possess noble magical prowess, but her beauty also captivated the hearts of all men in the social sphere. Adept at employing her charms, her alluring figure was irresistible even to the proudest of royals, rendering her an embodiment of power. She engaged in numerous political marriages, each significantly enhancing the Milch family's prestige. In her prime, she personally led campaigns against the monstrous and barbaric entities of the Black Mountains, piercing foes with her spear and setting them ablaze. Establishing a boundary marked by blood and ash. In her later years, she was revered as the Empress Wu. Excuse me, what did you just say? Yet all of this lay far in the future, for now. She was merely an 8-year-old girl. Kumo questioned Perez with a sharp tone. Why do you claim the ruby mine belongs to you? It is ours. Witnessing this scene, Adolf chuckled, while Higao furrowed his brow. However, Perez swiftly dismissed Kumo's protest with a single remark. To travel so far to create a scene, you have my sympathies. Observing this, Higao laughed, while Adolf frowned, meanwhile realizing that such tactics bore no weight against a young child. Kumo clenched her teeth. Consequently, she altered her demeanor, reverting to her usual logical self. A chilling aura enveloped the young girl. She discarded her innocent expression, speaking in a frigid tone. If you despise frivolous arguments, then logically elucidate why this ruby mine belongs to the Milch family. Kumo produced a map, analyzing and explaining the terrain of the mine. The surface mine capable of yielding rubies is exclusively within our family's domain. This means that the Bascovi family cannot independently extract the ruby vein. For them, it would be more prudent to relinquish the mining rights beneath their territory to us in exchange for a reasonable rental fee. She was the sole daughter of a prestigious magical lineage, undefeated by logic. Even adults struggled to counter her reasoning. How could peers manage? Kumo found herself somewhat bewildered. However, her confidence was soon challenged. Rubies, frequently utilized as magical materials, rendered the Bascovi family disinterested in extracting them. Rental fee, opening up territory merely for a pittance would be a colossal tragedy for the Milch family. At Perez's rebuttal, Kumo's expression turned to one of confusion. This marked the first time in her life she encountered someone unmoved by her logic, especially a peer. Most boys her age were dull and foolish, were they not? A sense of disarray crept into Kumo's mind. On the other hand, the debate between Kumo and Perez was no ordinary quarrel between two 8-year-olds. Their earnest discussion regarding the logical implications between the Milch and Bascovi families compelled both Adolf and Higao to pay close attention. Kumo squinted, remarking, how peculiar. You are the first child I have ever met who can converse with me. In my household there are no peers capable of engaging in dialogue with me. You ought to venture out and explore. Forgive me, but I have inspected the territory many times. On what basis do you presume to judge my life? To be frank, I have no interest in your existence. The matter at hand concerns the rubies. If you wish to change the subject, do so on your own. In stark contrast to Perez's indifferent demeanor, Kumo's gaze gradually filled with a fierce determination. You are the first man to treat me with such indifference. This sentiment, though classic and overt, remains effective regardless of the era. Indeed, it was entirely understandable. As a direct descendant of the Milch family, Kumo had always been the object of admiration. How could she possibly endure such blatant disdain from a peer? Especially on a stage where she could not afford to lose. In a debate that could not fail, the unyielding pride that had never been defeated ignited into a blazing fire, Kumo asserted. The mine lies within Milj territory, therefore, the mining rights must belong to Milj. The underground vein extends beneath Baskovy territory, thus, the mining rights should belong to Baskovy. Baskovy has no interest in rubies, indeed, they only care for the land. So stay out. Is that so difficult to comprehend? Milj values rubies, while Baskovy values land. With differing priorities, reaching a consensus is inherently impossible. The adults standing behind the children shared a similar viewpoint, leading to an apparent stalemate in the dispute. At that moment, Kumo's ruby-hued eyes flickered. Very well, I shall make it abundantly clear to you who owns the ruby mine. Kumo seized a pen and ink from the table, commencing to draw upon the floor. Centered around Perez, she sketched a large circle, then drew another around herself. The two circles intersected. Soon after, Kumo partitioned the two circles with a large sheet of paper, requiring 2 attendants to support either side due to its size. Shortly thereafter, Kumo proclaimed from the opposite side of the paper, "That side is your land, this side is mine." Perez offered no response, only Higao and Adolf observed with keen interest as the two 8-year-olds continued their debate. Suddenly, with a rip, the paper barrier was torn apart. Kumo thrust her arm through the paper wall, her pale, sturdy arm crossing into Perez's territory. Kumo inquired, "Come now, whose hand is this?" Upon hearing this, Adolf's expression brightened, while Higao's countenance contorted. Kumo's metaphor was unmistakable. Just as her arm crossed the boundary yet remained hers, so too did the ruby mine belong to her. It evoked ancient wisdom, when the fruit on a persimmon tree reached over a neighbor's fence. Ancestors would assert ownership over the fruit, however. Whose hand is this? But Perez was not one to easily yield. Crack, a robust hand, not belonging to an 8-year-old, seized Kumo's pale arm tightly before Kumo could exclaim in surprise. Perez spoke first. "Now it is mine." In an instant, a formidable aura emanated from Perez. It was not a pressure born of magic, but a force emanating from his very existence. Only those hunters who have endured the age of annihilation can exude such an overwhelming aura. This formidable presence moved both Adolf and Higao deeply in an instant. Naturally, for the merely 8-year-old Camille, it was even more profound. What? Camille attempted to shake off the hand, but to no avail. With a rip, the paper wall was torn apart, and files seized Camille's arm. The distance between the two children shrank to a point where they could almost touch noses. In that fleeting moment, Camille's gaze wavered. It was her first time observing another child up close, particularly one of the opposite sex. From behind the wall, she beheld the face of a boy outside her family for the first time. An experience both strange and novel. Black hair, dark eyes, and fair skin, along with a completely different scent and the faint sound of his breathing. In an instant, Camille felt a disorienting impact. For a child of 8 who seldom strayed from her family, this was an exceedingly unfamiliar experience. "He is quite adorable," Camille thought, momentarily forgetting the gravity of the situation. Was this the reason? She blushed and recoiled during the important meeting, committing a blunder. Why am I yours? How ridiculous!" Though she retorted loudly, her gaze fell to the ground, making it difficult to ascertain whether her words had any effect. Adolf and Higao observed the scene with subtle intrigue. Ahem, cough, cough, the significant diplomatic issue intertwined with the innocent emotions of 8-year-olds, creating an exceedingly awkward atmosphere. At that moment, Files's words shattered the tension. "Who said I belong to you?" Simultaneously, Files tightened his grip on her arm, pulling Camille closer once more. Before she could scream, his other hand was already in motion. "I meant your arm is mine." With that declaration, Files swiftly drew something from his waist. It was a sharp short sword. The scene astonished Camille, Adolf, and even the usually impassive Higao. What a shocking spectacle! Even Higao, the head of the Ironblood sword house, was taken aback. Files's actions were indeed sudden. Camille screamed with her eyes shut tight. Faced with the potential loss of her arm, such a response was entirely natural. Encountering this crisis for the first time, she cried out and wept, resembling an innocent little princess. Even Adolf, her uncle, had never witnessed such a display from the typically fearless Camille within the family. Stop! Adolf involuntarily summoned his magical power. The surge of a 6th-level masteress magic pressed down on Files. However, Files seemed to have anticipated this and immediately released Camille's arm, stepping back. "Woo, uncle, he is grabbing my arm!" Camille cried as she rushed towards Adolf, burying her face in his cloak. Adolf looked helplessly at Files, then turned to Higao, head of the family. "What is the meaning of this?" Higao ignored Adolf's protest, merely tilting his head slightly to regard Files' son. Upon hearing the word son, Files responded respectfully, "Yes, father, that joke was a bit excessive, wasn't it? My apologies, such antics are common among brothers of the family." With that, Files bent the short sword in his hand. A snap. The blade easily bent, for it was a rubber prop. Seeing this, Adolf exclaimed in astonishment, "What? Such a toy sword exists? Haven't you seen boys wielding toy swords before?" Our Basque children have been playing with these since they were 1-year-old, Hegau spoke calmly, and only then did Adolf take a closer look at what Files held. It was an obviously fake sheep rubber knife, a type of toy that ordinary children would frequently play with. His surprise at Files' sudden display of presence had caused him to overlook the quality of the blade. A significant oversight. Observing Adolf, known for his meticulousness and composure, flustered and bewildered, Hegau felt a sense of satisfaction. Thus, he quickly forgot that he had also been startled moments earlier. Well then, I have devised a strategy regarding the ruby mine. I believe the Milch family will be satisfied as well, therefore, let us conclude this friendly match swiftly. Hegau's desire to leave was unmistakable. Adolf wore an expression of absurdity, eager to protest. Woo, ugh, heh. Humph, that brat. I won't let him off lightly, just wait and see. Unfortunately, he was preoccupied with comforting Camille, who was sniffling and weeping into his cloak, leaving him no energy to voice his objections. Thus, the vital discussions between the two families were hastily concluded due to the squabble of two 8-year-olds. Though magic and sword are typically adversaries, in times of crisis, they can complement each other, jointly saving the nation. In accordance with the belief of the previous emperor, the Milch family and the Basque family hold an annual friendly contest. Children aged 8 to 15 gather to demonstrate their prowess. In theory, the practical confrontations of the 15-year-olds garner more attention than the theoretical knowledge or magical sensitivity contests among the 8-year-olds. However, this year's friendly match drew everyone's gaze elsewhere. The usually overlooked arena for the 8-year-olds became the focal point of the day. Standing there were two children, the protagonists of the event: Files Basque of the Ironblood Sword House, Camille Milch of the renowned magical family. Following a proposal from the Milch side, these two 8-year-olds were moved to the arena beside the 15-year-olds' practical battles. They were to engage in real combat, just like the 15-year-olds, in stark contrast to Files' impassive demeanor. Camille was filled with fury, presenting a sharp juxtaposition. You better be prepared. Once we enter the fray, I won't hold back. What did you say? Files merely yawned. The more he did so, the angrier Camille became. Stomping her feet in frustration, soon after, the bell signaling the start of the battle rang. With the commencement of the match, loud cheers resounded. Camille immediately summoned her magic to launch an attack on Files, putting forth her utmost effort from the very beginning. While her display was impressive in terms of momentum, such a strategy was unwise in the long run, as it revealed her trump cards. Nevertheless, Camille's talent was undeniably astounding. Quadruple casting. While others struggled to cast 2 spells in succession, she managed to cast 4 simultaneously. Though these were first-level spells, Fireball, Ice Spear, Thunder Ring, and Mud Wall, they still posed considerable difficulty for the 15-year-olds of the Milch family. The ability to simultaneously compute and interchange 4 such spells was truly remarkable. No wonder she was hailed as a once-in-a-century genius. Even within the esteemed Milch family, boom, fist-sized fireballs and ice shards struck the ground. In reality, even if hit, it would only cause a slight sting. Files effortlessly sidestepped them. While it appeared splendid, focusing on just one spell would have been wiser. Bah, what do you know, you ignorant fool who understands nothing of magic? Camille exerted herself to control 3 attacking spells in pursuit of Files. Her determination to land a hit was evident. However, Wushu Files evaded, though it was merely avoiding 3 fist-sized spells, and closed the distance to Camille. Then bam, he shattered the mud wall protecting Camille. Camille gasped in shock. The distance was too close. She could not summon her attacking magic. With the collapse of the mud wall, Files' face drew nearer. Camille felt her heart race. It's over. Faced with Files' approaching hand, Camille tightly shut her eyes. Moments later, a sharp pain struck her forehead. Thud, thud. Tears streamed down Camille's face as she took a step back. Lifting her head, her forehead felt hot, but that was all. Files had taken no further action, merely flicking Camille's forehead, leaving a small bump. You brat, are you showing mercy? Don't come any closer. Camille cancelled one of the 3 attacking spells she had previously cast. Crack. The mud wall, formed of earth, generated a 2-layered barrier before Camille. Now there are 2 layers of walls. Let us see how you break through this. The issue was that by erecting 2 layers of walls, Camille could no longer see the situation outside her barriers. However, the double-layered mud wall was pierced effortlessly like paper, breaking through the wall. Files' hand reached directly toward Camille's face. Whose hand is this? Piercing through Camille's wall, invading her space. As Camille stood speechless in astonishment, Files' fingers moved swiftly. The answer was the stronger S. Simultaneously, with a resounding slap, tears welled up in Camille's eyes once more. The spot that had just been struck was hit again. The subsequent hit landed precisely in the same place, forming a second small bump. Even more infuriatingly, Files' hand withdrew swiftly after delivering the second blow. This is not a decisive blow, but rather a loathsome mere tap. How dare you treat me as a joke, At the tender age of 8. A prodigious girl nurtured like a precious flower, Camus could no longer contain the fury surging within her and let out a cry. Shortly thereafter, she dispelled all her offensive spells and conjured 4 earthen walls to encase herself. Come on, what now? No one can breach this, not even you, Even when shrouded in complete darkness, Camus remained unfazed. In fact, she was relieved that she did not have to reveal her hands, which were massaging her forehead. Nor the expression of anguish on her face. Indeed, that detestable Piles seemed unable to penetrate her 4-layered defenses and fell silent. Camus chuckled triumphantly. He, a loser, the shorty can't even break through a wall. Come here and see, you fool. Yet, there was still no response. After a while, trapped within her muddy dome, Camus rubbed her forehead, contemplating, but I can't get out like this either? What should I do? Her vision was completely obscured. Leaving her clueless about the situation outside. To maintain the 4 mud walls, she could not attempt anything else. Should I punch a small hole in the wall to peek outside? Camus quietly relaxed some of her power and created a small opening in the mud wall. Just as she leaned in to gaze through the tiny hole, slap, Piles' hand shot through like a specter and struck her forehead for the 3rd time, a triple combo, with 3 small bumps now adorning the same spot. Camus writhed in pain and fury. She raised her blazing eyes and promptly cancelled all 4 layers of mud walls. Once the mud walls crumbled, she beheld the face of that loathsome figure retreating in the distance. I will kill you, Camus burst into tears. It was too unjust and infuriating. She couldn't care less about her dignity. Consequently, she relinquished all her defensive spells and simultaneously cast 4 offensive ones. This formidable barrage was unprecedented. Even in the training grounds for 15-year-olds, on the other hand, Piles found himself deep in thought as he faced Camus' wrath. What should I do? If he wished to kill her, it would take merely 0.1 seconds to snap her neck. However, that was not the pressing issue at hand. Dealing with a child was quite a headache, as he was uncertain how far to go. This was particularly true for Piles, who had spent his entire life on the battlefield. He wanted to adequately soothe the girl, but she was none other than the little queen of the Milg family. Ultimately, Piles reached a conclusion. The troubles of Milg should be resolved by Milg. The cleanest and most straightforward method was not to personally intervene. Boom! At that moment, he caught sight of the fierce duel taking place nearby. A nameless 15-year-old Bascavi and a 15-year-old Milg were engaged in an intense battle of swords and magic. Both were so engrossed that they completely failed to notice anyone approaching. The 15-year-old Milg appeared to specialize in powerful fire explosion spells, with immense blasts resonating throughout the training grounds. Whoosh! Piles retreated, attempting to edge closer to the boundary of the adjacent training area, while the furious Camus relentlessly pursued him. If something goes wrong, the referees will intervene. Piles casually turned, with Camus hot on his heels, seemingly unwilling to let him escape. Then, suddenly, boom, an explosion erupted, sending the onlookers into a state of panic. Camus, how could this happen? Lady Camus, no, Lady Camus. The scene Piles had envisioned began to unfold. Chapter 24, Milg Camus, Morg Camille, 5, The Return of the Iron-Blooded Swordsman Hound. Chapter 24, 24500, Chapter 24, Milg Camus, Morg Camille, 5, Egg. Camus summoned flames, frost, lightning, and rocks, launching a frenzied assault on the ground. Piles narrowly dodged it all, gradually drawing closer to the boundary of the opposite training area. You brat, don't run, let us have a proper fight. Camus shouted, trembling. As the prey was driven to desperation, she seemed to regain her lost confidence, yet the 3 bumps on her forehead made her appear merely adorable to others. Piles, while evading the spells, raised his palm and lightly tapped his forehead 3 times. Upon seeing Piles smile, Camus completely lost her reason. I will not let you off, you little shorty, I will never forgive you. Just as Camus made her final leap, Piles also ceased his retreat. At that moment, Piles' cunning plan bore fruit. Boom! The 15-year-old Bascavi and Milg clashed head-on in the adjacent training area. Swords shattered, magic erupted, and debris scattered. Coincidentally, the 15-year-old Milg employed a massive fire spell, causing flames to erupt in all directions. The area where Piles and Camus stood was also affected. Boom! An explosion ensued, sending the onlookers into a state of fear. Camus, how could this happen? Lady Camus, no, Lady Camus. The attending mages were taken aback, yet even so, the scale of the incident was relatively minor. The flames creeping from the adjacent training area posed little significant threat. However, Camus discovered that most of her clothing had been incinerated. and she let out a scream, hastily shedding her still-burning garments. She was left in her undergarments at the center of the training ground. Fortunately, due to the raging flames, smoke, and dust surrounding her, no one had yet seen her body. But in a few seconds, a gust of wind would reveal everything. The protectors deemed the damage minimal and refrained from intervening, with only scattered voices of concern drifting through. Oh no, if this continues. Not only was she tear-streaked and sniffling, but she would also be exposed in front of everyone. This was an utter disgrace. What to do, what to do, what to do? If she were to suffer such humiliation, her family's reputation would be ruined. Memories of being stripped and cast out for defying her mother surged painfully within her. Who can help me? Anyone will do. Camus desperately covered her body with her hands, curling up in dread of the impending humiliation. Just then, whoosh, Camus felt a fabric enveloping her entire body. Though heavy, it was soft. Looking up, she saw a black cloak covering her completely. At least I can wear this. Piles stood before Camus, clad only in his undergarments. Camus stammered, who are you? To which Piles shrugged, being naked does not strip away dignity. It is a privilege of childhood. The notion that exposing one's undergarments is shameful is prevalent among both genders. But it is ultimately a matter for adults. Children running about naked do not typically incur significant psychological issues. After all, children sometimes engage in such antics. Of course, the opinions of those directly involved may differ. But at least this is how Piles perceived it. As he draped the cloak over Camus, he stood tall. At that moment, Camus pointed at Piles' face and stammered, "Hey, you're bleeding." Piles then raised his hand to wipe away the blood trickling from his forehead. It appeared that when the magic's high temperature was unleashed, shards of the blade had also scattered. Although it was not a fatal injury, seeing the blood marked a clear conclusion to the battle between the 8-year-olds. Soon after, a gust of wind blew, sweeping away the dust and smoke that had risen in the training area. Revealed within was Camus, clad in Bascavi training attire, seated on the ground, and Piles, standing bare and bloodied. Though no one knew precisely what had transpired amidst the dust, everyone sensed that the atmosphere of combat between them had dissipated entirely, especially upon seeing the vacant expression in Camus' eyes. It was clear that the fight had come to an end. That dazed, lost gaze was unmistakable. On the other hand, observing the young Bascavi standing proudly despite his nudity, the other Bascavi looked on in astonishment. Oh, did he lose to the daughter of the Milk family? Or did he win? It was impossible to discern. By the way, this kid is remarkably sturdy. Must be due to the protection of the river of Hades. Of course, this referred to the taut muscles all over his body. It seemed his training regimen had been thoroughly completed. This impressive battle between the 8-year-olds ultimately concluded abruptly due to Camus' loss of spirit. After the friendly tournament came to a close, Hagao, standing in a corner of the training ground, called Piles aside. As they walked over together, Hagao inquired, "How was the duel with the daughter of the Milk family?" "Quite interesting. I have come to realize the significance of the event. The battles with mages differ entirely from those with swordsmen. I shall learn gradually." The dialogue between Hagao and Piles would surely astonish others in the family. Hagao was not the type to engage with children in such a manner. In this regard, Piles also felt somewhat out of place. What is going on? Is this really his nature? His memories of Hagao's childhood were hazy. He had always been a cold, stern, and cruel presence. It was said that he had become this way after losing his first wife and eldest daughter. However, that is no longer my concern. While Piles pondered these thoughts, Hagao, in a calm tone, posed his next question. "What are your thoughts on the ruby mine?" This is the crux of Hagao's inquiry, a continuation of the debate prior to the friendly competition. At that time, Camus proposed, since the Basque family cannot mine for rubies, why not sell the mining rights for some profit? This aligns with the demands of the Milch family. Consequently, the Basque family could only provide a pragmatic response. With a hint of anticipation directed towards Hagao, Piles replied, "I believe it would be more prudent to relinquish the mining rights." Upon hearing this, Hagao's eyes widened slightly. To forfeit the rights to the ruby mine? Indeed, what is your reasoning? When Hagao pressed further, Piles answered without hesitation, "The ruby vein is located at the base of the Red Spire Mountain, downstream of the enemy's Black Mountain range. Further upstream lies a gathering of formidable monsters and savage tribes. Not long ago, during a skill assessment, I crossed the boundary into forbidden territory and gained first-hand experience of this." Piles recalled the arrow wounds etched into the side of the three-headed hellhound. Hearing this, Hagao's expression brightened slightly, and then, he inquired, "Moreover, the Basque family has been dedicated to developing this wasteland and expanding their territory. If we can effectively utilize the Milch family, we can minimize the losses incurred by the Basque family's endeavors." Upon hearing this, Hagao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ha ha ha, what an excellent answer. He fully grasped Piles's intent. By surrendering the rights to the ruby mine, the Milch family would dispatch a significant workforce to the downstream of the enemy's Black Mountain range. Thus, the Basque family could maneuver around to develop this wasteland and drive out the monsters or savages residing there towards the Milch family, when occupying the territory of monsters or savages. It is imperative to utterly eradicate their roots to prevent any retaliation from the natives. One must dismantle their pillars and uproot them. Not only should all monsters and savages inhabiting this land be slain, but the fleeing ones must also be pursued to fully claim this territory. They must not be allowed to regroup and seek vengeance. However, completely exterminating the fleeing prey is a lengthy and arduous task. Therefore, Hagao plans to drive all fleeing monsters or savages towards the direction of the ruby mine belonging to the Milch family while simultaneously developing the land. Ha ha ha, the rubies will be stained even redder with the blood of the Milch. Child of Respa, you will come to regret entering our territory. Hagao was exceedingly pleased with Piles's response. The Milch family gains the rubies, and the Basque family secures the territory, a mutually beneficial negotiation. Well done, your strategy aligns perfectly with my plans, Hagao remarked, stroking Piles's head. Piles thought to himself, of course, for this plan originated from your mind. Before his rebirth, Piles had played the role of a hunting dog, driving monsters and savages toward the Milch family, so he was well aware of this, yet now, he could only bow his head respectfully in response. Nevertheless, I believe we must remain vigilant in monitoring the movements of the Milch entering our territory. No need for concern. We have already gradually increased the number of hunting dogs dispatched there. Hagao's response was unexpected, not due to the plan itself, but because he openly shared this with Piles. Piles noticed Hagao's gaze soften, akin to polished leather, which took him by surprise. Just as they were about to enter the conference room, a voice called out to Hagao from behind. Turning around, they found Milch Adolf standing there. Beside him, Kumo's eyes were still swollen. She tightly clutched the corner of her uncle's cloak, her bowed head giving her an unfamiliar appearance. Hagao squinted and said, It is Milch's representative. What brings you here? Is there an unresolved issue? Indeed, there is one important matter that requires discussion. Let us enter first. Hagao opened the door and stepped into the chamber. Adolf followed suit, taking a seat on the sofa. Kumo remained silent, casting a fleeting glance at Piles before lowering her head again, passing by him while still tightly wrapped in the cloak he had draped over her. Adolf addressed Hagao. In truth, the Milch family has pondered extensively over amicably resolving the issue of the ruby mine. The rental of the territory is merely one of many topics. Then what is it, as a cost for opening the territory? What about a marriage proposal? Adolf's sudden suggestion caused a slight furrow to appear on Hagao's brow. However, he refrained from displaying any displeasure. Hagao leaned forward and inquired, A marriage proposal? Yes. We propose a union between the heirs of the Milch and Basque families. Accepting money in opening territory may elicit negative perceptions, thus we hope to foster a positive image through marital ties. Yet, to propose a betrothal between the well-known adversaries, Milch and Basque, was indeed an awkward and absurd suggestion. Hagao chuckled at this suggestion, one he had never contemplated. Who would marry whom? How about our eldest daughter and their eldest son? Adolf turned to Kumo, who looked up in surprise, clearly hearing this proposal for the first time. My niece is truly an exceptional child. She possesses beauty, intelligence, and strength. She has it all. If she were to wed the eldest son of the Basque family, it would be a perfect match. However, Hagao was not particularly concerned with this. Well, my eldest son is 20 years old. The age gap seems rather significant, does it not? 8 years and 20 years, but it is merely a 12-year difference, which can be overcome. Adolf, the head of the family, is 40 this year, correct? So he should be 57. Adolf suddenly fell silent. Hagao waved his hand dismissively. Moreover, my eldest son is already betrothed. What? When? It was a contract established in the womb. You may not be aware. Hagao's response left Adolf with a pained expression. At that moment, Kumo, who had been silent, suddenly raised her voice. I will not marry someone weaker than my mother. Her tone was quite resolute upon hearing this. Both Adolf and Hagao turned their attention to Kumo, realizing they had neglected to consult the opinion of the person involved. With a gentle smile, Adolf patted Kumo's head. Child, if you insist on not marrying someone weaker than your mother, you may very well remain an old maid for life, unless, of course, you seek a man significantly older than you. That depends on the possibilities. Moreover, I do not favor those with a significant age gap. I prefer men who are younger or of the same age. I saw many contemporaries at the training grounds. After hearing Kumo's words, Adolf seemed at a loss for words and shrugged. At this point, Hagao, feeling somewhat exasperated, looked at Kumo. Young lady, this is not a buffet. I know. I am not interested in haphazardly picking things to eat. After saying this, Kumo looked up at a certain spot where Piles stood. Noticing the direction of Kumo's gaze, Hagao stroked his chin thoughtfully. No, this brat. Adolf jumped up to block Kumo's view. He is not of the Lei clan, but from the Fan clan, even if a dragon were to soar from the ditch. He remains a child of the ditch, Adolf whispered in Kumo's ear, but the now superhuman Hagao could not possibly miss it. Well, while that may be true, why does it sound so infuriating? Hagao muttered to himself. After a moment, he turned to Piles and asked, by the way, marriage is ultimately a matter of personal choice. Son, what are your thoughts? Piles replied without hesitation. If my father commands it, I shall comply. It was a response filled with loyalty. Upon hearing this, Hagao smiled with satisfaction, while Adolf's expression turned quite awkward. To suggests simply obeying orders for marriage is not a trivial matter, such disrespect toward the Milch family's only legitimate daughter. Hagao even openly provoked Adolf. I and the Basque family, distinctions between direct and collateral lines are inconsequential. Inferior individuals may bear the Lei surname, while superior ones may carry the Fan surname. Is that your intention? My lord, Adolf smiled condescendingly at Piles, but that smile turned cold and rigid. Having not closely observed Piles at the training grounds earlier, he could now scrutinize him thoroughly. Piles was finally able to meet Adolf's gaze. A 6th-level master, he was a top-tier powerhouse within the Milch family. He was a member of the council, adept at resolving various diplomatic and political issues. Moreover, he is notoriously indulgent towards his nephew. As Piles recalled the character data from before his return, Adolf leaned in close to Piles' ears. Child, I must clarify that becoming our camel's husband is no easy feat. The engagement is merely the family's opinion. Personally, I do not even regard the eldest son of the Basque family with favor. His words carried an implicit pressure. Is this a characteristic of politicians? Not long ago, Hagao had pressured Kumo, yet now he appeared quite hypocritical. However, in the face of Adolf's imposing presence, Piles remained unyielding, standing expressionless. Conversely, Adolf furrowed his brow. Why do you not respond? Are you listening to your uncle's words? At that moment, Pearl spoke up. You said you didn't want me to listen. So I stopped paying attention. Chapter 25 Mort Camille, 6, The Return of the Iron-Blooded Swordmaster's Hound, Volume 25, 25500, Chapter 25 Mort Camille, 6, You said you didn't want me to listen. So I stopped paying attention. Upon hearing this, Hagao quickly covered the corner of his mouth with his hand. Although his expression was indifferent, it was evident to everyone that he was suppressing a smile. Camille also gazed over with sparkling eyes. Only Adolf's forehead was marred by bulging veins. After a moment, he straightened his bent back and turned to Hagao, saying, My lord, may I engage in a deeper conversation with this child? As a member of the Milg family and the highest-ranking counselor, his excessive attention to an 8-year-old was quite unusual for Hagao. The other party's hypersensitivity made it difficult to respond. What are you doing? Is the Empire's magical star going to bully an 8-year-old? Hagao did not forget the earlier words and returned them verbatim. However, Adolf remained resolute. Perhaps this child will become my nephew-in-law in the future. This is not a request as a representative of the Milg family, but rather as an uncle. Uncle, that's not how it is. Shoo, nephew, don't interrupt, let your uncle handle this, such matters must be experienced at least once. As Camille countered, Adolf spoke with a hint of sternness. At the same time, he subtly gestured to Hagao, seemingly indicating to show some respect. Hagao, recalling that he hadn't spent such a lengthy time with the Milg family in quite a while, waved his hand, signaling to let it be. Pearls gladly accepted Adolf's request. Even before his return, Milg Adolf was an elusive and formidable presence. By the age of 40, he was already able to represent his family in formal occasions. Wielding substantial power, experiencing even a fraction of Adolf's strength was an excellent opportunity. Hagao shared this sentiment, which is why he permitted this encounter. After the annual event concluded, everyone departed from the training ground. In the vast open space, Pearls and Adolf stood facing each other. Observing them from a distance were Hagao, Ray Basque, and Milg Camille. They stood afar, watching the two in the center of the training ground. Adolf began. Basque's child, I shall assess your qualifications, reveal everything you possess. Pearls nodded, yet his thoughts wandered elsewhere. If I display my full strength, you will faint. What if I were to unleash my prowess from before my return? In an ambush or assassination, there would be a 50 success rate. In a direct confrontation, perhaps only 10. Not however, I have not fully regained my strength from before the return, nor is there a need to go all out. I merely need to moderately satisfy Adolf's expectations. Let us see what the magical star is capable of. It is said that a handshake between masters can provide a general understanding of each other's strength. Pearls intended to use this opportunity to gauge the prowess of the top-tier warriors of the Milk family. Shortly thereafter, Adolf declared, "Child, I shall grant you some advantages." He raised his hand and waved it towards the ground. Zizizizi, the soil lifted from the ground, swirling into the shape of a pot. Whoosh, under the flames emitted from Adolf's hand, the pot solidified. Gurgled, gurgled, gurgled. Soon, the crafted pot began to fill with water on its own. It appeared simple, yet it was a combination of earth, fire, and water magic working in unison. Snap! Adolf flicked his fingers, and the water-filled pot slowly ascended into the air, resting atop his head, with the pot balanced above him. Adolf looked down at Pearls and said, "I shall compete with you while balancing this water-filled pot on my head. If you can ensure not a single drop spills from it, then you shall be deemed the victor." In other words, it was an invitation for Pearls to unleash his full potential. Pearls gripped his short sword and assumed a stance. Adolf, meanwhile, crossed his arms, quietly observing Pearls. Moments later, Pearls made the first move. Charging directly towards Adolf. Seeing this, Camus anxiously shouted, "Ah! Our uncle cannot confront head-on." Upon hearing this, Adolf cast a disappointed glance at Camus. "Nephew, what do you expect me to do?" At that moment, a transparent barrier appeared before Adolf. Bang! Pearls crashed into the wall and was rebounded. The shield magic is the best choice when dealing with swordsmen. Even an ordinary spirit sword would find it difficult to penetrate. Adolf's words were not mere boasts. Particularly, Adolf was a master of shield magic. He could create shields of varying sizes, thicknesses, and shapes depending on the time and place. Earlier, he had crafted a shield that perfectly blocked Pearls' body to minimize magical energy waste. However, Pearls was no ordinary opponent. Pearls utilized the force of the rebound to create distance and swiftly shifted to the side. Simultaneously, slap, Pearls kicked several pebbles towards the opposite direction. The stones flew straight toward the water pot. Aiming for a critical spot is no easy task. Adolf did not glance at the incoming stones but instead conjured a shield with his hand. He then summoned a smaller shield to intercept Pearls, who was approaching from the other side. Pearls was once again repelled. Adolf remarked, "Now it's my turn to attack." As soon as his words fell, the flame spear was summoned, rapidly hurled into the air. The flames, each strike was potent enough to pierce the hard ground, creating deep craters. Witnessing this, Camus screamed, "Uncle, isn't that a bit excessive? You never used such magic when practicing with me." "Nephew, who are you aiding with such words?" Adolf displayed a profoundly disappointed expression. Meanwhile, Pearls was evading the incoming flame spears. Is this the level of your prowess?" The magic master Adolf's power, known to Pearls, had not changed significantly, neither in the past nor present. This level was already familiar to him. "I know how to deal with him now." With his rich combat experience prior to his return and the innocent appearance of a child he now possessed, if he could effectively combine these two aspects, perhaps he could lure the opponent into letting their guard down and achieve unexpected results. If done well, I might even kill him. Though this terrifying thought flashed through his mind, there was no need to actually follow through. Considering Hegau's gaze, it was essential to handle this situation appropriately. Pearls seemed to be hastened by the flames, his movements becoming frantic. Pearls drew his sword and swung it toward Adolf. However, it was futile. The shield created by Adolf blocked Pearls' sword. Clang, 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 clang. Pearls swung his sword again, but all his attacks were thwarted by the shield. Adolf wore a slight smile. No matter how many times you try, the outcome will remain the same. Your sword cannot penetrate my shield. Yet Pearls did not concede. Buzz. The sword swung again. Clang. Then it struck the shield. Pearls repetitively executed the same motion, while Adolf continued to block his sword with the same shield. Bang, bang, bam, bam. The blade consistently struck the same spot with precision. Pearls, like a machine, swung his sword with meticulous accuracy, repeating the same trajectory countless times. At that moment, Adolf sensed something was amiss. Oh, Pearls has been striking the same spot on the shield. The shield was gradually wearing down, particularly the area continuously subjected to impact was experiencing severe magical fatigue. Haha, are you attempting to penetrate my shield by persistently hitting the same spot? What a bold thought. The focus and swordsmanship required to consistently aim at the same location. I must commend you. However, Adolf's expression quickly turned cold. This is merely an egg striking a rock. Did you calculate the durability of my shield against that of your sword before attempting this? Indeed, that was the case. Bang! Just as Pearl's sword struck Adolf's shield once more, crack, Pearl's sword finally shattered. Pearls had no choice but to withdraw the broken blade and step back. Hegau stroked his chin in silence, while Camus displayed a look of regret. Closing his mouth, Adolf addressed the retreating Pearls from a distance. Maintaining a single stance is commendable, yet one must also consider who the opponent is. While your qualifications are admirable, They are insufficient to be my nephew's partner. Just as Adolf was preparing to conclude his reprimand, he suddenly felt something wet on his head and paused his words. What is happening? When Adolf realized something was amiss. Droplets began to trickle down his face from above. When he looked up, he saw a leaking water pot crack. The shard of pearl-shattered sword had lodged into the side of the water pot, causing the water to flow incessantly from the crown of his head to the tip of his chin, even his neck. Adolf was drenched, displaying a look of bewilderment. Tap, 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 tap. Pelle stepped forward and remarked, "It has certainly overflowed." Of course, he was referring to the water in the tank. Chapter 26, The Graduates, 1, The Return of the Iron-Blooded Swordmaster Hound, Episode 26, 26500. The number of individuals born into the Baskerville family remains substantial, and equally, the count of those who have passed away is considerable. The waves of the Styx River push forth, only to recede behind. 7 years have elapsed since that date. This instructor informs you that you can become angels or demons. A leader with a short beard bellowed. His name was Staffordshire Baskerville, age 35, a seasoned knight among the graduates. Despite lacking the middle names Lowerfan and being of commoner descent, he earned the Baskerville surname through remarkable talent and an upright character, thus cleansing his lineage. It is said that his piercing fang swordsmanship has attained the level of the 4 styles of Baskerville, perfectly depicting 4 fangs. Such prowess qualifies him to lead and instruct the young Baskervilles here. Alright, this is the final practice. Conduct your exercises as if they were real combat. Real combat should be treated as genuine conflict. I trust you all understand this. Staffordshire surveyed the 15 and 16-year-old Baskervilles before him. They appeared utterly exhausted, yet the fire of ambition and ferocity burned ever brighter in their eyes. The young Baskervilles, aged 15 to 16, were all adept swordsmen at the novice level, having fully mastered the first style of Baskerville. After assessing the students' morale, Staffordshire turned again. In the center of the training grounds stood a massive bear weighing 800 kilograms and standing 3 meters tall. This colossal creature had one notable feature apart from its sheer size: 2 sharp, curved horns atop its head. 0's bear danger level, a size, 5 meters. Location discovered, Crimson Black Mountain Range, 7 Peaks Ridge. A supersized bear with 2 enormous, curved horns, the most formidable terrestrial predator in the family Ursidae. An almost perfect killing machine, it reigns supreme within the ecosystem of the Crimson Black Mountain Range. A monster with no natural enemies aside from its kind, this bear boasts 2 colossal, curved ivory horns. A powerful beast, its body is draped in thick muscle, fat, and coarse fur. The creature currently situated in this training ground seemed to be yet a juvenile, due to prolonged confinement within a cage. Its nutritional state was subpar. However, this meant that the beast was all the more aggressive and neurotic. As Staffordshire brandished his sword to intimidate the oxbear, he simultaneously encouraged the young Baskervilles behind him. Alright, simply replicate the methods we practiced on the carcass of the monster. Last time, we practiced slicing the oxbear's corpse. You should now understand just how resilient its skin is, how robust its muscles are, and what organs lie within each part. The usually mild-mannered Staffordshire transformed entirely when confronting the oxbear. His eyes radiated with murderous intent, the aura emanating from the tip of his blade roiling like a colossal hand. Though Staffordshire exuded this fearsome presence overpowering the oxbear, he did not launch an attack, for that was not his duty. Soon after, growling, the oxbear charged forth, storming like a water buffalo, its horns leading the charge. The young Baskervilles retaliated according to their preferences. Some scattered to the sides to evade, while others swung their swords head-on. Bang! The evasive ones survived, while those who engaged directly were pushed back. Staffordshire continued. When faced with a stronger opponent in direct confrontation, the best choice is to evade, but do not stray too far. Instead, sidestep and launch small-scale attacks. The guiding hound's advice flowed forth continuously. The young hounds eagerly absorbed these teachings. Targeting vital points from the onset is unwise, as it invites counterattacks. It is better to first strike at the opponent's center of gravity, such as the right hind leg, thereby diminishing their mobility and reaction speed. Following the guiding hound's instructions, the young hounds relentlessly assaulted the standing bear's legs. Due to the continuous onslaught on its hind leg, one of the oxbear's limbs became nearly incapacitated, effectively sealing off its threatening horn thrust skill. At this moment, the young Baskervilles began to truly reveal their fangs. They no longer required Staffordshire's commands, having evolved into independent hounds. The first style of Baskerville, over 30 fangs thrust forth from various directions, tearing into the oxbear's body. Among them, the triplet siblings Hebro, Madelbro, and Robro stood out prominently. Crack, crack. They believed themselves to be the leaders, mercilessly pushing aside any arrogant brothers or comrades attempting to surpass them, as well as the weaker and lagging ones. Before long, boom, the oxbear collapsed. Well done. Staffordshire approached the carcass of the oxbear, blade in hand. Swish. Soon, the bear's abdomen was sliced open, exposing its innards and chunks of meat. After the conclusion of the fourth training session, lunchtime naturally arrived. Staffordshire distributed the oxbear's innards and meat to the young hounds on site. The steaming, crimson meat, which might induce nausea in an ordinary person, was devoured raw by the young Baskervilles. Staffordshire addressed the feasting students. Listen well, from today onward, the 3 years and 6 months of foundational training, along with the 3 years and 6 months of practical training, have concluded. Congratulations on your graduation. 7 years have transformed these youngsters into true warriors. Each individual present here can not only infuse magical energy into their blades but can also flawlessly carve out a fawn. Nevertheless, Staffordshire declared that this was merely the beginning. In truth, the practice utilizing captured magical beasts was merely an elementary tutorial, vastly diverging from real combat. Henceforth, you must accumulate experience independently. The seasoned guiding hound's advice should always be remembered. The enemies and wild magical beasts of the Black Mountain differ significantly from the magical beasts we have long kept in captivity. They are not only robust in physique but also cunning and composed. Occasionally, powerful elder individuals may emerge that even I cannot contend with. The recently slain oxbear was no exception. Should a fully matured wild oxbear's horns strike, compounded by successive blows from its forepaws and bites to the head, even graduates would find themselves in grave danger. Controlled variables, safe environments, fixed rules, the abilities honed in such settings cannot suffice for survival in the untamed wilderness. These young hounds must venture forth into such realms. The young Baskervilles were already acutely aware of this. Countless scars on Staffordshire's face twitched as he spoke. From now on, you must personally experience the impending hell, either overcome through your innate lineage or triumph through your own experiences. I have no more words to impart, that is all. He concluded his role as the guiding hound with a brief salute. The young Baskervilles temporarily set aside their chunks of meat and innards. They prepared themselves for the forthcoming adventure into the untamed lands projected to last approximately 21 months. After Staffordshire departed, they began to gather in small clusters to chat. Hey, which night order did you apply to? My first choice is Doberman, second is Pit, and third is Rottweiler. Oh, none of my choices overlap with yours. I favor the Wolfhound Night Order, followed by Shepherd and Bullmastiff Night Orders. The Baskerville family comprises 7 Night Orders, each established and operating for distinct purposes such as border defense, reconnaissance, protection, assassination, suppression, and total warfare. Among these, the Wolfhound Night Order stands as the pinnacle, symbolizing the family's strength. I too wish to join the Wolfhound Night Order. But can one simply go there if they desire? Only those selected can join. I'll be realistic and apply to the Doberman Night Order. Aside from the Wolfhound Night Order, it is essentially the best. Joining the Doberman Night Order means guarding the city walls for a lifetime. I find that rather dull. It would be better to join the more frequently warring Pit Night Order. The boisterous children naturally began to converge their gazes upon a particular figure. Where on earth will that guy go? This was a shared question among all present youths. The triplet siblings, most active during the hunt, even set down their meat, quietly observing him. Pellis Baskerville. It is said that he is the illegitimate son of the esteemed Higao, brought back from outside the family. He did not partake in this hunt but sat alone at a distance. At Pellis's feet lay the lifeless body of a colossal beast, far larger than that which had been slain by the combined efforts of over 30 children moments prior. The young Baskervilles gazed at Pellis with a "Is that guy really 15 like us? How did he manage to slay a beast all by himself? I heard he has reached the advanced level of swordsmanship mastery. He even carved out 3 fangs. Insane. Can he wield the third style of Baskerville? That's nearly at the leader hound level. The reverence for the strong is a phenomenon that occurs within any group. Yet it is particularly pronounced among the Baskerville family. However, the individual known as Bellis remains largely indifferent to such rumors. The term master of swordsmanship, upper tier, signifies that the sharpness of his blade has attained a density that lies between the gaseous and liquid states. Typically, children of the Baskerville lineage reach this level between the ages of 20 and 25, yet Bellis achieved this distinction at the tender age of 15. Nonetheless, the true extent of Bellis's concealed prowess surpasses that of an average graduate. Having ascended to a significantly higher echelon, 2 full levels above the master of swordsmanship, rivaling the strength of the aforementioned leader of the Staffordshire Hounds, coupled with the protection of the Stygian River and the power of the cursed sword Beelzebub, his combat effectiveness in real-world scenarios is poised to become even more formidable. Should the world become aware of this, it would undoubtedly be met with astonishment. At present, Bellis has mastery over 5 styles of Baskerville swordsmanship. In terms of swordplay alone, he has already surpassed the level he held in his previous life. The advanced sword techniques beyond the fourth style are those he had never grasped in his former existence. Thus, to simultaneously cultivate these skills and emerge as a perfect graduate at the intermediate level has taken him a bit longer than initially planned. Meanwhile, Belus closes his eyes, recalling the beast he had recently slain. Despite encountering several crises, he was able to effortlessly hunt it down, a feat made possible by the weakening of the creature due to its prolonged captivity. Belus now finds himself pondering the current extent of his abilities. Contemplating how they compare to his past life, his thoughts in disarray. For the young pups of the Baskerville family, who have only just begun to show their teeth, their idle chatter is of little consequence. At this moment, a topic of interest emerges, spoken unwittingly by a young Baskerville. So among our ranks, will he be entering the academy? The Colosseo, the arena of the academy, serves as the educational institution to which the 7 great families of the empire send their young heirs. Fulfilling the empire's obligation to provide education, due to the limited number of spots at the academy, the number of students each family can send is also restricted. Naturally, only the most exceptional youths from each family are gathered here. A prospect that piques Belus's interest. However, like other children, he harbors neither a thirst for honor nor a passion for education. This is an opportunity to enhance my strength away from the side of Hagao. Beyond this, there are numerous tasks to attend to, repaying debts incurred in his past life or monopolizing hidden relics. As Belus contemplates the future, he is interrupted by a voice calling from behind. Young master, it is a voice that, despite its age, retains a robust timbre imbued with warmth and kindness. John Barrymore, the butler, reproaches Belus that he is one of the few individuals who showed sympathy toward Belus in his previous life. And Belus harbors a degree of trust in him. Shortly thereafter, Butler Barrymore leans in and whispers to Belus, "The head of the family seeks you, Hagao Le Baskerville. It is indeed unusual for him to seek out his son." Noticing Belus's look of confusion, Barrymore smiles gently and continues, "Your position has been determined." Chapter 27, Graduate 2, The Return of the Iron-Blooded Swordmaster Hound. Episode 27, Graduate 2, Upon entering Hagao's study after a long absence. Belus is enveloped by an atmosphere of coldness and the lingering scent of blood. Dust accumulates upon the old tomes, acrid smoke fills the air, cooled coffee sits untouched, and a faint metallic tang of blood pervades the room. Like an experienced hound, Belus senses the ambience through scent. At that moment, a middle-aged man seated behind the desk, facing the window, turns to regard Belus. Hagao Le Baskerville, the iron-blooded swordmaster and head of the Baskerville clan. Upon their reunion, Belus notices that Hagao's visage appears older than he remembered from his past life. Suddenly, Belus's attention is drawn to a relatively new scar that spans Hagao's nose, though this scar had existed before his reincarnation. Belus had been unaware of its origin, leaving him curious. "Greetings." Hagao replies succinctly, nodding. Belus continues the mundane exchange in a calm tone. When inquiring about the scar on Hagao's nose, Hagao nonchalantly dismisses it as a trivial matter. "I was struck by an arrow while combating the enemies and the savages of the Black Mountain." Belus is taken aback. It is astonishing that someone could injure the renowned Hagao Baskerville with an arrow. A master of swordsmanship such as Hagao could not possibly be harmed by a mere blind shot. It is evident that a skilled marksman had targeted him. Hagao chuckles softly. "There was a woman with remarkable archery skills. Did you capture her?" "Alas, I did not. However, I left an identical mark upon that fox-like individual's face." A swordsman of Hagao's caliber can intercept distant foes through the aura emanating from his blade. He touches the scar that crosses his nose, as if still feeling a twinge of pain. After a moment of silence, he speaks again to "In any case, congratulations on completing your training. Thank you from this point forward. It will be even more arduous." Hagao's words elicit a nod from Belus. As the Knight Protector Staffordshire Baskerville once stated, "The true trial is only just beginning." The foundational training and theoretical studies, physical conditioning, and enemy observation span 3 years and 6 months. Actual combat training, including battles against monsters and humans, along with wilderness survival skills, consumed an additional 3 years and 6 months. However, from this moment on, engagement in the depths of enemy territory and the Black Mountains will utterly negate all previously learned survival principles. Akin to hell, whether one possesses inherently noble blood or must fight tooth and nail to survive. The next 21 months will involve immersing oneself in the development of enemy territory and the Black Mountains. Belus recalls memories from before his return, reflecting that according to the original plan, he would be serving as a trainee knight in the Bullfighter Knight Brigade, dispatched to the enemy in the Black Mountains, repeatedly traversing the line between life and death over the subsequent 21 months. Much like a hound that can be discarded at any moment, he would be thrust directly into the fray. Yet, Hagal presents Bellis with an unexpected proposal: consider trying your hand at serving as a member of the lower house. This suggestion catches Bellis off guard. Hagal proposes that Bellis pursue a civilian path. Of course, within a family where all members are seasoned warriors, being a civilian does not imply abstaining from combat. Rather, among the Baskerville progeny, those with exceptional talent and prowess often undertake a civilian role before transitioning to military positions. Hagal's eldest and second sons followed a similar trajectory: men ought to be strong. Just as with a sword, so too is power. Hagal's words prompt a nod from Bellis. While expendables perish in the heat of battle, the elite study politics and administration both within and outside the family. When the older elites finally draw their swords to enter combat, those expendables, seasoned through countless battles, will support them. Though the elites may begin their journey later, they accumulate strength and achievements by directing the expendables as one would a hound. Ultimately evolving into even greater titans through their acquired political and administrative knowledge. Only the elite can learn swordsmanship beyond the fifth style of Baskerville. The rationale for not teaching the expendables advanced sword techniques beyond the fifth style is precisely this: to facilitate the elite who enter combat later to catch up swiftly with the expendable hounds through minimal effort. This concept parallels the reasoning behind a nation's elite withholding literacy from the common populace. I shall heed your command. Bellis bows respectfully, initially intending to distance himself from Hagal. He instead finds himself drawing closer. However, as his hidden strength is not overly formidable, it poses little danger. Rather, it presents an opportunity to approach the core of power. A multifaceted advantage for Bellis. Hagal briefly elucidates the responsibilities that Bellis will assume as a member of the lower house. The lower house member assists in managing local administrative, legislative, and judicial affairs within the Baskerville territory, as well as introducing projects or addressing matters for the region. In essence, they are responsible for the myriad affairs of the family, both great and small. A lower house member who achieves success in this role may ascend to the upper house, dealing with external family matters, though this does not particularly concern Bellis at present. With a creak, Hagal opens a drawer and retrieves several documents. Butler Barrymore swiftly provides assistance with a seal and ink. You will serve as the vice-governor of Yendog City. Bellis is well acquainted with Yendog City. It is the most prosperous town within the vast territory governed by the Baskerville family, and to call it a town would be an understatement. It resembles a grand city. The governor oversees legislative and judicial matters there, while the vice-governor is responsible for various supportive tasks for the governor. Bellis glances at the contents of the appointment document and remarks: it pertains to the formulation and execution of laws, does it not? Indeed, currently both the governor and vice-governor positions are vacant. The simultaneous vacancy of a governor and multiple vice-governor positions is not without reason. The former governor of Yendog City was Hagal's second son, while those who married into the Baskerville family as vice-governors were his relatives. However, Hagal's second son has now entered a prolonged period of secluded cultivation, and the vice-governors who replaced him have been dismissed due to allegations of bribery. Hagal intends to delegate all vacant powers and responsibilities to Peels. This is a city without a master. Are you capable of handling it? Peels nodded. The position of vice-governor is typically held by individuals around 30 years of age, yet occasionally those deemed geniuses among geniuses may assume this role in their early 20s. These young elites are likely to hold significant positions representing their families in the future. For instance, by entering the academy for further studies, after completing 4 years at the academy, they return to their families, directly ascending to the role of governor. This indeed represents the path of the elite among elites. Hagal's proposal to appoint Peels was an audacious personnel decision. It seems you bestow upon me excessive authority. This is also a considerable responsibility. Hagal continued with a hint of a dry smile. Your accomplishments have surpassed those of the so-called geniuses within your family by at least a decade. Hence, you are granted the corresponding treatment. This treatment encompasses both rights and obligations. As power increases, so too does responsibility. Conversely, as responsibilities intensify, power concurrently expands. I shall strive to live up to the expectations of the esteemed head of the family. Hagal silently nodded. Moments later, a loud thud echoed as a document received Hagal's seal. Thus, Peels became the vice-governor of the grand city of Andok, effectively its ruling governor. What a fortunate turn of events. Peels thought if he could adeptly wield the authority of the vice-governor, it would allow for a safer enhancement of his abilities compared to direct involvement in combat. His hidden fangs and claws would sharpen further. After a brief pause, Peels spoke. Esteemed head of the family, Hegao lifted his gaze, following the conclusion of their discussion. The warmth of interest that had once cooled reignited within him. Peels astutely detected this flicker of warmth. I wish to report on the previous matter concerning the ruby mines of Milge. 7 years ago, at the age of 8, Peels had boldly confronted Milge's delegation, much to Hegao's delight. At that time, Hegao had promised Peels a reward, although Peels had not explicitly requested the nature of that reward. Now, however, Peels clearly articulated his demand for a reward for that previous action. Might I borrow it once? Upon hearing this, Hegao exhibited a moment of hesitation. Indeed, I did promise you a reward back then. You mentioned that I should inform you should I have a desire. If it burdens you, it is quite all right to decline. This statement caused Hegao's thick brows to twitch slightly. How could that be burdensome? He then nodded and retrieved another document from his drawer, sealing it with the family's emblem. I trust you will not misuse this, my son. The term my son, no matter how many times it was uttered, remained difficult for Peels to acclimate to. In truth, he was even more astonished by Hegao's prompt acquiescence to his request. Had this been prior to my return, such a request would have been unimaginable. It appeared matters were progressing more smoothly than anticipated. As Peels departed from the head of the family's chamber, he traversed the long corridor. Behind him, the butler Berimer wore a gentle smile. Young master. Whom the head of the family holds you in great affection. Peels remained silent, offering no response. Thus Berimer continued, the fact that the young master is not thrust directly into combat but instead entrusted with the actual duties of a governor speaks to the principles of imperial studies. Does it not? Clearly, the head of the family intends to place significant trust in you. If the goal were merely to cultivate a disposable hound, you would have been sent to the battlefield for training immediately. As the hounds become seasoned on the brink of death, the future master would arm his thoughts and knowledge in a safe environment. Then, the hounds would leap to untouchable heights, utilizing these prepared platforms. Ultimately, even if those from the lower echelons awaken, they cannot surpass those from the upper echelons, whether in literature or martial prowess. For Peels, who had come to deeply comprehend this once again, it was a bitter realization. That is the situation in which I shall diligently perform my duties as vice-governor. The young master is certainly capable. As long as you achieve moderate success there, you will undoubtedly be among the new students at the academy next term. The butler Berimer sensed Peels' interest in the academy, though he could not discern the reason behind it. Meanwhile, Peels' mind was flooded with recollections of the renowned officials and their eccentricities he had witnessed prior to his return. Soon, the seal of Hegao, the head of the Iron Blood Sword clan, was affixed to the vice-governor's appointment document, which Peels tucked away in a small pouch close to his heart. He needed to achieve results swiftly. There were countless methods to gain recognition and further advancement in a short time, and Peels chose the fastest and most reliable path among them. Chapter 28, The Special Law of Peels. 1. The Return of the Iron Blood Sword Clan Hounds. 28, 28500. Chapter 28, The Special Law of Peels. 1. Peels made his way toward the city hall located in the heart of Andok. Passing through the clusters of buildings where numerous staff members busied themselves, he finally reached the governor's office. Today, the newly appointed vice-governor has arrived. Make sure to tidy up this place. I wonder who it will be? Regardless of who it was, the staff only hoped for someone competent in practical matters. Hey, don't get your hopes up. I heard he's only 15. The staff members were busy cleaning. High above, a banner hung, welcoming the new vice-governor and acting governor, Peels Van Baskerville. Peels casually strolled past the employees, originally scheduled to assume his position the following day. The staff members paid little attention to him. Whose child is this? Is he brought in by a staff member? Hey, you can't come in here. This area is temporarily off limits due to the visit of a distinguished guest tomorrow. Why don't you go play outside? There is a playground exclusively for the children of the staff. A few staff members obstructed Peels' path. Step aside. Upon seeing the appointment document Peels produced, they hurriedly bowed their heads in panic. Why, you're here quite early. Esteemed acting governor, the staff members were as if they had seen a ghost, prostrating themselves on the floor. Peels entered the office and sat down on a soft chair upon officially assuming the role of acting governor. His first command was as follows: bring forth wine and women. Chiwa Baskerville had worked in the city hall for several decades and felt a wave of nausea. A banquet on the very first day. Moreover, the individual was not yet 15. The former governor had been dismissed or fired due to bribery allegations, leading to significant delays in operations, and now a mere child reeking of immaturity was acting recklessly. How could this not repulse him, especially in this sacred workplace? How absurd could this child be? Chiwa Baskerville covered his forehead with his hand. He was an outsider to the family, possessing exceptional administrative abilities. which is why he was granted the surname Baskerville. Although he lacked a middle name like Leor Orphan, he could only serve as the affairs chief, yet he continued to work diligently. Oh dear, there are so many matters to attend to. And yet here comes a dandy. Despite coming from within the Baskerville family, there was still a glimmer of expectation. Even upon hearing that a 15-year-old was taking office, he had not relinquished all hope. Outside, the sounds of clinking glasses, laughter of women, and songs from performers continued to echo. Chiwa Baskerville irritably twirled his goat beard and tossed the files aside. Fine, let it all be destroyed, let the city of Andok perish. For all I care. Yet he could not fully articulate his grievances. Creak, the office door swung open, and a young man appeared. Peels Van Baskerville, the newly appointed vice-governor. That he had finally come to formally start working in this office. Are you the affairs chief? Peel's direct address caused Chiwa Baskerville to display a hint of respect. Yes, I am Chiwa Baskerville. You lack a middle name, I see. Upon hearing Peel's words, Chiwa's expression stiffened slightly. The absence of a middle name like Van indicated he was an outsider to the family. Typically, individuals brought in from outside would work as contract employees within the Baskerville family for 3 years before acquiring the surname Baskerville, thereby becoming official family members. Previous examples include Staffordshire and Chiwa. Strictly speaking, they were not blood relatives but rather employees. New vice-governors often use this as a reason to discriminate against those from outside, thus Chiwa had to endure the resurfacing of this atmosphere. However, quite so, Peels remarked unexpectedly. Chiwa's eyes widened in surprise as Peels recalled past memories. Chiwa Baskerville, yes, a familiar name. He was slender, with a cunning appearance accentuated by his goat beard, yet in reality, he possessed a straightforward character. Furthermore, being an outsider to the family, he faced considerable discrimination, with much of his credit being seized by the governor or vice-governor. Peels resonated with this, for Peels, who did not trust family blood ties. He instead placed greater faith in those proven capable from outside. I glanced over your documents upon my arrival. You hail from Andok, correct? Yes, indeed. I am a local born and raised here. Then you should know the circumstances here quite well. Far better than I, a newcomer. Yes, indeed. Chihuahua, after a brief moment of contemplation, suddenly sensed something amiss. According to past experiences, the subsequent remarks would typically include challenges such as, since you understand so well, why not give it a try? Or if you are so capable, why are you under my command? Or even do you dare to claim credit, and then you might as well do it all yourself. However, once again, Perez provided an unexpectedly astute response. I am acutely aware of the arduous efforts of those who operate on the ground. I have no desire to interfere with their individual principles, habits, and styles. Chihuahua displayed a look of bewilderment. Having never anticipated hearing such words from someone within the family, he had expected Perez to possess a sense of entitlement and to completely overhaul the existing malpractices. At the very least, he does not appear to be the kind of person who causes headaches. Although there may be no tangible benefits, at least there would be no detriment. Just as Chihuahua breathed a sigh of relief, Perez cast a glance over the documents on the table. The rustling sound of papers startled Chihuahua, who did not expect Perez to scrutinize them earnestly. To his surprise, Perez meticulously examined every document. Shortly thereafter, he closed the files and remarked, the legislative system itself poses no issues, it is merely the judicial framework that harbors numerous anomalies. What, you have already finished reading so quickly? Chihuahua exclaimed in astonishment. The documents here numbered in the hundreds of pages. Nevertheless, Perez had already garnered considerable insight into the circumstances during the time of the underground city, as he had engaged in intelligence and detailed activities here prior to his return. It appeared that illegal casinos, entertainment venues, slave markets, and various illicit financial activities were rampant within the territory. The scale of the underground economy during the underground city era must have been quite substantial. Chihuahua's eyes widened. Perez continued, the former vice-governors were likely dispatched due to these very factors. It is challenging to break such a vicious cycle if one is to compromise to any degree. Well, as a native of the underground city, what is your perspective? Faced with Perez's direct inquiry, Chihuahua was momentarily at a loss for words. Not only had Perez swiftly grasped the extensive documentation and discerned the core issues of the underground city, but as an outsider subordinate, he did not belittle Chihuahua. Rather, he sought his counsel on the most pressing matters. This was even on his very first day in office, having arrived a day early to discuss these matters. Overwhelmed with confusion, Chihuahua could offer no reasonable response. Perez smiled faintly. It's actually quite simple. The method to combat the underground economy is straightforward. Identify the core within those seemingly dispersed illegal activities. In his previous life, Pires had engaged in a prolonged struggle against the illegal organizations in the underground city, therefore he was well acquainted with where nearly all criminal activities transpired, and where the perpetrators concealed themselves. He even possessed knowledge of the officials who accepted bribes, including their locations and personal details. The black ledgers left behind after the eradication of illegal organizations prior to my return have finally proven useful. Formulating and executing laws is the responsibility of the vice-governor. Pires immediately set to work, honoring all existing laws thus far. However, I intend to introduce a new law. Indeed, it will not be lengthy. Perhaps just a few lines of straightforward legislation. A glimmer of determination shone in Pires' eyes. Within a week, I shall utterly dismantle the underground economy of the underground city. After delivering this brief yet potent declaration, he proceeded to the academy, preparing for the impending war against crime and the necessary legal frameworks that would accompany it. To draft and implement this law, a legitimate justification was required. Having overheard Pires' soliloquy, Chihuahua found himself unwittingly captivated by the enigmatic aura emanating from the young man. Thus, he instinctively posed a questioning justification. Why does combating illegal activities require justification? I am still young, and tomorrow marks my first day as the newly appointed vice-governor. Pires turned to look at Chihuahua, offering a smile. At the very least, a warning should be provided. Is that not common sense in the industry? Chihuahua, bewildered by Pires' words, merely tilted his head in confusion, yet Pires did not elaborate further. He gazed out at the raucous celebration taking place outside the governor's office, stroking his chin. Feast and revel as you please. The grand banquet welcoming the new vice-governor, Pires, had commenced splendidly, even in Pires' absence. The festivities continued in all their splendor. Meanwhile, the very individual who should have been the center of attention at this celebration sat in the high governor's chamber, contemplating plans for the morrow. Indeed, to catch flies, one must first lay down some dung. Pires' quiet musings were imbued with a lethal essence not typical of a 15-year-old. Meanwhile, Chihuahua thought to himself, perhaps this encounter with the young man before me will irrevocably alter the course of my future. Chapter 29, Pires' Special Law. 2. In the bustling heart of the metropolitan underground city Dortsmeyer Street, a massive announcement was posted in the central square of the lively market, while it was uncommon for the governor to personally affix such notices. The content of the announcement was hardly novel. Article 00, Clause 0 of the Basque-Avi Autonomous Territory Constitution, prohibition of illegal human trafficking, penalty, death. Article 00, Clause 0 of the Basque-Avi Autonomous Territory Constitution, prohibition of illegal gambling. Penalty, amputation of the wrist. Article 00, Clause 0 of the Basque-Avi Autonomous Territory Constitution, prohibition of usury. Penalty, removal of the eyeball. Article 00, Clause 0 of the Basque-Avi Autonomous Territory Constitution, prohibition of illegal entertainment venues. Penalty, facial tattooing. Article 00, Clause 0 of the Basque-Avi Autonomous Territory Constitution, prohibition of illegal lobbying. Penalty, exile. These were all laws that had existed previously, as the laws governing the territory under the iron-fisted Basque-Avi family were notably stringent. However, few citizens believed that these laws would be genuinely enforced. The law always favors the powerful. The elite profited immensely, all the while espousing the virtues of legality. Those who adhered to the law often found themselves at a disadvantage. Such was the nature of this world. In the crime-riddled underground city, the citizens derided these toothless laws. They had long witnessed how officials dispatched by the Basque-Avi family colluded with local magnates and aristocrats for personal gain. The wealthy, the powerful, and the influential always sought to further their own interests, interpreting and enforcing the law to their advantage, while those lacking wealth, connections, and strength could do little but endure injustice in silence. They could only lament, drink, complain about their fates, or unleash their frustrations upon those even less fortunate and weaker than themselves. Having grown accustomed to such a fate, the citizens of the underground city naturally harbored profound mistrust toward the law. Even so, with the previous vice-governors having all been apprehended for bribery, might there be some semblance of change this time? Could such a thing truly happen? It was rumored that the newly appointed vice-governor was merely 15 years old. What, 15? That's the same age as our eldest daughter. What can such a child accomplish? That's exactly my point. It won't be long before he is completely assimilated by the local aristocracy's lobbying efforts. Public opinion regarding the new vice-governor was decidedly unkind. Some questioned his age, others doubted the efficacy of the laws that bore his name, while many lamented the existence of countless illegal gambling organizations and the myriad temptations faced by a novice official. All these factors contributed to a pervasive distrust towards the newly appointed vice governor. At that moment, a voice rang out, "Hey, friends, come to the central square and see, big news." The already bustling market grew even more animated as curious onlookers flocked to the square. A throng of people gathered, and amid them, a clear circular space emerged, as if a meteor had fallen. In the center stood a boy with an indifferent expression, wielding a stick. It was none other than the newly appointed 15-year-old vice governor. Pires von Bascavia. Pires held a stick in his hand, a small wooden post measuring 70 centimeters in length and weighing approximately 3 kilograms, despite the crowd gathering to behold the new vice governor. None dared to approach him, for he exuded an imposing presence akin to that of a mountain. Behind this inviolable aura, several public servants, including Chihuahua Bascavi, appeared notably anxious. Oh dear, what does the vice governor intend to do standing there? Wow, so many people have really come. Neither the citizens nor the officials understood Pires' intentions. At that moment, Pires, having confirmed that a sufficient audience had gathered, spoke up, "I am the newly appointed vice governor." The surrounding noise escalated into a cacophony. So young, he actually looks even younger. What a cute little boy, what can this kid accomplish? Such unserious reactions predominated the crowd. Pires disregarded the gazes and murmurs around him. Continuing, "You all have seen the announcement posted on the north side of the square." Instantly, the citizens' attention shifted to the northern side. Indeed, inscribed on the massive banner were the legal stipulations, Article 00, Clause 0 of the Bascavi Autonomous Territory Constitution, prohibition of tax evasion. Penalty, removal of the kneecap. Article 00, Clause 0 of the Bascavi Autonomous Territory Constitution, prohibition of smuggling. Penalty, water burial. Article 00, Clause 0 of the Bascavi Autonomous Territory Constitution, prohibitions against illicit drugs carry the penalty of tongue cutting. The Constitution of the Basque Autonomous Region, Article 00, Section 0. The misappropriation of military supplies incurs the penalty of extermination. The Constitution of the Basque Autonomous Region, Article 00, Section 0. Adultery is punishable by flogging, amounting to 600 lashes. Although these laws are seldom upheld, they remain familiar to the populace. Such regulations apply only to the powerless, those devoid of wealth, influence, or strength. Since their enactment, countless civilians have faced punishment for transgressions, while the nobility and affluent have escaped unscathed, starkly revealing the harsh reality. The gaze of the citizens shifted once more from the banners to Pires, who continued to speak. "These are solemn and steadfast laws that have long governed the existence of the Basque Autonomous Region." A faint laughter rippled through the crowd, a clear mockery of a judicial system that is either unenforced or selectively applied to the wealthy and powerful. Nevertheless, Pires did not seek out those who laughed to impose punishment. He merely cast a detached glance over the crowd, embodying an attitude that straddled the line between tolerance and indifference. Pires resumed in a dry voice, asserting that even if the vice governor were to change, the laws of the Basque Autonomous Region would remain solemn and continue to be upheld. As Pires remained unfazed by the audience's derision, they grew bolder, hurling sarcastic remarks such as "Pa," and "Yes. Yes, we know." Observing this spectacle, Director Chihuahua raised his voice from the back, chastising, "You lot, how dare you speak so freely? This gentleman hails from the Basque family. Must you wait until your throats are slit to awaken?" Director Chihuahua, a respected local civil servant, commanded considerable authority among the townsfolk. Consequently, the hecklers subdued their demeanor, retracting their necks. "TSK, since Mr. Chihuahua has said so, let it be," they murmured. "Honestly, why does the vice governor lack the gravitas of the director?" If only Mr. Chihuahua were the vice governor. They regarded the young man, pondering that without Director Chihuahua, he would be unable to counter the crowd's jeers. Fearing the law might worsen, typically they would not dare to react thus. But Pires' youthful visage and his indifference to their responses emboldened their audacity. Indeed, Pires exhibited no reaction whatsoever, even when compared unfavorably to his subordinate Chihuahua. He merely stood expressionless amidst this atmosphere. The flustered and crimson-faced individuals included civil servants from the town hall, Chihuahua among them. Conversely, the hecklers felt disheartened by Pires' lack of response. Was it his youth that rendered him so unresponsive to such insults? How could they entrust the enforcement of laws to such a child? For a time, the gaze of resignation, mockery, anger, sympathy, and disdain converged solely upon Pires. At that moment, Pires raised the wooden stick in his hand high, then, with a swift motion, he plunged it directly into the ground. Embedding it approximately 10 centimeters deep, although rather weighty, it was merely a small stake that even a child could easily extract. As the citizens expressed their confusion, Pires stepped back a few paces and proclaimed, "Now I shall announce a new special law under the legislative authority of the vice governor. Pires Special Law, Article 1, Section 1, the individual who extracts this steak shall receive a cash reward of 100 million gold coins. This is an exceedingly simple task. Chapter 30, Pires Special Law. 3. Pires Special Law, Article 1, Section 1. The individual who extracts this steak, hereafter referred to as the steak, shall receive an immediate payment of 100,000 gold coins from Vice-Governor Pires van Bask. This marks the first law enacted and implemented by the youthful vice-governor since assuming office at the tender age of 15. No one within the legislative department raised any objections to this law's establishment, for they were entirely unaware of its purpose or the intention behind it. The citizens displayed expressions of bewilderment. What, 100 million? Surely this is a jest. 100 million gold coins is equivalent to 4 years' wages for an ordinary person. To receive such a sum for extracting a mere steak, what kind of performance is this? Whispers circulated among the crowd, and confusion reigned, as not even the civil servants from the executive office, including Chihuahua Basque, comprehended Pires' intentions. The murmurs grew slightly louder, yet no one dared to approach. Pires spoke again. Is there no one? When no one answered, he took up his pen and added a few more lines to the announcement. Pires Special Law, Article 1, Section 2. The individual who extracts this steak, hereafter referred to as the steak, shall receive an additional payment of 900,000 gold coins from Vice-Governor Pires van Bask. 100 million gold coins plus 900 million gold coins. The individual who extracts this steak shall receive a cash reward of 1 billion gold coins. 1 billion gold coins, an amount unattainable for the average person in a lifetime. Laughter began to ripple through the crowd. This is absurd. Are we being mocked? Who would dare to step forward? Hey, kid, stop this nonsense and go back to sleep. They found humor in the situation, likening it to a one-man comedy show. The gathered crowd could not suppress their laughter at the ludicrousness of it all, with some openly deriding Pires as a mere clown. Yet, Pires remained unflustered. Is there no one? Responses of nope, and nope, came forth laced with amusement. The faces of the civil servants from the executive office, led by Chihuahua Basque, flushed with embarrassment. Why must we be the ones to feel ashamed? As the civil servants behind them fidgeted, unable to endure the citizens' mockery, Pires calmly took up his pen once more. Pires Special Law, Article 1, Section 3. The individual who extracts this steak, hereafter referred to as the steak, shall receive an additional payment of 9,000 gold coins from Vice-Governor Pires van Bask. A total of 10 billion. The moment this figure was uttered, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. In the midst of utter stillness, the individual who extracts this steak shall receive a cash reward of 10 billion gold coins. The announcement of Pires Special Law, Section 3, transformed the once raucous central square into an eerie silence, as if life itself had evaporated. Despite the throngs gathered, not a sound emerged, sending chills down the spines of onlookers. All civil servants from the executive office, led by Chihuahua Basque, felt overwhelmed by this overwhelming silence, yet Pires remained composed. Is there no one? This time, no one could answer his query. The citizens were too intimidated to laugh or speak. Merely exchanging glances with one another. What is this? What is happening? Are they truly offering 10 billion? Should we go see? Are we out of our minds? If we step forward, what fate awaits us? Look at the knife at my waist. If I am deemed a provocateur, I might be executed on the spot. This is utterly perplexing. Why would the newly appointed vice-governor resort to such measures? Why would he pledge such an exorbitant sum for a steak that anyone could easily extract? The assembled crowd remained baffled, unable to fathom the situation. Could that steak be extraordinarily heavy, beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person to extract? Unlikely. They had just witnessed civil servants effortlessly moving it. Hey, don't go out there. There must be another scheme afoot. It's best not to stick your neck out at such a time. The quiet square was occasionally punctuated by hushed discussions. At that moment, Pires once again grasped his pen. Just as he prepared to draft the fourth clause of the special law, a small hand raised from within the crowd. It was a girl in tattered clothing. Clutching a basket of wilted flowers, the girl, limping, bore signs of malnutrition on her face. As she raised her hand and stepped forward, a kindly old man rushed to her side, seemingly her neighbor's child. Judy, you are Judy, right? Where do you think you were going, stepping forward like that? Grandpa, I'm fine. Mother is ill, and I must do something to help. Lately those ruffians have caused such a ruckus that I can't even sell my flowers. Oh dear, this foolish child, so naive. You'll lose your head for speaking out at a time like this. The world is so complicated. How can you not understand? Hey, if anything happens to me, please take care of my mother. Judy evaded her neighbor's admonition and approached the square. Soon, Pires regarded Judy with a cold gaze and commanded, extracted. Judy lowered her head as much as she could. The citizens observed the frail girl with anxious expressions, their eyes filled with a mixture of sympathy and ridicule, eager to see what would transpire in a few minutes. Meanwhile, Judy was so anxious that she was drenched in cold sweat. Oh dear, surely they wouldn't kill me. Becoming a public laughingstock at least ought to earn me some coin. What could possibly be the cost of becoming a jester before all these eyes? If only I could secure a basket of flowers, that would suffice. With that, she could buy a steaming bowl of meat porridge for her ailing mother. Under the icy gaze of Pires, Judy extended her hand. Her frail, trembling fingers grasping the wooden stake, soon it was uprooted. The stake, which even a famished little girl could pull out, was astonishingly light. Judy was taken aback by how easily it came free. The crowd of onlookers, along with the officials from the execution office, shared her astonishment. It was out, it was out, it was finally out. The murmurs around her grew louder. What fate awaited the little girl who had pulled out the stake? This question became the focal point of everyone's attention, heightening the tension among the gathered spectators. Before long, Pires raised his hand. He placed it on his waist, where a knife hung. Seeing this, Judy shut her eyes tightly. Is he going to execute me? Though she was unaware of the precise charges, they might involve insulting nobility, malicious intent, greed, perhaps something along those lines. In that fleeting moment, Judy thought of her precious mother. What would become of her if she were to leave like this? Just then, a desperate scream pierced the air. A frail woman surged forth from the crowd clad in tattered clothes. Her emaciated frame appeared near death. Yet she summoned strength from somewhere to kneel before Pires, clutching Judy. Sir, I beg you, show us mercy. It was Judy's mother, pleading alongside her daughter at Pires's feet. The humble dared to presume upon the intentions of the noble. Foolishly stepping forward, please forgive us this once. She is a kind child. Ever since her father passed away, she has cared for her ailing mother, selling flowers on the streets each day. The mother began to weep openly. Please have compassion on us, the lowly. We are not even worthy to stain your blade with our blood. Grant us this reprieve. With her forehead pressed to the ground, the mother begged for her daughter's life. Hearing her cries, the crowd grew indignant. Well said. What has Judy done wrong? There are no other children as diligent and kind as her. What sin have these mother and daughter committed? Is having power so grand? What are you to dare persecute Judy? The atmosphere in the square turned sinister. The crowd, which had been eerily quiet, began to boil with unrest. The officials, led by Chihuahua, found themselves in a state of panic amidst this atmosphere that seemed on the verge of eruption. At that moment, are there hideouts for criminals in these locales? A peculiar scent lingers in the air. Pires pinched his nose and chuckled. The Basque family's hounds possess an acute sense of smell. Leaving behind a bewildered Chihuahua, Pires continued to expound on future plans. According to military strategy, seizing resources from the enemy is the most prudent course of action. By sweeping these areas, tax revenues are bound to increase. These funds could be utilized to bolster the welfare system and assist the impoverished classes. What a keen insight! How astonishing that there are so many hidden organizations, each marked by a multitude of forks. Indeed, although the crime rate has halved, the numbers remain staggering. Due to the performances, the visible crime has diminished, yet what persists is more insidious and cunning. Nevertheless, this poses no concern for Pires. He is well acquainted with the locations of these illicit organizations and their core factions. Prior to my return, I have patrolled and eradicated these places countless times. The memory of fiercely pursuing those mice lurking in the shadows like a hound in the fight against crime remains vivid. Additionally, he is aware of certain former colleagues who have succumbed to bribery, their tactics laid bare to him. He possesses an intimate understanding of how criminals think and act, where they hide, the methods they employ, and to what extent they flaunt their audacity. For at least the next 25 years, he has a firm grasp on the channels of underground financial circulation. Buzzing, the Beelzebub lurking in the radial artery of his wrist seemed to sense the aura of death. Beginning to tremble slightly, this signified a thirst for blood. Just then, Vice-Governor, the door swung open, and a staff member entered with a troubled expression. Someone requests an audience. Upon hearing this, both Pires and the Chihuahua turned their heads. The Chihuahua inquired first, who would seek an audience during office hours. You've only just taken office 2 days ago. Well, that would be the Youth Autonomous Council from the township, who wishes to extend an invitation to you. The Chihuahua's countenance stiffened, bearing an expression of finally, they have come. Pires responded nonchalantly, so some individuals of local standing wish to meet with you. Indeed, the township's youth group comprises second and third generation members from influential local families. The young scions from smaller families within the Basque estate, who have long wielded influence in the region, collectively seek an audience with Pires. Most of them have direct or indirect ties to the Basque family. Primarily through marriage and sometimes through blood or scholarly connections, the Chihuahua, unable to suppress a sense of disdain, remarked, though they label themselves a youth autonomous council, in truth, it resembles a hedonistic social club. It appears those young masters have something to say about the Pyre's special law. Upon hearing this, Pyre stroked his chin as he leaned back on the sofa. When laws aimed at eradicating corruption are established, the loudest protests emanate from the most corrupt locales. This was the first time he had heard dissent regarding the Pyre's special law. Has this opposition arisen from the Autonomous Council? Pyre said succinctly, casting a glance at the anxious Chihuahua observing him, the flies are the first to catch the scent from day one in office. I have laid the groundwork for this very moment. It is time to purge these vermin that infest the city. Chapter 32, The Social Club. 1. In the heart of the underground city lies a grand high-rise hotel. On the 69th and 70th floors resides a colossal club known as Burning Suspension, the most elite social club for the affluent youth of the underground realm. Here, many wealthy and powerful young individuals gather. Indulging in the extravagance of youth, bottles of premium champagne worth 100 million gold coins are continuously uncorked, and joyous music resonates for days on end. Various unknown water pipes produce thick clouds of smoke. While dazzling lights cast them in a spectrum of colors, the atmosphere is opulent and lavish, rivaling even the grandest court balls held in palaces. Come, stack it up, bring it all over, let us elevate the tower once more today. In the innermost chamber of the club, where a 6-hour rental costs 10 million gold coins and only VIPs may enter, 7 young masters revel in merriment. Bottles of champagne valued at over 100 million gold coins are being chilled and delivered in a ceaseless stream. At the center of a massive table, champagne flutes are arranged in a towering pyramid. The bottom layer consists of 100 glasses, neatly arranged in a 10 by 10 square. The next layer features 81 glasses arranged in a 9 by 9 formation, followed by 64 in an 8 by 8 layout, then 49, 36, 25, 16, 9, and 4, culminating in a final glass perched atop, completing the champagne tower. The 7 young masters, laughing heartily, pour an entire bottle of the 100 million gold coin champagne, Don Quixote Perrier 666, into the top glass. Moments later, as the top glass fills, champagne begins to cascade into the lower glasses, gradually filling them. The young masters, without hesitation, discard empty bottles and summon new ones. Soon, the champagne flowing from the top glass fills each subsequent glass until all 385 glasses forming the tower are brimming. One young master chuckled at drink what spills on the table. My friends, the servers stationed at the entrance rushed over. Oh, thank you, esteemed sirs. Thanks to you, we too can savor such precious wine. It is truly a delight. Today, we shall serve you with utmost dedication. The servers laughed as they licked the champagne that dripped from the table. The young masters, in turn, tossed gold coins at their faces, a display known as the waterfall effect. The champagne cascading from the top not only fills the lower glasses but also drenches the table. While the 7 men watching the spectacle erupted in joyous laughter, these young masters are the core members of the Youth Autonomous Council, though merely a grassroots organization comprised of local tycoons, noble families, and second or third generation scions. Their influence within the local society is not to be underestimated. While they possess the financial means and authority to handle some minor public affairs, as nobles, they stand above ordinary citizens. Having lived in this locale for an extended period, they are acutely aware of the surrounding dynamics. Consequently, the Basqui family has delegated some authority to them, allowing them to manage trivial matters autonomously. In return, they provide the Basqui family with information regarding local affairs and pay certain tributes and taxes in exchange for a degree of self-governance. In truth, from a historical perspective, the young masters gathered here are descendants of fallen families who lost in the imperial power struggles and were exiled. Besides the Basqui family, which has received special imperial commissions to expand the borders, the others are hardly noteworthy. Yet, the young individuals congregating here seem to hold a different view. They prefer to be the heads of a snake rather than the tail of a dragon. Ironically, the areas beyond the reach of the imperial crown provide greater opportunities for revelry. Indeed, the last time I visited a club in the imperial capital, it was not nearly as lavish as this one. Moreover, here we are protected by the Basqui family. How secure is that? Does this not imply that the Basqui have become our hounds? These Na'vi young masters are remarkably immature, while the Basqui family focuses on expanding its territory. They indulge in decadence within. So, where do these extravagant funds originate? The primary income of local noble families is not substantial. At best, they collect taxes for irrigation water usage, road tolls, and livestock sales, which only provide meager compensation for stewards and serfs. Although the amounts exchanged are modest, they possess a hidden source of income: illegal slave trading, kidnapping and imprisoning individuals without state consent, then selling them as slaves, with the Basque family actively expanding their territory. The number of displaced tribal peoples has surged, leading to a rise in clandestine inducements or forced abductions and human trafficking. In simple terms, they ride on the coattails of the Basque family. Picking up the scraps, they evade taxes, maintain stable transaction volumes, and thus their wealth accumulates. The young masters squander their ill-gotten gains with abandon. After all, such illicit funds cannot be deposited in banks, they simply burn through it. The champagne tower is complete. Bring in the children, select the obedient ones. The young masters temporarily dismissed the servers, and then they began to whisper among themselves. By the way, it's quite fortunate that stubborn family, the Mezenardnes, has vanished. Now we can revel without restraint. It should have always been this way. We ought to enjoy ourselves with our own money. It was well done to accuse them and drive them away. Was it not? In the future, let us not allow such individuals to join our ranks. They inhaled the bubbling smoke, their expressions languid. Suddenly, one young master raised his head. By the way, have you heard about the new vice-governor? Yes, an audience request has already been submitted. His surname is Fan. A slender neck. If his surname is Fan, he must be a distant relative or an illegitimate child. We have summoned you here, and you should feel honored. You will likely scurry over in a fluster. As is customary when a new deputy governor arrives, they invariably engage in what is termed junior officer training. There is nothing particularly special about it. It merely involves hosting a lavishly extravagant party that is utterly mesmerizing. This signifies, if you wish to accompany us to such places, you must heed our commands, akin to a collar tethering a dog. The young gentleman chuckled with delight. The name seems to be Perez. Have you heard of him? I am not familiar. It is my first encounter. At the tender age of 15, this marks his inaugural departure from his family. What, a mere child? Indeed, he is quite juvenile. I have heard that upon his arrival at the town hall, he orchestrated an opulent banquet. He appears to be quite the debaucher. It seems he will fit in well with us. At that moment, one of the young gentlemen suddenly conceived an amusing idea. Why don't we give him a taste of our might and toy with him a bit? He extended his index finger and began to elaborate on the plan. In the future, we shall throw a grand party and summon him. We will procure the finest wines and women to indulge in a splendid revelry, and then, after the festivities conclude, we shall have him foot the bill. Upon hearing this, the young gentleman erupted in hearty laughter. Splendid, what a delightful idea. Just envision his dumbfounded expression. He ought to grasp the implications of treating others with such lavish expenditures, otherwise, he may come to regard it as a given in future. What wealth could a 15-year-old bureaucrat possibly possess? He would be terrified of his family's reproach and would undoubtedly be unable to procure the funds. Then we shall claim it was merely a jest. And he shall pay. The young gentlemen were engaged in discussions on how to make the newly arrived deputy governor endure some hardship, contemplating how to discipline him. Just then, gentlemen, the ladies have arrived. The waiter chuckled as he opened the door. Shortly thereafter, numerous women entered the clubroom, marveling at its opulence. Some of them were familiar faces to the young gentleman, who greeted them joyfully with waves. Hey, why are you back again? After all the trouble you've caused, send her away. We do not fancy her. Oh dear, why not? I find her quite beautiful. Hey, come sit over here. The women streamed into the room one after another. However, behind the procession of women, something peculiar mingled in. A rather immature youth, on the cusp of adolescence. He entered the room naturally from behind the women, and the waiters did not intervene. As the 7 young gentlemen surveyed the women while softly exchanging lewd jokes, they eventually spotted the youth. Who is this fellow? Did we summon a male attendant? Though he is rather cute. What, is he someone we know? Not at all. Of us, the young gentlemen, the waiters, and the ladies all wore expressions of bewilderment. How did this lad manage to follow them here? One waiter scratched his forehead. He entered so brazenly that no one found it odd. You young man, how dare you come here? Yet he could not seize the youth by the hair. Crack, the sound of something robust and sturdy snapping. Only then did the waiter realize his wrist had twisted in an unusual direction. The youth had merely used his hand strength to snap an adult man's arm. What in the world is this fellow? Several waiters lunged at him simultaneously, but within a second they all lay sprawled on the ground. The young gentleman's expressions turned rigid. Who is this guy? Are you here to create chaos? Do you know who we are? I know. The youth's voice was devoid of emotion. Are you not the foolish minions of Shanxing? Without respect, fear, humility, or even disdain, he spoke entirely with indifference. Upon hearing this, the young gentlemen were momentarily taken aback. After a while, they erupted into laughter. Indeed, we are the foolish minions of Xiangqing. It seems he knows who we are. So long as we ascertain who he is, it suffices. You little brat, who are you? The young gentleman appeared to find this unexpected situation amusing, laughing heartily. However, as the youth's words fell, their smiles vanished in an instant. Pires, the newly appointed deputy governor, Pires van Baskerville, has arrived. The young gentlemen discreetly lowered their feet from the table. Then, with some hesitation, they inquired, "Deputy Governor, what brings you here? Did you not summon me?" Pires's words once again rendered the young gentleman perplexed. Then, the Deputy Governor is quite forthright. I did not expect you to arrive so swiftly. The atmosphere grew tense. Moreover, the young gentlemen, having just been insulted, felt their pride wounded. "Shall we commence the newcomer's training immediately?" "Very well, let them share in the cost of the drinks. First, let us treat them well and have them seated. And when the party concludes, we shall have them pay for the drinks." However, their plan did not come to fruition. Bang! Pires slammed his hand upon the table. Then, hisses, the distinctive dark red aura of the Baskerville family began to rise slowly. The magical power contained within Pires coursed through his hand into the table. That fierce resonance, that violent tremor, glug 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 glug. The champagne upon the table suddenly began to bubble. Soon, the grand champagne tower at the center underwent a transformation. Crack! One of the glasses atop the champagne tower shattered explosively. Countless shards of glass and champagne bubbles sparkled as they flew in all directions. Clink 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 clink. The 4 glasses on the lower tier, the 9 on the next, the 16 on the subsequent one, the 25 below the 36 beneath, the 49 below, the 64 of the 80, and finally the 100 glasses sequentially shattered. The champagne tower collapsed, not from the bottom upward, but rather from the top downward in a series of explosions. Crash, crash, crash. Countless shards of glass and champagne bubbles poured down like a torrential rain within the VVIP room. The young gentleman, drenched by this deluge, could only utter one phrase: "We are willing to pay for the drinks." Chapter 33, Social Club 2. The 7 young gentlemen gathered in the VVIP room were both astute and ruthless. The Montblanc family, the Pierre family, the Louis Vuitton family, the Chanel family, the Ferragamo family, the Hermes family, and the Prada family, the 7 familial lineages to which they belonged, had never required to bow to anyone. Save for the Baskerville family, even individuals from the Baskerville family were drawn into friendship due to their immense financial power and the goodwill of the populace behind them. They had never experienced a moment of misfortune in life. Thus, believing this time would be no different, hence, they indeed concocted a prank. However, this time the situation was markedly different. Crash, crash, crash. Countless shards of glass and champagne bubbles poured down like a torrential rain within the VVIP room. Under the luminescence of the chandelier, the glass shards and the boiling champagne reflected dazzling brilliance. The 7 young gentlemen of the 7 families, drenched by this sharp and searing downpour, wore expressions of bewilderment. Did he just use magical resonance to obliterate the champagne tower? Was it merely a tap on the table, and it was from the top down rather than from the bottom up? Possessing a fundamental level of martial training, they understood the incredibility of the phenomenon Pires had created. Infusing magic into an object to induce resonance and cause it to explode at a specific point is not something mere proficiency in magic can achieve. Moreover, the glasses did not shatter from below but rather from above. The glasses in contact with the table remained intact, while those above shattered, indicating that only a master of exceptional skill could accomplish such a feat. Furthermore, the direction of the force was vertical rather than horizontal, significantly amplifying the difficulty. In essence, it required the ability to manipulate magical threads that are finer and more delicate than even the most slender fibers with the same freedom as one's limbs. This was the domain of supremely advanced magical application. A singular thought remained in everyone's minds: a graduate, beings capable of cleaving boulders the size of houses with a sword and striking down birds mid-flight merely through sheer aura. These absolute powerhouses were realms beyond the young gentleman, who merely hovered at the expert level. Pires's expression remained unchanged, yet the deep crimson aura swirling around his shoulders resembled the breath of death. If death were to take a tangible form, would it not appear as it does now? The young gentleman who had attempted to mock Pires, now drenched in champagne rain, began to shudder. Insanity, to think he is a 15-year-old child. Hey, you are an expert level mid-tier, you ought to give it a try. Silence, if you dare resist, you won't last even a second. Amidst the anxious exchanges of glances, one young gentleman murmured in a dazed voice: Yes, Pires, I believe I have heard that name somewhere. Upon hearing this, the gazes of the young gentleman all turned toward him, but he stammered at Pires van Baskerville, the rising star of the Baskerville family. At birth, he submerged for 7 minutes and In his cradle, strangled two venomous snakes. By the age of 8, he had slain the three-headed hound of hell and triumphed over the magical city of the Milch family. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the other young masters morphed into that of disbelief. As if they were listening to an absurd urban legend. Yet, what if these tales were indeed true? The gazes of the young masters once again shifted towards Piles. He exuded the aura of a graduate. Thick and viscous like liquid. If these urban legends were not grounded in reality, then the deathly aura emanating from Piles could not be explained. Goodness, which 15-year-old could attain the status of a graduate at such a tender age? Even in the talent-rich Basque family, such a phenomenon was unprecedented. One could surmise that within the empire's academy, Colosseum, or even throughout the royal capital, such a situation would be utterly unheard of. Ultimately, the young masters could only muster awkward smiles. Grasping for conversation. We shall cover the cost of the drinks. Did they not realize that the humble smiles once etched upon others' faces had now been inscribed upon their own? Meanwhile, hearing this, Piles responded nonchalantly, "Of course, the cost of the drinks should be borne by yourselves." The 7 young masters promptly fell silent. By the way, we have yet to drink together. This inadvertently revealed their intention to intoxicate him. However, since the plan had not yet been executed, perhaps they could find an excuse to circumvent it. Were it not for Piles, though merely 15, his soul bore the weight of countless experiences. Piles immediately discerned the intent of the 7 young masters. "What be planning to drink together and then shove the bill onto me?" he struck with piercing clarity, causing the 7 young masters to shake their heads in fright. And no, who would stoop to such shamelessness? They dared not entertain such thoughts regarding a member of the Basque family. Their opponent was not only formidable in combat but also possessed a mind that could not be underestimated. In the end, they had no choice but to concede defeat. Although they had once arrogantly believed they could treat the Basque family as their lapdogs before Piles, they lacked the audacity to maintain such hubris. It seemed that the Basque family's hound was not so easily trifled with. Nevertheless, as the scions of local aristocracy, they resolved to uphold their last shred of dignity. In truth, we wish to test the vice-governor. The young masters adjusted their expressions and spoke with reverence. Piles remained impassive. They interpreted his silence as an invitation to continue, thus feigning calmness as they proceeded. To be honest, Andarok City is rather corrupt. Isn't it? We believe that a leader capable of purifying this city should not be swayed by such trivial temptations. Truly, you are qualified to lead us. Your noble spirit shall serve as a lesson for my lifetime. The gratitude I feel today shall be expressed to you in due time." They bowed once more to Piles, speaking solemnly. One among them even feigned composure while winking at Piles. In response, the corner of Piles' mouth slowly turned upwards into a smile. This subtle shift transformed the atmosphere of the room entirely. What had been a foreboding grave ambience now instilled considerable dread in the 7 young masters. Yet now, what was the consequence? An oppressive feeling, akin to madness, began to envelop them, as if they were being buried alive beneath a mound of earth, suffocating them. They found it increasingly difficult to breathe, their smiles evaporating entirely as they began to tremble. Piles approached them slowly, much like a frog concealed beneath a snake's guise. The master may test the dog at any moment, but the reverse is not permitted. The dog must never test its master. Under any circumstances. In that instant, Haga's teachings flooded Piles' mind as he walked past the rigid young masters. Having a bit of wealth and power enough to dismiss all fear. Of course, no response was forthcoming. Piles continued, for they had never encountered anything genuinely terrifying. Thus, they dared to feign foresight, to act composed, to present a facade of ease. However, the cost of such pretense was steep. Piles produced a sturdy club from within his garments, the very one used to bestow 100 billion as a reward to a young girl not long prior. Thud, a dull sound echoed as the club seemed to bend slightly before hurtling forth at astonishing speed, striking the foremost young master and reducing his face to a pulp. The sudden assault came without warning. Teeth scattered, saliva, blood, tears, and mucus splattered everywhere. In the blink of an eye, Piles delivered 7 successive blows to the faces, heads, necks, and shoulders of the young masters. Before long, they lay sprawled like meat patties across the floor of the WVIP room. Thud, 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 crack. Piles continued to swing the club. Do you know why you were being struck? I don't know. Why suddenly hit us? Not knowing his grounds for punishment, Piles swung the club aimlessly, observing his impassive countenance. The young masters feared that this might truly lead to their demise. I understand now. Woe is me, I comprehend why you were striking us. These wretched souls, with split lips, torn tongues, and shattered teeth, begged for mercy, demonstrating the crimson blood gushing from various parts of their heads. Yet, the master, observing all this, remained devoid of any emotional expression. Since you understand, accept your punishment willingly. Piles' club did not cease even in the face of the crimson flames. Chapter 34, The Social Club. 3. News spread swiftly. Those 7 individuals, who had once prided themselves on their debauchery, extravagance, and numerous transgressions, were suddenly apprehended whenever 3 or more citizens of the underground city congregated. They inevitably discussed the matter. Those fellows have finally encountered a formidable opponent in the newly appointed vice-governor. Oh dear, those who treated ordinary people as mere insects have met their match this time. But what would become of those miscreants? The character of the new vice-governor seemed extraordinary. Would he not let them off easily? After all, they are the scions of local families. They will likely receive mere humiliation before being released. The murmurs continued as people naturally turned their heads. The notice on the northern side of the central square still fluttered in the wind. Constitution of the Basque Autonomous Region, Article 00. Clause 0, Prohibition of illegal human trafficking, penalty, death. Article 00. Clause 0, Prohibition of illegal gambling, penalty, amputation of the wrist. Article 00. Clause 0, Prohibition of illegal lending, penalty, removal of the eyeballs. Article 00. Clause 0, Prohibition of illegal entertainment venues, penalty, facial tattoos. Article 00. Clause 0, Prohibition of illegal lobbying, penalty, exile. The announcements remained unchanged from their initial posting. The law offered no exceptions. Of the wealthy would not be afforded leniency, nor would the powerful be forgiven. Such special provisions were nowhere to be found. The charges against the 7 apprehended young masters were irrefutable: illegal entry into entertainment venues, illegal lobbying, illegal human trafficking, and the consumption and circulation of narcotics. All while deriving illicit benefits. Tax evasion, acts of violence, and sexual assault were merely additional offenses that naturally accompanied their crimes. Consequently, the penalties were unequivocal. Death. No argument or plea for clemency could absolve them from their culpability. Whispers filled the air. Were they truly to face execution for their heinous acts as scions of local families? Are you foolish? Do you not understand the character of the new vice-governor? One who struck 100 billion with a club. Even so, killing those notorious 7 would not come without consequences. Perhaps they will merely receive a few blows and some humiliation. Indeed, it cannot possibly lead to a death sentence. The consensus echoed among the onlookers. This was a power play between the new politician and the local elite. If the local aristocrats bowed their heads and admitted fault, everything would be resolved smoothly. Thus, the Montblanc family, the Pierre family, the Louisway family, the Chanel family, the Ferragamo family, the Hermes family, and the Prada family conveyed their apologies to the new vice-governor. The local magnates submitted and withdrew. As the citizens observed the symbolic carriages of each family laden with lavish tributes making their way to the city council under the cover of night, they could not help but murmur in agreement. Indeed, it is as expected. The 7 rascals currently imprisoned would soon be released and subjected to severe reprimands from their respective patriarchs. Thus, the matter would conclude. The local magnates would seek revenge for this humiliation or alternatively bow their heads and tread cautiously. Meanwhile, the 7 rascals would likely temper their actions and quiet down for a time. The newly appointed young vice-governor had achieved a commendable victory over the local aristocrats. The citizens would experience a moderate sense of relief, a tempered anger, and ultimately a measured forgetfulness regarding this apparent outcome. Such would be the case. No, they had long anticipated this outcome, until the early hours of this morning, when 7 heads were displayed in the very center of the central square. The heads, pickled and sulphed for public display, belonged to those who had lost their bodies, reduced to mere skulls, and bore expressions of extreme agony before death. The notice board meticulously detailed the tortures they endured prior to their execution. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Certainly, this is an informal slave auction that has not been officially reported to the Basque family. Thus, the slaves exhibited here are unregistered commodities. Among them are many individuals who would ordinarily never be traded as slaves, such as the barbaric souls who have lost their homeland, distant nobles, or commoners who have been abruptly kidnapped. They are bound by chains or subdued by drugs. Their will to escape or report has been utterly shattered. In essence, they are destined to become mere commodities. Welcome, welcome. We sincerely invite you to tonight's freak show. A jester, clad in a clown's garb, greets the guests. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man approaches the clown, with a goat-like beard and a somewhat comical appearance. This man appears exceedingly anxious, glancing around incessantly. The clown verifies the man's identification. Mr. Chihuahua Montblanc. You hail from the Montblanc family, I presume. This exquisite signature is a hallmark of the Montblanc lineage, unmistakable to any imitator. Just as the clown is about to allow Mr. Chihuahua Montblanc to pass, he halts him. Chihuahua appears visibly flustered. The clown squints at him and says, according to the purpose stated on your certificate, you are not here to purchase slaves, but rather to sell them. Yes, I am here to sell. And what might you be selling? Oh, just over there, temporarily bound there is only one. A young lad, takes up little space, the clown's smile widens as he bows once more. I see the Mont Blanc gentlemen have always been esteemed patrons of slave purchases. I trust you are not selling because the last slave you bought did not meet your expectations. Chihuahua wipes the cold sweat from his brow and nods. No, not at all. I have always been satisfied with the quality of slaves procured here. Is that so? Indeed. We only sell slaves that have undergone rigorous selection, they have lost their families and homeland, been secretly abducted and ruthlessly tamed, guaranteed to obey without the inclination to escape or resist. Quality assured, the clown bows respectfully once more to Chihuahua. We wholeheartedly welcome you to the freak show. The auction house is steeped in a peculiar atmosphere of tension. Amidst the swirling smoke, masked men and women are gathered around the central stage. The affluent individuals who drive the underground economy have congregated here. A lady adorned with a butterfly mask gazes at the naked barbaric slave on stage, while a gentleman in a bat mask observes a mercenary-born slave with astonishment. The items presented on the auction block lack clear categorization: ancient jars, renowned artworks, sharp swords, rare beasts or magical creatures, and those branded as slaves are all placed on display, yet, for the wealthy elite assembled, such distinctions are trivial. They typically regard objects, animals, and people as equals. The masked dignitaries cover their mouths with fans as they converse among themselves. I've heard that recently it has become fashionable in the imperial capital to capture slaves with peculiar appearances for exhibition. I have little interest in such trends. As long as the slave is beautiful, that suffices. A slave, after all, ought to either excel at work or possess formidable combat abilities. No, I find the tragic pasts of slaves quite fascinating. Thus, I prefer those of fallen nobility or those of noble birth who have been kidnapped. In any case, I hope to find a usable slave today. Most of the attention of the attendees is fixated on the slaves. The jester host strides onto the stage, exclaiming, "Indeed, this knife and shield, clearly relics of an ancient civilization, have already received a bid of 30 million gold coins. Is there a higher offer?" Very well, sold. Congratulations to the gentleman in the serpent mask for acquiring this fortunate treasure. Ladies and gentlemen, behold this crown adorned with exquisite gems. Surely it once belonged to a king of a now extinct kingdom. At that moment, the audience's focus, previously directed towards the slaves, suddenly shifts to a particular location. Though this next item is not human, it is sufficiently captivating to seize the attention of everyone present. A muscular black water buffalo appears, with massive horns, a heavy physique, and 3 glistening crimson eyes. Hell Buffalo Murcielga danger level, a size, 3 meters, discovered in the second ridge of the Crimson Black Mountain Range. This breed dwells in the oil realm of the depths of hell. It is said to possess 19 hearts and will not cease its charge until all hearts have stopped beating. This is a colossal beast that resides in the dark mountains. However, despite the creature's appearance on stage, no one flees, and the reason is simple: this Murcielga is already deceased. The host announces, "Ladies and gentlemen, this auction item has been hunted and secretly transported by the Knights of the Basque family. This is a precious beast of danger level A. Its hide, meat, bones, and organs are all of utmost value. The hell buffalo bears 19 wounds. It likely met its demise only after all its hearts were destroyed. The price of this carcass instantly skyrockets. 100 million gold coins, 120 million, 140 million, 190 million, 200 million, 250 million. Though it is not a human slave, the entire auction house is still abuzz with excitement. The host, exhilarated by the successful sale of the hell buffalo's corpse, formally commences the auction. Ladies and gentlemen, we now commence the auction of only human and humanoid beings. Soon, a variety of individuals begin to ascend the stage. A barbaric man, seemingly having given up all hope. A kidnapped noblewoman weeping and pleading to be returned home, a civilian boy trembling in fear and evidently unaware of his surroundings, and a fallen noble girl who would rather be killed than continue to suffer. 100 million, 200 million, 250 million, plus 70 million. I want that woman, no one touch her, don't be ridiculous, bring more money. The more they weep, plead, and despair, the more frenzied the crowd surrounding the stage becomes. At that moment, the host, previously buoyed by lively sales, suddenly displays a perplexed expression. What? This is also up for sale. Really? Well, let us try selling it. He stammers, struggling to communicate with the men behind the stage. After a moment, he regains his composure and resumes speaking. Ladies and gentlemen, the next auction item is unlike the previous ones: unique charm, and ample room for taming. In other words, even the slave traders cannot fully control it. The host, having done his utmost to present the item, brings the slave to the center of the stage. Unlike before, this time the slave is brought forth in a sturdy iron cage. Continuous screams erupt. Inside the iron cage is a young barbaric girl, approximately 17 years of age, desperately thrashing about. Her hair, dark with strands of silver, pointed triangular ears, and a face smeared with ashes, which should actually be a light brown. A spiked collar adorns her neck, and the tattered animal skin draped over her is in shambles. Despite her strong physique, her body is marred with scars, and her frenzied roars deter anyone from bidding. The incomprehensible language she utters, coupled with the overwhelming stench of beast and the odor of unwashed flesh for dozens of days, causes the noble women to grimace and turn their heads away. Alas, who would buy this? Even the auctioneer, speaking to himself at such a juncture, indicates how dire the situation has become. However, out of necessity to sell the goods, he strains to promote it. Ladies and gentlemen, the slave traders claim she was found deep within the jungle. Do not miss this opportunity. Taming such a fierce slave would surely be an exhilarating endeavor, whether to serve you in bed or as a gladiator. Now is the time to showcase your skills in subjugating slaves. The starting bid is 5 million, ladies and gentlemen, begin. Yet, no one raises a paddle, typically in consideration of the host's dignity and the atmosphere of the auction. At least someone would call out the minimum price, but this time, not even that occurs. Oh dear, then let us lower the minimum price. 3 million? Is there 3 million? At this rate, I won't even recoup costs. 2 million, ladies and gentlemen, 2 million is the final offer. I repeat, I won't even recoup costs. Very well, 1 million, closing my eyes. 1 million sold. You can take her back for meat, just selling for the value of flesh. Ultimately, however, no one raises a paddle. The host mutters and gestures dismissively. Forget it, this one won't sell. I promise to guarantee quality goods. Alas, quickly take the iron cage away. Next time, let us put in some effort. Subsequently, the slave traders ascend the stage and drag away the iron cage containing the barbaric girl. Even during this process, the girl bites off a finger of one of the slave traders clutching the cage, leading to a significant commotion. The atmosphere in the auction house grows chaotic. The organizers must find a way to regain control of the situation. Therefore, the host feels it is time to introduce a special S-class auction item. Ladies and gentlemen, please pay attention. Esteemed gentlemen and ladies, I implore you to focus. In my opinion, the finest auction item of today is about to make its appearance. Shortly thereafter, a young man ascends the stage. Shackles adorn his wrists, heavy chains hanging from him. He appears to be a mere 15 years of age, with a youthful, innocent visage. Despite the weight of the shackles, the youth's stride remained unwavering. His composed demeanor elicited soft gasps of admiration from the audience. As he stood in the center of the stage, the torches above cast their brilliant light upon his face. And that radiant glow, the youth's features were vividly discernible. The spectators, witnessing this scene, instinctively fell silent. The expressions of all the gathered noblewomen and several middle-aged men gradually softened. Chapter 36, The Slave Auction. 2. The visage of the slave boy who ascended the stage brought an immediate hush over the entire venue. Though still possessing a hint of youthful roundness in his cheeks, his jawline remained strikingly elongated. A straight nose and tightly shut crimson lips framed his face, complemented by thick eyebrows and long lashes. His precious black hair and crimson eyes added to his allure, while his body exuded a healthy bronze hue. Traces of white fabric peeking from certain areas suggested that he was originally meant to possess flawless fair skin. Even with merely the basic stage makeup applied to the slave, the boy's beauty radiated brilliantly. Pires Basque. He stood upon the stage. The host proclaimed, "Come now, what a splendid item for the final phase of the auction." Given the exceptional quality of this merchandise, prepare for an exhilarating bidding war. Indeed, the silence persisted in the audience. Even the wild girl in the iron cage, who had been frantically thrashing about at the other end of the stage, fell into a dazed quietude upon Perez's appearance. At that moment, someone raised a bidding paddle. 600 million, exclaimed a noblewoman adorned with a butterfly mask, her excitement palpable. 600 million, no, 650 million. A middle-aged man across the way rose, seemingly unwilling to relent. 800 million, what nonsense, what does being a man have to do with 800 million, that's not what I meant, what use does a man have for this boy? Humph, who knows, perhaps he wishes to train him as a gladiator. Are you jesting? Can such a frail child even wield a sword? All right, gentlemen. If you wish to quarrel, take it home. I'll bid 900 million. I'll bid 1 billion, 1,500 million, 1,300 million, 1,500 million. The fierce bidding commenced, and the price quickly soared into the billions. The host reveled in the escalating figures while calculating the fees. A staggering figure emerged, 60 billion. A bombastic sum that turned all eyes toward a rotund man who was clicking his tongue. That is Baron Gambino from the Chu Warehouse district, a rare individual to behold. A madman, bold indeed, recently amassing considerable underground funds. His power has rapidly expanded, proving his financial might. The onlookers exchanged wry smiles, aware of the challenges posed by the burgeoning Gambino. A few noble women, though gritting their teeth, contemplated pooling their resources to oppose him, but facing the notorious Baron in the Dark Realm seemed nearly impossible. At that moment, the secretary beside Baron Gambino spoke up, her green hair styled short and her single monocle giving her an air of cold arrogance. "My lord, is this not excessive?" Upon her remarks, Baron Gambino furrowed his brow slightly, clearing his throat. "While that may be true, such a beautiful slave could fetch an even higher price in the imperial capital. Securing him now allows for future profits, yet, the boy's stunning beauty notwithstanding, 60 billion felt exorbitantly high. Moreover, the premise of turning a profit hinged on the Baron retaining his life. Ahem, Gambino seemed to sense the gazes surrounding him. Casting a glance before suddenly bellowing, "Silence, you wretches! Dare to flaunt your power over me when I offer you a favor. I desire that boy. I will purchase him with my own funds," with a furious roar. Baron Gambino's secretary sighed and shook her head. Not long after, the Baron, having procured the item for a staggering sum, smiled as he brought Perez closer to. He then extended his large hand, beginning to grope Perez's rear. Perez displayed a look of astonishment, alternating his gaze between the Baron and the hand that was treating him like dough. Observing Perez's expression, which seemed untouched by such experiences, the Baron chuckled with satisfaction. "What, not accustomed to this? Such things will become frequent. You'll need to grow accustomed to them. Worry not. One day, you shall have the privilege of touching my rear." With a sinister grin, Baron Gambino surveyed Perez's form. At that instant, Perez raised his hands, leading the Baron to believe he intended to unlock the shackles. Just as Gambino was about to jovially retrieve the key, a resounding crack echoed in the blink of an eye. The shackles before him were torn asunder, the steel restraints were shredded like paper, along with the chains. Perez, with mere strength in his hands, shattered the shackles binding his wrists. He then extended his hands toward the flabbergasted Baron. "Present your rear." Baron Gambino had no time to resist. Perez effortlessly flipped the Baron's corpulent body, seizing his ample beard. The chilling sound of tearing flesh was followed by Gambino's wails akin to a slaughtered pig. Vivid crimson blood gushed forth, staining the surroundings. The deep-red bystanders, witnessing a man being gruesomely torn apart, began to scream in terror. The mercenaries tasked with protection rushed to intervene. However, with a swift crack, the heads of the approaching guards separated from their bodies, rolling to the ground. Unbeknownst to them, a black blade had emerged from Perez's wrist. The cursed sword, Beelzebub, began to thirst for blood, emitting a resonating hum. "Onward, kill him!" The nobles summoned their private guards, while mercenaries and knights drew their weapons. Charging forward, Perez retaliated with his own aura, unleashing a technique known as the fifth style of Basque. 5 hidden strikes simultaneously launched, sinking their fangs into the throats of his enemies. Thud, thud, thud. The blood fell like rain. Bodies without heads collapsed to the ground, while those who had narrowly escaped could only watch in horror. The aura, as red and viscous as blood, resonated with danger's graduates, the ultimate weapon representing a nation's strength born solely for slaughter, a killing machine. With each step Perez took, a life was claimed, with every move another soul departed. Though Perez traversed a mere dozen steps, a veritable rain of blood fell around him. In every heart lingered a singular thought: against a graduate, we stand no chance. The blade wielders, upon witnessing Perez's fluid momentum, abandoned resistance and began to flee. "But you fools, even if he is a graduate, strength lies in numbers. If you run now, you will become slaves. Hey, this will not earn us a profit. Think of your families." The resounding cries of the nobles and wealthy prompted some of the fleeing swordsmen to halt. Before long, the tumult within the auction hall began to subside. Hundreds of fully armed mercenaries had surged forth, encircling Perez completely. "What on earth is that boy? How could he be a graduate at such a young age? And his swordsmanship seems so familiar. Is it not the Basque style? Is he even human? What is he?" Confusion reigned, yet hostility was unmistakably present. Countless blades, spears, arrows, and spells encircled Perez in a menacing embrace. Even the mightiest graduate would struggle to survive under such concentrated fire. "Even so, you bastard, surrender now, or your companions will perish." The clown atop the stage held a hostage, threatening Perez. The person at the knife's edge was none other than Chihuahua Basque, trembling as he gazed at Perez. Perez paused in his tracks. Momentarily still, the surrounding mercenaries, weapons drawn, gradually tightened their encirclement. At that moment, "Governor, I am unharmed, please be cautious, Chihuahua shouted, his expression resolute. He then seized the clown's arm, pulling him toward himself. Chihuahua attempted to drive the enemy's knife into his own neck. A move that sent the clown into a panic. Madman, what are you doing? Let go. Compromise is not in my dictionary. Is such a phrase befitting the face of a traitor? Let go. The clown and Chihuahua began to grapple. Witnessing this scene, Perez chuckled softly. Shortly thereafter, a murderous aura surged forth. Perez unleashed a drop of aura that pierced the clown's brow, catching Chihuahua as he collapsed, fully stepping off the stage, surrounded by a sea of hostility. The mercenaries and local noble knights, armed with blades, bows, and spells, aimed at Perez and Chihuahua. Why, Your Grace, are you unharmed, even if you excel in combat? Facing such numbers, especially with me as a burden, Chihuahua's concern was valid. Yet, Perez remained composed. Do not worry. As we depart from the Basque estate, he tore into the flesh of his thigh, retrieving the concealed item hidden within. That was a small horn shaped like a red tooth. I possessed a trump card obtained from my grandfather. Shortly thereafter, Perez raised the blood-stained horn to his lips and sounded it. A shrill, piercing note echoed loudly. The onlookers gathered around were oblivious to Perez's intentions. Their eyes fixed anxiously on the center of the encircled space. However, the true transformation began from the unnoticed peak of the tent. Crack! The tent, unfurling like the night sky, was torn asunder, shadows bursting forth from within. Countless dark wind knights descended from above, then thud, 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 thud. Their landing stirred a frenzy of bloodshed, heads flying in all directions. What are these creatures? More than 100 of them, and all graduates, 100 graduates, their sword tips smeared with a blood-like hue. Weapons of slaughter. After instantaneously butchering all in their path, they lined up respectfully behind Perez. Soon, those who had survived by sheer luck from the back began to comprehend the nature of the group of graduates led by Perez. Could it be? No way, it can't be. Please, of course, who else would bear such insignia? Just a glance at the red tooth emblem upon their chests reveals it belongs to the bullfighter knights of the Basque family. Not only the Basque family, but the entire empire's most brutal pillagers' knightly order has emerged. Draped in black cloaks, the bull terriers stood silently, and Perez issued them a terse command: kill them all. Chapter 37, The Slave Auction. 3. The method to dismantle the underground economy is quite simple: penetrate the core hidden within the organization. Perez reiterated what he had told the Chihuahua. The colossal underground economy of the dungeon and the puppeteers behind it had congregated in this place, armed with knowledge from before his return. Perez was aware of this locale, yet he recognized that one individual could not eradicate such a vast criminal syndicate alone. Thus, he had made preparations in advance. May I borrow a knightly order, just once? He had asked during his conversation with Hagao before leaving the Basque family. At that time, Perez had made his request clear. Can I borrow a knightly order? After some deliberation, Hagao granted his permission. He bestowed upon Perez the privilege to freely command a knightly order for half a day, which was part of the military power of the Basque family. I trust you. 1. Act recklessly. My son, although there were limitations, the provision of military strength held significant implications. It signified Hagao's recognition of Perez as his son, along with the corresponding treatment, thus, one of the core elements of the Basque family. The bullfighter knights fell under Perez's command, composed entirely of graduates. This iron-blooded knightly order would leave no survivors once unleashed, remaining at Perez's disposal for 6 hours, and now Perez was employing them to eradicate the corruption within the dungeon. Hagao is particularly sensitive to military power. It is fortunate to have secured the bullfighters, he mused. Considering Hagao's extreme vigilance regarding local lords possessing private armies, he would not easily relinquish a knightly order. Yet, unexpectedly, Hagao's profound trust in Perez made matters considerably easier. Perez cast a glance at the lined-up members of the bullfighter knights. They were true fighting dogs, not to be underestimated. Third-rate fighting dogs overestimate their strength, belittling their adversaries. Second-rate fighting dogs react too hastily to enemy movements. First-rate fighting dogs maintain patience and composure, yet their eyes brim with lethal intent. Finally, the apex of fighting dogs remains unperturbed by any threats from their foes. Appearing as lifeless objects, serene and composed, a wooden chickeness virtue. In this regard, the bullfighter knights indeed constituted a well-trained combat unit. At this moment, they stood behind Perez like wooden stakes, awaiting orders. Perez issued his command: kill them all. At that moment, the 100 bull terriers bared their fangs. Perez called out to the charging bull terriers, do not kill those who lie still, but show no mercy to the slightest movement. This served as a warning. Perez's voice rang loud enough for the enemies to hear. Those who lost the will to resist hastily cast down their weapons, lying on the ground with their hands and feet raised above their heads. However, most could not comply with this demand. Help! A noblewoman screamed as her head was mercilessly severed. Beneath her crimson fur coat, her head tumbled to the ground. A fleeing middle-aged man was met with a grisly end. Blood splattering everywhere, whether man or woman. Those who attempted to flee or screamed were systematically slaughtered, yet this did not imply that those lying quietly would escape unscathed. Whoa, just lie down once the chaos settles. We will flee immediately. Some individuals lay on the ground, hands and feet raised above their heads, signaling their submission. However, we do not use handcuffs. A member of the Bullfighter Knights approached them with a smile. Just as those on the ground contemplated what would bind their limbs, snap, swoosh, the knife of the Bullfighter Knights swept through their wrists and ankles, severing them. What is happening? Those attempting to crawl away collapsed instantly like insects. Naturally, the members of the Bullfighter Knights paid no heed and continued to pounce on other moving targets. Meanwhile, beside Pires stood a middle-aged man with black hair, a hefty cigar clenched between his teeth. He possessed a robust, inverted triangular physique, a square jaw, sagging cheek flesh that obscured his eyes, sunglasses, and a face marred with scars, leaving a lasting impression. The leader of the Bullfighter Knights, Count Le Basque, inquired of Pires. "Nephew, are you satisfied?" "Yes, uncle, young one, and if you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to ask." He was thoroughly pleased with his nephew Pires, not for any particular reason, but simply because he found Pires's actions to be efficient and decisive. Moreover, Pires enjoyed the favor of the family head Hagao, which made building a friendly relationship advantageous for him. This was the judgment of Le Basque. Pires harbored no interest in power, prestige, or political strife, merely seeking blood in battle. Thus he held no animosity towards Le Basque. At this moment, the Chihuahua trembled and spoke. "Vice Governor, is this truly acceptable? After all, they are nobles, severing their wrists and ankles. What does it matter? They are about to be executed anyway. Handcuffs are a waste. This suffices to prevent their escape." Upon hearing Pires's response, Count Le Basque chuckled with greater satisfaction. "Nephew, you must join our Bullfighter Knights in the future. This uncle will nurture you well." To this Pires merely offered a faint smile in acknowledgement. Soon, after a minute had passed since the Bullfighter Knights had stormed in, the situation was entirely resolved. A clean sweep. Important villains in the dungeon were either slain or captured. Of course, there were some who had the fortune to be absent, but through the examination of their ledgers and contact records, they could easily be identified. This was an unprecedented achievement, absolutely perfect. The Chihuahua trembled with excitement as he observed the criminals being escorted away. This war against crime, which had erupted suddenly, concluded astonishingly swiftly, and now the remnants needed to be cleaned up, but such a task was trivial. The local families, stripped of their wayward sons, would not dare to voice their grievances regarding this incident. The future of the dungeon appeared bright, clear, and full of hope. "Congratulations, no one dares to oppose Lord Pires any longer," the Chihuahua exclaimed excitedly, turning his head. However, the one who should have received the congratulations, Pires, had already departed the scene. It should be around this time, Pires had returned to the rear of the auction house. On the stage opposite, the slaughter continued unabated. At this moment, Pires stealthily retreated to the warehouse where auction items were stored. The warehouse was brimming with heaps of gold and silver treasures, items purchased with cash by visiting nobles. The tax revenues were well secured. All these would be deposited into the municipal treasury, further solidifying the financial strength of the Basque family. While contemplating Hagao's potential delight, his mood grew somewhat complex, yet this was not the focal point, so he decided to set it aside. Pires searched the warehouse for a while. Piles of ledgers and receipts emerged, each a valuable piece of evidence for the future eradication of the remnants, and he decided to keep them. However, Pires's true objective lay elsewhere. He seized a white cloth covering a corner of the warehouse and abruptly pulled it away. What lay before him was not what Pires sought, but something entirely unrelated: an iron cage, within which was a captive barbarian girl. The girl, who had been fiercely struggling moments ago, now curled up in a corner, emitting pained groans. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that her entire body was malnourished, with clear signs of abuse, as if she had been whipped by the whip outside her cage. It seemed she was punished after biting the merchant's finger. Pires murmured, clicking his tongue slightly. Subsequently, he produced a bottle of potion specifically designed for knights from his waist. Then, he opened the iron cage door and sprinkled the potion upon the girl, with a series of sharp hisses accompanied by a resounding noise. The wound began to heal, new flesh sprouting forth. The previously groaning maiden opened her eyes to behold the entrance of Pires into the iron cage, and in sheer fright, she recoiled to the corner. Pires regarded the barbarian girl with an unwavering gaze. Her hair, lang of black and silver, framed her pointed ears, while her face bore the smudges of charcoal. Observing the familiar bite marks and claw scratches adorning her arms and thighs, A memory surged forth, Cerberus? Memories of the past resurfaced. During a practical examination at the tender age of 8, Pires had crossed the safety perimeter into the enemy's Black Mountain Range, where he encountered the A-level threat known as Cerberus. At that time, the fiend's ribs were marred with arrow-like scars. Could it be that this savage tribe was responsible for the hunt of Cerberus? Such a conjecture seemed rather plausible. Meanwhile, after the girl's wounds had partially mended, she appeared to regain some strength. Curling up in the corner of the iron cage, her gaze fixed upon Pires. He uttered a brief command, the essence of which was leave. The barbarian girl's eyes widened at his words. Pires shrugged. He possessed a rudimentary understanding of the barbarian tongue, having engaged in countless battles against the tribes of the Black Mountain Range prior to his return. Upon hearing Pires suggest her escape, the girl merely blinked in confusion. It was only when Pires placed the remaining vials on the ground and exited the iron cage that she timidly emerged. After a few moments of staring at Pires, she tore through the tent in flight, taking the vials with her. In her final moment, she left behind a few hurried words, too rapid for Pires to comprehend. Now, it was time to pursue what he truly desired. Pires turned away to continue his previous search for treasures, gold and silver, ledgers and promissory notes, antiques and works of art. Yet, what Pires sought was something altogether different. It was here, in this very place. Shortly thereafter, he unveiled the red cloth concealing the innermost corner of the auction house. There lay a heavy beast adorned with colossal horns. Hell water buffalo Murcielago, danger level, size, 3 meters. Discovered at the second ridge of the Black Mountain Range, a creature dwelling in the depths of hell known as the Oil Realm. It is said to possess 19 hearts and will not cease its charge until all hearts have ceased to beat. Buzzing, the bracelet on his wrist, Beelzebub complained of hunger. The sounds of clashing swords and the screams of enemies from the distant Blood Knight Order grew ever closer. It seemed prudent to finish his meal and depart swiftly. Chapter 38, Sponsors. 1. The club Burning Suspension had closed its doors, not merely shutting them but engulfing the entire establishment in flames. Pires had incinerated the entire hotel where the Burning Suspension was located. Boom! The massive pyre, the Burning Club, a grand den where the scions of noble families squandered their wealth, was utterly consumed before the eyes of all citizens. Though night had fallen, the brilliance of the Burning Suspension illuminated the city as if it were day. A few young men lingered outside the club, appearing reluctant to part ways. What, are you loath to leave, you wretched pups? Under the cold gaze of the Blood Knight Order members lined up before the burning building, they had no choice but to scurry away with their tails between their legs. Pires had not merely destroyed a club, he had laid bare the heads of the most extravagant heirs from the 7 noble families before the flames of the club, leaving behind their severed heads, each bearing the marks of evident torture. Below them were detailed accounts of their various transgressions during their lifetimes. The following morning, Pires publicly announced his position as the executor. He personally addressed the crowd in the square without a spokesperson. Before the law, one's status bore no significance. Everyone must adhere to the law. His tone was unremarkable, yet its impact was profound. Public opinion on Pires was divided into 2 camps, good or excellent. Negative assessments were nearly non-existent. In the city of words that lead to trouble, whenever 3 or more gathered, they would extol Pires as a wise magistrate. Naturally, the local families who had lost their meticulously nurtured offspring did not remain passive. The Montblanc, Pierre, Louis Vuitton, Chanel, Ferragamo, Hermès, and Prada families each submitted protests to the executor. However, Pires remained steadfast. Not only were they embroiled in various criminal activities, but they had directly participated in the royal family's most abhorred crime, illegal slave trading, apart from capital punishment. There was no other recourse. The imperial emperor regarded illegal slave trading as one of the gravest offenses, the reason being that most slaves involved in such illicit transactions hailed from barbaric lands beyond the empire's borders. Of course, the emperor's concern was not for the rights of these non-imperial barbarians, but rather to prevent a new war arising from the capture of these individuals, which could lead to private plunder. Local nobles would need to form private armies to engage in such plunder, a course of action that could incite rebellion. The clandestine slave hunts conducted in areas beyond royal reach had the potential to evolve into uprisings or coups. In fact, several large-scale rebellions that had occurred years prior stemmed from armies organized for the purpose of slave hunting. Hence, the emperor formally stated, slaves resulting from war are unavoidable, but instigating war for the sake of creating slaves is intolerable. From that point onward, illegal slave trading was viewed as a primary capital offense in the empire, equating it with treason. Pires resolutely declared, I have procured the notes issued by the 7 executed criminals, along with the recorded ledgers and cash transaction records. These cases are currently under formal investigation by the Baskerville family and will be further reported to the royal court. In simpler terms, any rebuttal is treason. Following this audacious declaration, the protests from the 7 families abruptly ceased. It was not the time for them to lament their lost sons to Pires. Their families faced annihilation, leaving no room for complaints. Ultimately, the proud patriarchs of the 7 families personally visited the executor. Kneeling in supplication, an unprecedented turn of events, bowing before the man who had slain their sons, they pleaded for their family's survival. The price of miseducating their offspring proved to be dreadfully steep. They prostrated themselves upon the marble floor, beseeching forgiveness, yet Pires showed no mercy. He had conducted a thorough investigation into the dark ledgers within the burning suspension. Those guilty would soon be summoned, and appropriate actions determined based on their crimes. Should one attempt to articulate the results in words, countless pages would be filled, yet the core findings can be summarized as follows. First, confiscation of all property belonging to the Montblanc, Pierre, Louis Vuitton, Chanel, Ferragamo, Hermès, and Prada families to be transferred to the National Treasury. Originally, only the illicitly obtained assets were to be confiscated. However, in the current context, it was practically impossible to distinguish between legal and illegal property. Thus all was seized. Second, based on the crimes of the aforementioned families, sentence 3 families to extermination for treason. The reference date is the date of execution for the 7 individuals, 0 month 0 day. Third, among those belonging to Montblanc Street, Pierre Street, Louis Vuitton Street, Chanel Street, Ferragamo Street, Hermès Street, and Prada Street, those involved in this incident are to be subject to a doubled penalty based on the Noble Obligations Special Clause. The contents of items 1 and 2 do not overlap. In more concise terms, one could summarize it in 3 lines. You are done for since the appointment of the new vice-executor. The execution grounds had not seen a drop of blood for some time. That had been the filthy blood of the vermin that had long plagued the city. The flower beds would flourish even more abundantly. Pires gazed at the flowerbed in the corner of the execution grounds, where blossoms bloomed, and softly remarked, the white lilies, meticulously tended by Chihua, had transformed into a vivid red. In summary, those who had previously obstructed the governor's decisions now fell silent, heads hanging like dead rats, and those local lords who had once acted with impunity now trembled at the mere sight of civil servants. At the very least, the 7 local families that had once engaged in power struggles with Pires had been completely uprooted, effectively annihilated. Furthermore, rumors of Pires wielding a portion of the Baskerville family's military authority made other cities increasingly wary. In this world, who would dare to breathe freely before the military commander of the Baskerville family? In the underground city, no force remained to impede Pires' advance. On the contrary, more and more individuals emerged to rally behind Pires' actions. In truth, the misdeeds of the 7 local families had long surpassed all bounds. If one were to criticize the new vice-executor's methods as cruel, it would be more fitting to cast blame upon me. Can persuasion and appeasement restore rotten flesh? The decayed portions must be excised. This indeed was an appropriate course of action. Those upright officials who had suffered due to their integrity, or nobles who had been dismissed or exiled for being overly virtuous, began to announce their support for Pires. Though they possessed neither power nor wealth, they were widely respected and adored among ordinary citizens as intellectuals, teachers, and mentors. These intellectuals followed the steps of the Confucian scholars, ardently supporting Pires' bold reforms, resulting in an ever-growing approval rating. The Kir has reinterpreted all the past instances of the law and has released all political prisoners. Following this procedure, in order to investigate the truth of historical events, a considerable amount of manpower is required, prompting a significant increase in the recruitment of civil servants and related contractors, which has notably lowered the unemployment rate in Undog City. The reduction in the salary budget has been compensated for by the surge in taxes resulting from the crackdown on the illegal underground economy, thus avoiding any controversy. Consequently, the citizens of Andok City have conducted large-scale collective protests in front of the town hall, chanting, Deputy Governor Pires should be appointed permanently. We strongly demand that Deputy Governor Pires remains in Andok City forever. We love you, Pires. This protest is motivated by affection. Meanwhile, Director Chihuahua has been wearing a smile for days. The initial distrust and disdain the public held for Pires upon his appointment have dissipated entirely. Is the Deputy Governor at work? I have brought you coffee. As the director, your duty is to perform your role. There is no need to brew coffee for me. This is my personal token of gratitude. After all, you saved me from being stabbed by a clown last time, but if you are my lifesaver, then a cup of coffee is hardly excessive. How could it be simple? I added 2 spoons of sugar. 2 spoons of cream and a dash of water. The two have grown quite close, now even able to jest with one another. Perez is learning the art of writing from Chihuahua, specifically the technique of mimicking various fonts. Utilizing these learned styles, he has drafted new laws and revised previous ones, the development of the Ruby mine in collaboration with Milj, the stabilization of agricultural prices, rewards for contributions to the territory. A pardon system for slaves who have achieved merit-balanced development in underprivileged areas, the institutionalization of penalties for lawbreaking and benefits for law-abiding citizens, increased taxation on external merchants, higher taxes for the affluent. Reduced taxes for impoverished farmers, the eradication of superstition, and the nationalization of land, among others. Perez has meticulously selected effective elements from the laws he intends to implement in the future, filtering and amending them according to the current societal atmosphere. Unsurprisingly, the legislators are in awe of Perez's extensive legal knowledge, bowing their heads in greater respect. At this moment, Andoc City is also undergoing rapid development. Is he truly only 15? Chihuahua asks with a sense of reverence. To which Perez responds calmly. Soon after, Perez embarks on one of the day's most crucial tasks. Director, yes. Chihuahua swiftly rushes to stand beside him. Perez continues to issue work directives in an indifferent tone. Is Tio still in the underground prison? In the depths of a moonless night, Perez visits the underground prison beneath the town hall. The nearly empty prison is permeated with a foul stench of decay. The prison itself is a chilling place, and its desolate darkness heightens the eerie atmosphere. The guards have long since clocked out, leaving no one on the night shift. All prisoners have either been executed, pardoned, or transferred, leaving the facility entirely vacant. Perez strides toward one of the deepest cells, the darkest and most putrid corner. A solitary cell door remains tightly shut, housing a lone inmate, a woman who once served as the secretary to the underground economic magnate Baron Gambino. One can see a woman with hair tinged green, clad in prison garb, seated in the corner of the cell, shackled heavily. Perez pulls up a chair and sits before the iron bars. The creaking of the metal chair legs scraping against the stone floor echoing in the empty prison. Your name is Cindy Windy, correct? She does not respond to Perez's inquiry, merely lowering her hollow gaze to the ground. Why spare my life? Cindy Windy's question seems void of hope. A flicker in the bit-nights. On that fateful night when everything seemed to perish, Cindy Windy gritted her teeth and attempted to escape. She must not die like this. Even if she survives, having her wrists and ankles severed would signify the end. There are things she must accomplish, thus she cannot afford to perish or become incapacitated in such a place. Though among the deceased, there are few exceptions, Cindy Windy believes herself to be in a state of greater desperation and urgency than the others. However, the teeth of the fighting dog before her are merciless. A member of the bit-nights stands in her way, nearly sealing her fate. As the crimson blade lunges toward her neck, Cindy Windy clenches her teeth. However, when the knife strikes, the sound is unexpected. It is because the member of the bit-nights has failed to pierce Cindy Windy's neck. Perez, the newly appointed deputy governor, has raised a bundle of iron chains to block the blade. The bit-nights member is taken aback by Perez's intervention but quickly bows to him. This woman is an exception. Do not harm her. Capture her alive. Thus, Cindy Windy remains imprisoned in the underground facility. Perez silently observes her for a moment before asking, if you can answer my questions honestly, I will set you free. This causes Cindy Windy's ears to perk up, but she soon lowers her head, self-mockingly muttering, since being locked up here, my desire to escape has vanished. There is no longer any reason. Regardless, Perez's inquiries have commenced. The recent surge in the power of Baron Gambino, a once mediocre male courtesan, attributed to you. Investigations reveal your methods of making money are remarkably astute. If you were to utilize such talents outside the black market, you could become an excellent merchant or financier. Cindy Windy lets out a light laugh at this, her laughter seeming to question the utility of such accolades. At this juncture, Perez gazes quietly into Cindy Windy's eyes, then speaks in a melodious bass, I assure you, if you answer my questions, I will release you. However, Perez pauses, tilting his head as he locks eyes with Cindy Windy through the bars, the flickering red light piercing her green retina. If you do not respond, you will regret it in the future. His voice carries an indescribable strange power, instilling a sense of dread alongside an oppressive force. In a state of bewilderment, Cindy Windy begins to answer. If I could answer, I would tell you. Very well, Perez interjects directly. What is your perspective? What do you mean? Do you believe I am in error regarding my enforcement of the law? Cindy Windy replies calmly, what significance does the opinion of a mere female criminal like me hold? I am precisely inquiring about the opinion of this insignificant female criminal. In that case, I will speak candidly. I believe you are mistaken. Upon hearing this, Pires nods, and the reason, in all matters of governance. The core virtue of a renowned ruler is virtue. While stringent law enforcement may yield immediate results, it may not be effective in the long run. Virtue, what is that? It is to refrain from taking a carriage even in fatigue. To avoid covering the carriage roof even in heat, and to not parade armed soldiers while traveling. When a ruler passes away, all citizens weep, even children cease their songs, and the harvesters refrain from humming. Such is his virtue. Is my lack of virtue a significant flaw? It is indeed a grave flaw, for it will shorten your lifespan, while you may momentarily establish your authority through harsh laws. In the long term, it will only accumulate resentment and anger. Should I fear the wrath and indignation of the commoners? Even if the commoners do, the Baskerville family will not be pleased, though it is merely in the Andock district. The citizens are more fearful of you in your capacity as deputy governor. Well, that is a fact. Even when your superior or successor arrives, it will remain the same. Your alterations to the law are merely to establish your authority and hastily achieve accomplishments, which has led to dissatisfaction among many local powers. Other cities have their gangs as well. Considering their public sentiment, your time may be limited. Then what do you believe I should do? You currently tread on thin ice. If you wish to continue living, resign from your position as deputy governor, relinquish all power back to the Baskerville family, and attribute the accomplishments here to the head of the family and the royal family. Then, go to a place suitable for your age, such as the hostile Black Mountain Boars or the Central Academy of the Empire, and await the future, and then, act with utmost discretion, conceal your strength. Delve into scholarly pursuits, seek out undiscovered talents and promote them, respect the elderly, care for orphans, commend the unsung heroes, and advise superiors to honor virtuous individuals. What benefits will I reap from such actions? Firstly, you will find peace of mind. By then, the head of the Baskerville family will bear all the blame that you rightfully deserve. Even if you have lost the accolades before you, you are still but 15 years of age. Though it may be merely a hollow title, the renown that is spread throughout the imperial city is already sufficient. Upon hearing Cindy Wendy's lengthy counsel, Pires rarely allowed a smile to grace his lips. Her suggestions aligned remarkably well with Pires' future ambitions. Very well, Pires nodded affirmatively. At that moment, with a clang, the iron door swung open. Utilizing merely the strength of his hands, Pires snapped the chains asunder and subsequently freed Cindy Wendy from her bindings. As per our agreement, you are now free. Cindy Wendy lifted her gaze to the iron door before turning to Pires. Are you truly going to let me go? Indeed, I honor my word, you will come to regret this. A flicker of life rekindled in Cindy Wendy's eyes. Observing this, Pires offered her a faint smile. I hope you can keep that promise. Cindy Wendy tilted her head in confusion. Moments later, Pires spoke once more. You have provided me with excellent advice, and now I shall offer you a piece of counsel in return. Just as Cindy Wendy stepped outside the prison, she halted in her tracks. Pires, with his back to her, began to speak. In the Andock district, there exist 7 renowned indigenous families: the Montblanc, the Pierre, the Louisville, the Chanel, the Ferragamo, the Hermes, and the Prada families. However, several years ago, there were not 7 but 8 of these families. Pires noted the slight tremor in Cindy Wendy's form at his words. Originally, there was an 8th family known as the Messina de Nero. They were the wealthiest merchant family, yet, in a single night, they were annihilated. All family members perished tragically. Do you know the reason? The reason lies in their theft of the swordsmanship manual belonging to the Baskerville family. The 8-year-old son of that family had inexplicably acquired remarkable swordsmanship skills and was quite elated. At the birthday celebration arranged by the Messina de Nero family for their son, they requested him to showcase his newly learned swordplay. Enough. Cindy Wendy raised her hand to halt Pires' discourse. Undeterred, Pires continued. Before the gaze of all, the son demonstrated his swordsmanship, yet everyone present was astounded, for the technique he displayed was one that had been secretly passed down within the Baskerville family. Enough. The news swiftly reached the Baskerville family. They held their swordsmanship in high esteem, deeming this a grave breach of military secrecy, and thus unleashed the hounds of the Baskerville family. On that very day, the Messina de Nero family vanished from existence. Silenced, you scoundrel! Cindy Wendy cried out sharply, yet Pires pressed on. However, it was later discovered that the Messina de Nero family bore no guilt. The ones who had lured the child to peruse the swordsmanship manual were, in fact, the offspring of the other 7 families. They deceived a child from the Baskerville family, pilfered the manual, and taught it to the child of the Messina de Nero family. In their ignorance, The child showcased the skills before the adults and was ultimately ensnared. Enough, I implore you. Yet, amidst what was believed to be the extinction of the Messina Denaro family, there was one survivor, a girl who was a year younger than the victim. The 7 rogues stealthily extracted her. Wah. Cindy Wendy staggered, leaning against the wall, her eyes bloodshot and brimming with tears. Pires continued. That girl, due to her intelligence and exceptional beauty, endured various cruel, despicable, and humiliating torments. The nature of those tortures is too harrowing for me to articulate. I no longer wish to hear it. You have suffered enough. A solitary tear of blood trickled down Cindy Wendy's cheek. Her true name was the little girl Messina Denaro Siluo. Upon hearing this, Cindy Wendy displayed a vacant expression, swaying unsteadily. She expelled the contents of her stomach, her vision spun, the darkness of the dungeon obscuring even a foot ahead. The putrid stench that had permeated the solitary cell since earlier seemed to intensify. One hand pressed against the wall while the other clutched her forehead. She spat on the ground and asked, "How can I trust your words? You claim to have captured them and subjected them to severe torture to uncover the truth. Even compelling them to apologize. How can I trust you?" Cindy Wendy screamed in a frenzy. Pires offered no reply, merely igniting the wooden staff in his hand, illuminating the torch. Soon, the solitary cell of the underground prison was awash with light. In that moment, Cindy Wendy's eyes widened almost to the point of rupture. 7 headless corpses knelt in one corner of the room. The fingers of those corpses had been worn away, and the blood that flowed from them stained the floor, walls, and ceiling crimson. The entire chamber was suffused with a scarlet hue, as if countless words had been repeatedly layered, ultimately engulfing the entire space. "Forgive my transgressions, even if it costs me my life. I beseech you, do not harm my family. We are the ones responsible for the annihilation of the Messina Denaro family. Please pardon our sins. We sincerely apologize to Lady Cindy Wendy. We have committed an unforgivable crime. I was wrong. 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 Spare me, spare me, spare me, spare me, spare me. I do not wish to die. I do not wish to die." How terrifying, how terrifying, how terrifying. The corpses exuded a foul odor of decay, and the apologies they had inscribed on the ground with their worn-down fingers painted the entire room a vivid red. Cindy Wendy stood at the center of this sanguine chamber, gazing at Pires with astonishment. Moments later, Pires approached her. Yet, the vengeance of the Messina Denaro family was not yet complete. One family remained. Pires' meaning was unmistakable. The greatest adversary, the Baskerville family, still existed. Pires stated, "Go and harbor resentment towards the Baskervilles. You are entitled to that. Furthermore, I must apologize on behalf of all the Baskervilles." Soon after, Pires, standing before Cindy Wendy, slowly bent at the waist. "I am sorry." At that moment, a dull thud echoed as Cindy Wendy's tears began to drip onto the stone floor. The two remained motionless, locked in a gaze for a brief while. Eventually, Cindy Wendy spoke. "Why do you, a Baskerville, still wish to assist me?" Pires did not respond to her inquiry. The astute Cindy Wendy grasped the meaning behind his silence. Whether internally or externally, despising and loathing the Baskervilles were one and the same. In this regard, both Pires and Cindy Wendy understood each other profoundly. Soon after, Cindy Wendy exited the prison. Turning back towards Pires, who remained within, she uttered a phrase in an unprecedentedly steady voice: "Regardless of what you do in life, I assure you, you shall never lack for riches." In that moment, Pires found himself with a steadfast benefactor. Chapter 40, The United Front of the Milt Family. 1. Dawn broke last night, after working late. Pires had fallen asleep in the residence opposite the town hall. The little dog, privy to this information, sought him out early in the morning. "Awake, Deputy Governor. The sun has risen. It is time to begin the day." The little dog, having knocked on the door, entered the room but had barely managed to utter a greeting before letting out a horrified cry. The room of the residence was stained with blood. The white sheets were soaked crimson, the liquid pooling onto the floor and dyeing the crevices of the marble tiles red. Blood. The walls, ceiling, and bed were saturated with blood. What a splendid morning, my dear secretary. Pires rose from the bed with remarkable calmness. His drowsy expression indicated that he indeed had been asleep moments prior. Beneath the bed lay the dismembered corpse of an assassin clad in a black mask, clutching a dagger, an evident indication of his nefarious intent. Pires gazed at the fallen assassin's body and remarked, "I don't recall this. It seems I must have dispatched him in my sleepwalking." Really? The little dog stammered in disbelief. "It cannot be, just a jest," Pires thought to himself. "If I were 15, I might jest thusly." However, the little dog appeared entirely oblivious to the humor. "Deputy Governor, how did you spend your youth at home? Is it not amusing?" "It is not a matter of whether it is amusing." The little dog seemed utterly at a loss for words. Pires shook his head. "Lately, there has been an increasing number of these pests. 2 poison arrows, 4 cups of poison wine, 6 unprovoked street assaults, knife wounds, acid attacks, sniping, arson, carriage collisions, and so forth, all incidents that had transpired within the last 3 days, though an assassin had breached his bedroom for the first time. It was clear he was no match for Perez. Having experienced the era of destruction, warriors could sense the murderous intent surrounding them even in slumber, and Perez was no exception. Well, let us view this positively. It indicates I am quite the object of attention, does it not? Such audacity, secretary, you are exceedingly disrespectful to your superior, Perez responded nonchalantly as he donned his coat. The little dog followed the composed Piles as he exited the bedroom. Incessantly shaking its head upon seeing the vice-consul, it could hardly believe that he was merely 15 years old. Where did such lineage originate? Even if you are of the Baskerville bloodline, no, the other Baskerville family members are not like this. The little dog continued to prattle on, but Piles had ceased to listen. Instead, he was preoccupied with the spoils acquired during the recent raid on the illegal auction house. The Fly of Gluttony, Balzeb. A magic sword, slot 1, scorching, fire damage, Cerberus, slot 2, tenacious life, Hellbowl, slot 3, bleeding, Hellhound, B. This peculiar magic sword possesses the ability to seize and absorb the energy of those it slays. And the power of the beast Hellbowl Murcielago, encountered at the auction house, was sealed within it. The C-rated troll's ability, super high-speed regeneration, had vanished, replaced by the Hellbowl's tenacious life. While super high-speed regeneration enables rapid recovery of an injured body, tenacious life renders the body extraordinarily resilient, nearly impervious to harm, thus offering superior versatility. The Hellbowl itself is a high-tier magical creature far beyond the ordinary troll, making its effectiveness only to be expected. To think there was a corpse of an A-tier magical beast at the auction house. What splendid luck! Thanks to consuming that item, I easily dispatched the assassin who came yesterday. The intruder who infiltrated the dormitory last night possessed the strength of a graduate, although he was merely a newly promoted novice. He exuded an impressively viscous aura. Caught unawares, he had managed to lightly stab Piles in the chest with a dagger. However, due to the protection of the river Styx and the Hellbowl's resilient vitality working in tandem, only a faint scar remained on Piles' body. The assassin likely never anticipated this outcome. What kind of body is this, so remarkably sturdy? He could never have predicted that this would become his final utterance. It was imperative to trace the forces behind the assassin and eradicate them completely. You are indeed correct. In truth, Piles had not disclosed to the Chihuahua that he intended to resign from his position as vice-consul upon completing this task. Following the suggestion made by Cindy Wendy not long ago, it was then that a matter arose that could assist Piles' plans. The Baskerville family had sent a message. A massive black carriage adorned with the tooth emblem symbolizing the Baskerville family stood before the town hall. The individual visiting the town hall early that morning was someone Piles was very familiar with, Butler John Barrymore. He had personally come in search of Piles. Young master, it has been quite some time. Indeed, Butler, you appear to be in much better spirits. Upon hearing Piles' response, Butler Barrymore smiled with delight. You see, did I not say so, young master? You are destined to excel. The rumors circulating outside have even reached the family. All of them, without exception, pertain to the renowned vice-consul of the lower city. You are quite fortunate. The timing is impeccable. However, the subject of the rumors remained as unassuming and humble as ever. Soon, Butler Barrymore elucidated the purpose of his visit. The head of the family is seeking you. He appears to desire an accurate report on this incident. If it is a report, I have already submitted it in writing. Have I not? But can anything compare to a son delivering the report in person? Having said this, Barrymore stroked his mustache and squinted his eyes. I am quite looking forward to it. This is the first time I have seen the head of the family smile so joyfully. Hagaule Baskerville sat expressionlessly at the family head's desk, yet Piles sensed an unusual atmosphere emanating from him. It was as if he were saying, "Well done, my child." The ambience was surprisingly warm. Hagaule placed the morning's newspaper before Piles. Most beloved figure among the citizens of the underground city, Piles' most trusted figure among the merchants of the underground city, Piles' most cherished figure among the farmers of the underground city, Piles' most respected figure among the children of the underground city, Piles' most supported figure among the intellectuals of the underground city, Piles' most desired figure to be killed among the assassins of the underground city, Piles. The results of the popularity poll among the citizens graced the front page of the newspaper. You have accomplished a great feat. I merely did what was required. In this world, there are far too many worthless individuals who cannot accomplish what is required. Hagaule gazed at Piles with a faint smile. The illegal slave trade, whether involving sellers or buyers, is a grave crime, punishable by death. Thanks to your efforts, the royal family has also issued a commendation. It is my honor. This opportunity has allowed us to dispel the image of the Baskerville family as mere swordsmen with dull minds. Truly splendid work. The special laws proposed by Piles, along with his performance during their announcement and vigorous enforcement, have not only established a model throughout all cities under the Baskerville jurisdiction but have also influenced the royal family. Hagau's bold personnel appointments were rewarded with Piles' exceptional achievements. So the family motto includes the principle of clear rewards and punishments. Excellent performance warrants a reward, while poor performance incurs punishment. Piles has earned his reward through his outstanding accomplishments. Today, Hagau summoned Piles to discuss this very reward. Go enroll in the Academy. The Empire's Academy, Colosio, is the very place all elites around the world dream of attending. Upon hearing this, Piles inquired, "Isn't enrollment supposed to occur at the age of 20? As long as one possesses strength, the age restriction is quite lenient. Both early and late enrollees are welcome, provided they meet the condition of not exceeding 25 years of age at the time of enrollment, and not exceeding 30 at graduation. I shall not disappoint." Piles expressed his intent with a brief bow. However, Hagau, who initially seemed ready to conclude the conversation, exhibited an unusual desire to continue. "I plan to send you along with several others to the Academy, but the list has yet to be finalized. Do you have any brothers in mind to accompany you?" This was an entirely unexpected question. Wasn't this more akin to a father inquiring of a son? "Ah, indeed, he is my father." Piles immediately recalled a fact he had also forgotten: the illegitimate child. Regardless, Piles was still Hagau's son, perhaps due to the prolonged absence of being treated as a son. He had forgotten this fact himself. After a moment of contemplation, Piles spoke. "I am closest to the Hyfro, Middlebro, and Lowbro triplets. Closest, and what of that? Wanting to keep him close to beat him up is a sign of affection, is it not? Is that so?" Hagau seemed slightly taken aback but promptly nodded in understanding. "I shall remember that." Thus, the conversation regarding the Academy came to a close, just as Piles had finished bowing and was preparing to depart. Hagau called out, "Ah, wait a moment, son." Piles halted, turning around as Hagau rose from his seat. He then spoke softly, "I have reviewed the revised laws of the underground city that you drafted. They are immature works. The modifications to the agricultural law are quite commendable, very efficient." "You flatter me." Piles had previously revised the legal framework concerning the large farms in the outskirts of the underground city. Besides the ruby mines, there were many fields for cultivating sugarcane, tobacco, and cotton, primarily worked by captured barbarians. Consequently, the barbarians who occasionally crossed the border to raid often targeted the farms on the outskirts of the underground city. Hagau remarked, "Before entering the Academy, why not take a simple inspection tour of the territory? You also need to see if the laws you drafted are being well implemented. It will be a valuable experience." "As you command." Piles complied without any dissent. At that moment, Hagau, observing this scene with satisfaction, suddenly posed a question. "However, do you plan to go alone?" Piles tilted his head in confusion. "Am I to inspect the territory alone? Or should I bring a contingent?" Seeing the surprised expression on Piles' face, Hagau settled back into his chair and spoke in a relaxed tone. "This territory inspection is a joint operation." Upon hearing Hagau's words, Piles fell silent, patiently awaiting further explanation. Hagau, understanding this, began to discuss the matter at hand. Do you remember the plan you devised when you were 8, the one concerning the ruby mines? Of course, I recall. The main premise of that plan was to lease the ruby mining area to Milg, thereby enticing the barbarian tribes there, allowing the two factions to balance each other without direct intervention. It was a case of using another's blade to kill. In order to expand the border, a conflict with the barbarians was unavoidable, so the intention was to utilize Milg's strength to eliminate them. Hagau's lips curved into a satisfied smile. That plan was a success. What does success mean? It was the Milch family who first proposed this suggestion, with a demeanor that was remarkably sincere. Hagau appeared to be exceedingly joyful, a sight not witnessed in quite some time. But he addressed Piles, inquiring about the joint assault. Chapter 41, The United Front of the Milch Family. 2. Safe travels. I shall manage the administrative affairs. After receiving a salute from Chihua, Piles departed from the municipal hall of the underground city, riding a black steed towards the edge of his territory. Piles was followed closely by another black horse. "Good to see you again, young master." It was Sir Baskerville of Staffordshire, a knight of the Pitbull Knight Order. He had previously overseen Piles' training and had been by his side during the crackdown on illicit slave auctions. "How is Uncle Boston Terrier faring? Yes, my lord, he remains in good health. Ever since that incident at the slave auction, he has been eager to bring young Master Piles into the Pitbull Knight Order and has entrusted me with the task. Of course, the Milch family was also aware of this fact. In truth, recently, armed groups from the Milch family had disguised themselves as miners and gathered in this location, and now, the Milch and Baskerville families were poised to unite against the barbarians. The unsuspecting barbarians would, as usual, invade this place to plunder crops and slaves, and once they did so, a counterattack would swiftly ensue. Staffordshire remarked. It was said that a prominent senator from the Milch family's open faction, along with 12 middle senators and a significant senator from the clandestine faction, accompanied by 19 middle senators, had already arrived. Additionally, around 100 non-senator mages were present. It appeared that the Milch family was indeed investing heavily. In contrast, the Baskerville family had only dispatched Piles, a member of the lower house, along with a few dozen ordinary knights. However, the true elite forces of the Baskerville family lay in ambush on the other side of the mountains. As per the agreement reached with the Milch family, thus it did not raise any concerns. Piles was indeed present to inspect the territory and foster cordial relations. Well, if I could also scout the movements of the barbarians as Egao suggested, that would be splendid. Shortly thereafter, members of the Baskerville family began traversing the mining area. The landscape was dotted with unfinished mines, wooden fences, and makeshift fortresses, with watchtowers soaring high above. At that moment, Piles detected something and slowed his horse. A whiff of charred aroma reached his nostrils, reminiscent of overcooked meat. Indeed, the horse grew skittish and hesitated. Ahead, the ground was adorned with elongated, pointed structures, stretching straight up into the sky, interspersed with other objects. Piles urged his hesitant horse forward with a nudge. Soon, the true nature of those peculiar sculptures came into view. They were massive iron spikes, formed from trace amounts of iron in the soil. A phenomenon only capable of being conjured by a wizard. Given that he had entered the territory renowned for its magical lineage, it was only natural to encounter such sights. However, the objects skewered and impaled into the air were strikingly unusual: skeletons and charred remains. The bodies, pierced to death, bore signs of being scorched. Irrespective of their origin, whether monsters or humans, they were impaled together, some even reduced to ashes, leaving only the hollow iron spikes behind whenever the wind blew. The pierced corpses dissipated into darkened dust. Suddenly, a piece of charcoal, whether from a barbarian or a monster, fell from the iron spike, disintegrating into particles. This warning was indeed terrifying. Staffordshire gazed up at the impaled and burnt remnants, stating that it must be a warning from the Milch family to the monsters or barbarians. Piles had already deduced the identity of the individual who had issued such a warning. So he has grown considerably. As Piles reminisced about past memories, a stern voice called out from the lookout tower ahead, "Halt, identify yourselves." He looked up to see 3 women descending gracefully from the tower's peak. As if walking down a staircase, their flaming red hair clashed with the somber fortress attire. Drawing from his knowledge prior to his return, Piles immediately recognized their identities: the triplet sisters of the Milch family, Hasisi, Midasai, and Ruzisi. 16 years of age, each a master of water, grass, and earth magic, their combined prowess yielded astonishing synergies. Born on the same day, they were referred to as the 3 flowers of the Milch family. Yet, the world had a different moniker for them: 3 calamities, denoting the trio of disasters. Each possessed a wildly eccentric personality, and together, they could wreak utter havoc. Their pride bordered on arrogance, earning them a notorious reputation even within the Baskerville family. During annual events, they consistently disrupted the atmosphere of friendly competition, a fact that was hardly surprising. Even worse, their exasperating personalities, coupled with their formidable magical prowess, rendered them even more overbearing. Presently, the 3 sisters of the Milch family stood guard at the checkpoint leading into Milch territory. Piles stepped forward and introduced himself. "We are the emissaries of the Baskerville family." At that moment, the eldest sister, Hasisi, let out a scoff, and then, "We have come to inspect the territory and engage in amicable exchanges. Kindly open the fortress gates." "Not at present. We have reported to the authorities. Please wait." Though instructed to wait, hope was nowhere in sight. Piles inquired, "How long must we wait?" Perhaps tomorrow a command will be issued?" A condescending laughter escaped her lips, bordering on provocation. Piles narrowed his eyes. "We are from Baskerville, seeking entrance to Baskerville land. By what right do you obstruct us? You tenants are rather audacious, aren't you?" "Oh, you now claim we are tenants? Are you unaware of the Tenant Protection Act? That is a law you yourselves established, isn't it? Are you oblivious to the laws of your own family? I have amended that LAW.IT permits the expulsion of troublesome tenants." As Hasisi momentarily fell silent, Piles pressed forward. "I am the deputy consul of Andock City. An appointment was made in advance. this is your final warning, open the gates." Upon hearing Pyle's words, the three sisters of the Milge family exchanged glances. Moments later, the eldest sister, Hasisi, burst into laughter. "I hear a young hothead has arrived from Andok City. Oh dear, what shall we do? We have ample experience dealing with young hotheads." The sisters gathered their magical energy in their palms. Soon after, a rumble echoed as water grass and earth magic unfurled before the Baskerville family members. Pyles frowned and took a step back. A mushroom cloud rose, and the sisters' laughter pierced the air. Wait, how dare you ignorant swordsman speak so brazenly? Even if you are Baskerville, you cannot simply enter Milge territory. Let us see just how formidable the new star of Baskerville truly is." At that moment, Staffordshire approached Pyles and remarked, "It seems words alone will not suffice." Pyles shared the same sentiment. Just then, a voice boomed from the Baskerville envoy, "Impudent girls, how dare you speak so recklessly?" The three familiar faces emerged from the dust, Hyburo, Madelbro, and Rubro, the triplet brothers of the Baskerville family, who had stood behind the envoy, now stepped forward. United once more, they stood shoulder to shoulder, fixated on the Milge sisters. They sneered, "Impudent, are you of a higher rank than us? How audacious to speak so!" Yet, the brothers refuted their claims. "Except for us, except for us, except for us, who else remains?" Faced with the sisters' inquiries, the brothers turned in unison. "This fellow is the pride of our Baskerville family." The brothers gazed with a mixture of respect and trepidation towards the direction of Pyles. Chapter 42, The United Front of the Milge Family. 3. Pyles pondered, what on earth is happening? This was the first unexpected occurrence he had encountered since his return. The trio, later infamously dubbed the Trident of Higao, began to exhibit friendliness towards Pyles. Ironically, prior to his return, Pyles had faced life-threatening situations due to these very triplets, ultimately being captured and executed because of them. Yet, what was the situation now? Hyburo, Madelbro, and Rubro encircled Pyles. Previously, they had surrounded him to bully him. This time, however, they did so to protect him. He is the pride of our family. We cannot allow him to engage in fights with others. We must exercise restraint and ensure his safety. One must ensure his protection. Even Labro turned to Pyrrhus and winked, which only deepened Pyrrhus's sense of absurdity. Did a finger get severed, and now they have become so obedient? Yet, this was not Pyrrhus's first encounter with the triplets' peculiar behavior. Indeed, after slaying the trolls in front of everyone, they have become markedly more docile. Perhaps it had begun earlier, when they captured the Hellhound during their first skill test at the tender age of 8? There was something unsettling about their approach to Pyrrhus while feigning closeness over their shared meal of haggis. Pyrrhus had always been indifferent to his peers, deeming them too weak to warrant his attention. However, this detachment seemed to have sparked a shift in the triplets' mentality. After all, the Baskerville family adhered to a philosophy that revered strength. More importantly, these individuals appeared to harbor some bizarre delusions. Leave it to us, Pyrrhus. We shall repay your kindness in recommending us to the academy. Leave it to us, Pyrrhus. We will repay you. Leave it to us, Pyrrhus. We will repay you, the triplets asserted with conviction. It was then that Pyrrhus recalled his recent conversation with Higao, during which he had casually mentioned these three, seemingly moving them deeply. Pyrrhus decided to remain silent, finding the naivety of the children, who believed they had accomplished something remarkable, rather endearing. Moreover, despite their unpleasant demeanor, they were quite charming in appearance. Lost in thought, Pyrrhus mused, perhaps they could be of use. These three would undoubtedly evolve into formidable instruments of death in the future, although lacking in intellect and incapable of independent judgment. Their ability to execute commands was impressive. They had been dispatched countless times for various covert and unsavory tasks, demonstrating their strength and loyalty. They were akin to hunting hounds, entirely obedient to their master's commands. A fact Pyrrhus knew all too well, having felt their teeth upon him. Ultimately, Pyrrhus feigned submission and nodded. I shall trust you, brothers. The triplets' expressions instantly brightened, their joy surpassing even that of receiving praise from Higao during the month-end evaluations. As they stood before Pyrrhus, since they are so insistent, there is no need to hinder them. Pyrrhus decided to take a step back for the time being. Shortly thereafter, the three sisters of the Milge family clashed with the three brothers of the Baskerville family. They had crossed paths numerous times during past annual events, and their relationship was far from cordial. Soon, the sisters initiated the attack. Clueless fools, they knew nothing but to act in unison. Lausus was the first to place her hands on the ground. A master of potent water magic, she began to conjure countless droplets and launch them at the foe. The rapidly approaching droplets were immensely powerful. While prolonged raindrops could penetrate rock, Lausus's magically infused droplets possessed the force to obliterate stone instantly. The ground was utterly devastated. The droplets unleashed by Lausus not only created numerous craters in the earth but also saturated the soil. Next, Medelsis stepped forward, proficient in formidable earth magic. She waved her hands to gather the moist soil. Thunderous rumbles echoed as the drenched earth, under Medelsis's command, transformed into earthen walls encircling the three sisters, their surfaces adorned with sharp rocks, serving both defensive and offensive purposes. Finally, the eldest sister, Hesisis, joined the fray. A master of potent plant magic, she waved her hands, drawing forth seeds from the ground. Sturdy stalks of vegetation rapidly grew, spreading out and thriving with the aid of Lausus's water and Medelsis's soil. The synergy of earth, water, and plants fortified the Milg family's stronghold while simultaneously oppressing their adversaries. Indeed, the talents of the trio known as the Milg Triad were exceptional. However, the Baskerville brothers were not to be underestimated. Hey, you're not meat. What do you grasshoppers intend to do? Hibro was the first to charge forward, a faint halo of gaseous form outlining his sharp teeth as he struck the earthen wall before him. Thus, boom, crack, the wall splintered, revealing its interior. Given that this was merely a first-level magic, its defensive capabilities were limited. Next, Medelbro and Lobro's blades came flying in, embedding themselves within. The rapidly spinning halo evaporated the incoming droplets and severed the plant stalks. Boom, clang, bang. The clash of magic and blades was fierce. Magic drew upon more mana, manifesting an even more potent elemental force. Swordsmanship relied on the internal mana and vitality as fuel, erupting into vigorous swings. Which was stronger, magic or swordplay? This was a question often debated between the Milg and Baskerville families. Today, the forefront of this debate lay within the fierce battle between these three sisters and their three brothers. These 6 individuals fought with all their might to uphold their respective family banners. However, for Pyrrhus, all of this was exceedingly tedious. After all, what tension could arise from 3 mages wielding only first-level magic and a fledgling swordsman who had just grasped the first technique of Baskerville? Furthermore, Pyrrhus held no particular affection for the Baskerville family, rendering the situation even more irrelevant to him. It would be best if they all perished. This was an exceedingly cynical attitude, yet, the other knights of the Baskerville family exhibited a markedly different demeanor. Though they did not voice it, they appeared quite exhilarated. Staffordshire inquired of the impassive Pyrrhus, "Do you not find this entertaining? What is entertaining about it? Is this not a venue for the future pillars of the family to showcase their talents and potential?" "In that case, I too am but a sapling, young master. You have reached a level beyond comparison for one of your age. This is merely a waste of time. It should be brought to a swift conclusion. There are mountains of matters to discuss with the fortress's overseer." Yet, Pyrrhus was unable to finish his thought. Boom, a tremendous explosion engulfed the entire area. Ugh. The 3 sisters of the Milg family and the 3 brothers of the Baskerville family were both terrified. Flames that consumed all extended their scarlet tongues. Steel spikes erupted from the ground, transforming the surroundings into a realm of thorns. Crack, the earthen walls pierced by the spikes crumbled instantaneously. The searing winds incinerated the water and plants, even sending the Baskerville brothers' blades flying. The boundary between fire and iron, red and black, instantaneously separated the Milg family from the Baskerville family. The other members of the Baskerville family, who had been joyfully observing the children's battle, were now startled into half-drawing their swords by the overwhelming display of magic. Crack, clink, crack. The cotton fields around them transformed into a fiery inferno in the blink of an eye. The Baskerville brothers barely evaded the flames, yet their hair had been singed to a crisp. "What in the world is happening? We almost got burned alive." What? The 3 brothers protested against the Milg family's excessive aggression. However, the situation for the Milg sisters was even graver. They were not only scorched by the flames but also torn by the spikes. Hesisis, Medelsis, and Lausus, crawling upon the ground, were filled with terror. Wah, I almost died just now. If I had delayed my evasion any longer, I would have truly perished. What, sisters? Seeing them tremble, the Baskerville brothers sealed their mouths, suppressing their protests. The Milg family showed no mercy even to their kin. All eyes turned toward the direction from which the fire magic had originated. Soon a dull sound resonated from the other side of the flames. "What is going on here?" A cold voice, yet somewhat juvenile. Before long the perpetrator of the fire and steel spikes revealed herself, later known as the Empress of Heaven. She was referred to as the Queen of Fire and Long Spears, or the Red and Black Queen, a warrior of the Milg family. But after all, she is still just a child. Pyrrhus lifted his gaze. The hazy memory of the 8-year-old girl now stood transformed into a 15-year-old maiden. Milg Kamui. After 7 years they met again, and she was now looking down upon them. Chapter 43, The Fiancée 1, the supernova of the Milg family. The only daughter of the head of the Milg family, Milg Respain, she was lacking in nothing bloodline, talent, character, or appearance. There was no doubt that she would one day become the head of the Milg family. Yet, she is merely a 15-year-old girl. Pyrrhus gazed at the death zone composed of flames and long spears. Milg Kamui stood proudly, surveying those below. The three sisters, battered and bruised on the ground, trembled at the sight of Kamui. Kamui, sisters, we only wished to stop the invaders. They were the ones who instigated the conflict. Hesisis, Medelsis, and Lausus were a year older than Kamui. However, in the face of her overwhelming aura, they could scarcely catch their breath. Reduced to lying on the ground, such a disparity in achievements due to age was a rare sight for the illustrious Milg family. Soon, Kamui displayed a beguiling smile. Kamui, are you addressing me by my name? Sisters, no, not at all, my lady. Step aside, unless you wish to end up like that. Kamui impatiently extended her hand. There lay the bodies pierced and burned by iron spears arranged along the border. It was now abundantly clear who was responsible for this horrific scene. The three sisters, startled by the words of their younger sibling, who was merely a year their junior, fled in terror. In the aftermath of their disappearance, the battlefield was left with an eerie silence. The triplet heirs of the Bascavi family, who had just displayed their fangs, now lost their fighting spirit before Kamui. Shortly thereafter, Kamui rode forth to confront the Bascavi clan. She halted before Pyrrhus, gazing intently into his eyes, and spoke. Welcome, my companions. Of course, this was in reference to the impending joint campaign against the monstrous and barbaric foes. The little girl from the Milch family, whom he had not seen for 7 years, had undergone a remarkable transformation. The freckles that once adorned her face had vanished, and her buck teeth were no more. Although a hint of baby fat still lingered on her cheeks, it was evident that she would possess striking beauty in the future. Pyrrhus reminisced about the times he had glimpsed her from afar before his return. She must have been around 13 at that time, quite enchanting indeed. Even Pyrrhus, who typically paid little heed to female appearances, was compelled to admire her beauty. The term dazzling was most apt in this context. It was rumored that by merely collecting letters proposing marriage to Kamui, the Milch family could rest easy regarding their firewood supply for the entire winter. Kamui herself reveled in this situation, skillfully maneuvering numerous suitors while embroiled in various scandals. This, of course, was a strategic calculation. Although Kamui scorned those men drawn to her beauty, she toyed with their hearts, thereby fueling competition and rivalry among the families, ultimately channeling the resulting benefits back to the Milch lineage. This was a highly politicized endeavor. She never surrendered her heart or body to any man, rendering all the more desperate their desire for her affection. She resembled a queen ruling over countless captives. Under her reign, the Milch family flourished and achieved great victories in the war against the demon realm. However, that was merely the tale before her return. The Kamui he encountered in this new life seemed devoid of scandal. 15 She should have already wielded control over the royal family and the other 6 noble families. Yet her demeanor was curiously calm for reasons unknown. Despite reaching marriageable age, no news of her involvement with any man had surfaced. What a perplexing matter, Pyrrhus mused, riding forth with a touch of bewilderment, while Kamui trailed closely beside him. What, then, was the Bascavi family's perspective on this situation? The devastation wrought by the barbaric tribes prompted us to categorize the threats the Milch family in response to these circumstances. Allied with the Bascavi, she incessantly conversed with him, to which Pyrrhus responded rather perfunctorily, offering little in the way of elaboration. Kamui directly inquired of Pyrrhus, it seems the Bascavi family lacks understanding of the barbarian tribes of the Red-Black Mountains? How could that be? We have fought them on numerous occasions. We know them better than you do. Then why have you only sent these greenhorns? They appear to be nothing more than inept hounds. It seemed that Kamui had discerned the level of the Bascavi delegation. Pyrrhus was about to respond when he fell silent. The true main force of the Bascavi family lay concealed in the mountains opposite. A fact well known to the Milch clan. Was this a case of feigned ignorance? Kamui chuckled softly. I merely wished to tease you to see whether you were aware or not. Of course, I am privy to the affairs within the family. Am I not the head of the delegation here? You may simply be a puppet discarded by your clan, but now I am enlightened. Kamui rode forth to face Pyrrhus, turning back to him with a faint smile. You are quite trusted within your family. Following this, Kamui continued her line of questioning. Do you know which barbarian tribe poses the greatest headache? It would be impossible for me not to know. Before my return, hunting down and suppressing enemies within the Black Mountains was one of my primary tasks. From the Milch family's perspective, the answer was undoubtedly the warrior tribe Baroque, along with the sorcerer tribe Rococo. The Baroque tribe frequently appeared in border skirmishes, Though few in number, each member possessed formidable strength, causing even the Bascavi to feel a sense of trepidation. Their archery surpassed that of the Empire, and their techniques remain shrouded in mystery. Indeed, they are indeed a slippery bunch. Camus nodded, her eyes gleaming with interest as she regarded Pires. You possess considerable knowledge regarding the barbarian tribes. I'll give you an 80. Ha, is the full score 100? You are failing. Camus stuck out her tongue. While Pires furrowed his brow slightly, I answered, well, why such a low score? Because your answer was too good, she replied, seeing Pires still wearing a bemused expression. A sly smile crept onto Camus' lips. What use is it for a man to be clever? I do not favor intelligent men. Men ought to possess a certain foolishness. It appeared that her previous influence over countless men had not waned. Pires deemed it unworthy of a response and quickened his horse's pace, yet Camus trailed closely behind, relentlessly critiquing him. Your riding skills, 6 points. Is it because I am shorter than you? Your horse is too large. Sense of fashion, 4 points. Your attire is too drab. No response. Politeness, 1 point. Well, your looks, 99 points. Quite handsome, however. Your expression management is lacking, so I shall deduct 1 point. Listening to her, Pires felt his ears grow warm and decisively said, please refrain from giving these meaningless evaluations. Why not? What purpose does it serve? Isn't this precisely the assessment we shall require for our future? Our future? Upon seeing Pires's incredulous expression, Camus shrugged, puffing out her chest. As a candidate for future husband, I must conduct a thorough examination of you. If you find it unfair, you may evaluate me in return. No, rather I wish to be evaluated by you, for I must know how you perceive me. Upon hearing Camus' words, Pires, seemingly at a loss for words, asked, why am I your candidate for husband? Why, you passed my uncle's test last time. He pondered for a moment, recalling his duel with the esteemed Milch counselor. Adolphe. At the time, the sorcerer Adolphe had balanced a water jug atop his head, and in the final moment of their duel, Pires shattered his sword using the shards to break the jug, thereby passing Adolphe's test. But that was 7 years ago, yet Camus spoke of it as though it had transpired only yesterday. Camus exclaimed, how could my uncle use such a simple test to evaluate my potential husband? It infuriates me. Because of my uncle's decision back then, my path to marriage has been obstructed. Alas, to have made such a promise before everyone, I am now bound. But what shall I do? A promise is a sacred law. Sigh, how vexing, but I must resign myself to fate. I have lost. Though no one had spoken, she was caught up in her own fervor. Pires observed her and thought, indeed, she is an exceptional fire mage. If one were to master fire magic to its utmost, could it not also naturally induce spontaneous combustion? This piqued Pires's curiosity to some extent. Nevertheless, one matter was one matter, and another was another. Given that the mindset of someone who might become the matriarch of the Milch family should not be provoked, Pires treated Camus with consideration. Let us forget what transpired that day, let us act as if it never happened. Upon hearing this, Camus' body froze in an instant. Pires, observing her reaction, mused, is it a paralysis spell? That moment was quite impressive, but why cast it upon oneself? At times, mages exhibit perplexing behaviors, though he did not dwell on it. Diplomatic decorum necessitated clarity regarding what had transpired. Just as Pires was about to speak, Camus suddenly shouted, how can you act as though it never happened? It clearly did. This was the first time Pires felt flustered since his return. Just as he was about to utter something, she declared, I am a genius. I shall never forget what I have seen. I remember. Accompanied by Camus' exclamation, an object flew toward Pires's face. It was a piece of black fabric. The size suitable for a child of 8, a cloak emblazoned with the crest of the Bascavi family, a garment Pires had once draped over the bare form of Camus. 7 years later. The cloak still faintly exuded the scent of sweat from that day. Pires picked it up, frowning as he gazed at the retreating figure of Camus. If you do not take it back, then I shall consider it a gift to me. Chapter 44, The Fiancée. 2. Before long, the fortress constructed by the Milch family came into view. Massive earthen walls were arranged in a circular formation, with watchtowers made of wood and iron visible at various points. As Camus and Pires wandered within the fortress, they conversed about the barbarian tribes that raided the ruby mines, plundering native slaves and crops. The tribes took slaves not to rescue their kin but rather to sell them elsewhere as slaves. Indeed, the barbarian tribes were numerous, and they did not regard one another as kin. Thus, without the slightest hesitation, they sold criminals from the same tribe or captives from different tribes into slavery. You are quite aware of this. Fortunately, I am spared from addressing those foolish inquiries regarding why the barbarians engage in self-inflicted carnage. Camus extended her hand, pointing towards the foremost earthen wall. This wall was constructed within a month by the earth mages and iron mages. Its scale was truly immense, had it been built by ordinary individuals. It would have taken a year, if not longer, and required the concerted efforts of hundreds to accomplish. Pires approached the earthen wall and soon noticed something peculiar. Embedded within the solid structure were iron frames, forming a grid-like pattern visible due to the numerous holes in the wall. The surface of the wall was riddled with numerous openings, reminiscent of a cookie's surface, amounting to hundreds in total. Pires scrutinized the size of the holes, each approximately 3 centimeters in diameter. These were arrow marks. Pires's keen gaze locked onto the renowned barbarian tribe on the other side of the Black Mountain. Camus nodded. The most troublesome faction was that gang of phallic. The arrows they unleashed carried a formidable aura. The number of casualties from their sniping was incalculable. Even a wall of 2 to 3 meters thick could be easily penetrated. Who could withstand such an onslaught? It was exceedingly difficult to deflect them with shield magic due to their incredible speed. Indeed, not long ago, my uncle nearly encountered a grave mishap. Camus chuckled softly. It is said that not long ago, when the mage city of Adolf personally ventured out to conduct a search, he too fell victim to sniping. That time, an arrow breached his shield magic, leaving him visibly startled and suffering severe injuries to his chest. Though he fortuitously survived, his pride sustained a significant blow. Speaking of which, it is said that this esteemed individual also experienced a similar ordeal. Rumor has it that a scar remains upon his nose bridge. Pires recalled the scar adorning Hagau's nose. The fact that arrows from Baroque could injure the swordsmanship master Hagau and the 6th level master Adolf indeed warrants caution. It appears there are exceptional talents among the barbarians. Who could it be? It seems to be a woman. However, due to the distance, her identity remains uncertain. Additionally, their faces were painted black, making it difficult to memorize their features. Camus waved her hand irritably. Regardless, while the Baroque tribe numbers only around 300, they are the most perilous. In comparison to the equally dangerous Rococo, they are outnumbered tenfold. The belligerent Baroque tribe neither belongs here nor there, living freely, and frequently engaging in plunder and warfare. For reasons unknown, they have suddenly advanced eastward over the past 7 years, leading to frequent frictions with the Bascavians. Due to the recent development of the Ruby Mine project, part of Bascavi's territory has been leased to Milge, which has also felt the pressure from Baroque. Camus gazed towards the distant horizon and spoke. Although Milge is closely monitoring the situation, the barbarian attacks are exceedingly covert, making them difficult to detect. To make matters worse, we experience a defensive gap every month. A gap? Pires inquired, to which Camus frowned. Milge is a matriarchal society with a significantly higher female population. The mages guarding the borders are all women. But what does this have to do with the gap? There are inevitably a few days each month, due to the presence of magic. Are you not mages? Pires countered, prompting Camus to initially open her mouth before bursting into laughter. You truly are somewhat slow in this regard. Well, I find it delightful. There's no joy in having overly clever men. Points for that. After a few pats on the shoulder from Camus, Pires began to grasp her meaning. At that moment, Deputy Fortress Lord, someone in the distance, called out to Camus. A female mage hurriedly approached and knelt before Camus. The search team from the Dark Hall has captured a barbarian scout. It seems they have taken a prisoner. Dragged over, tightly bound in ropes, was a man with brown skin and black hair. Upon seeing the tattoos adorning his body, Pires deduced his tribal origin, so he hails from the sorcerer tribe. Rococo, although the manner of his capture remained a mystery, his fate was now sealed. Milge Camus. She exuded an intimidating aura. She faced the captive. Have we obtained any intelligence? The mages nearby appeared quite troubled. He refuses to speak, no matter what. What about mental magic? It is ineffective due to the powerful spell. We cannot access his memories. Camus turned away and slowly approached the captive standing before her. You previously attacked the fortress of Milge and abducted several slaves. Among those slaves was the daughter of Milge, my adopted sister. Her name is Rose. Camus fixed her piercing gaze upon the Rococo captive. What have you done to her? At this moment, the captive's tightly shut mouth slowly began to open. Anna. Upon hearing this, Camus furrowed her brow. Translate, where is the traitorous barbarian? Yet no one answered Camus' inquiry. All exchanged anxious glances. A mage spoke apologetically. During the barbarian attack, they either perished or were captured. Fortress Lord. Then is there anyone capable of translating this fellow's words? Currently, there is no one. This is indeed a troublesome predicament. As confusion spread among all present. I can speak a little Rococo. Pires stepped forward. Camus gazed at Pires in astonishment. You can do that? What else are you capable of? My proficiency is not very high. I only know some basic vocabulary. Pires approached Camus. Camus instructed, ask him where my adopted sister is, the girl taken during the last attack. She has red hair, red eyes, and exceptionally fair skin, approximately 12 years of age. Pires nodded and posed the question to the Rococo captive. He received a brief response. Pires's expression instantly froze. After a moment, he shook his head and looked towards Camus. She is dead. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Mildred's people darkened. Although they had anticipated death since her abduction, hearing the news was an entirely different matter. Moments later, Camus stepped forward. She growled softly at the captive. After this war concludes, your language shall only be spoken in hell. This was the last statement the captive would hear. Camus declared, the Grand Counselor of the Bright Hall is undergoing treatment. The Grand Counselor of the Dark Hall is inspecting the territories on the other side, so the decisions here will be made by me, Mildred Camus, as the Deputy Fortress Lord. Thus, the makeshift trial concluded. Moments later, Camus waved her hands, tracing a magic circle in the air. Suddenly, a massive iron spike erupted from the ground. The iron elements, concealed among the earth elements, gathered and rapidly grew, forming an iron spike that instantly pierced the Rococo captive from groin to crown. The captive did not even have the chance to emit a scream before being impaled, suspended high in the air. Subsequently, flames ignited below. Boom! The iron spike execution. In the blink of an eye, Camus had incinerated the Rococo captive. All the slaves witnessing this spectacle gazed at Camus with fear-stricken eyes. Even the people of Mildred were similarly affected. Boom, boom, and crackle. The sounds of the iron-spiked individual burning, accompanied by the smell of charred flesh, filled the air as black ashes scattered in the wind. Before this terrifying inferno, Camus remained composed, smiling serenely. Let us depart. She led Pires away from the scene, while all around them lingered a palpable sense of dread as they watched their retreating figures. Meanwhile, back behind the earthen wall, Pires found himself somewhat astonished. It was not the sight of a living being being pierced and burned by an iron spike that shocked him, having spent decades on the battlefield prior to his return. He had witnessed far more horrifying events, thus finding no reason to be astonished or frightened. However, what left Pires astonished was Camus' expression. Whoa. Camus had retreated to a secluded area and was now weeping. Her face contorted, eyes reddened, tears cascading down her round cheeks. Pires's mouth fell agape at this unexpected sight. Good heavens, he had never anticipated witnessing the goddess Camus in tears, although he had seen her cry when she was 8. The sensation was entirely different now that she was 15. After all, she is still 15. Pires stared at the weeping Camus for a moment before hesitantly attempting to console her. Why are you crying? Why must you cry? Camus screamed, glancing around to see if anyone had heard it. Pires temporarily closed his mouth, then spoke again. It seems you were quite close to your brother. Yes, he always followed me, yet he is an innocent and kind-hearted child. Uncharacteristic of Milch. After speaking, Camus leaned against the earthen wall, squatting down. Though they were of similar height, she appeared much smaller than usual in that moment. Pires mused. Do not be too sorrowful. He must have departed in great joy. As Pires clumsily attempted to console her, Camus retorted angrily. Do you think I am a fool? This was a question imbued with both anger and sorrow. Pires sensed this. Camus understands the Rococo language. I am a genius, though I cannot speak it. I can comprehend some. Speak plainly. Is what I heard true? In response to Camus' words, Pires could only nod heavily. The meaning of the last words spoken by the captive of Rococo was not dead, but rather eaten. Rococo was a witch tribe, and simultaneously a cannibal tribe. Their custom was to consume their captives. Upon Pires' confirmation, Camus shed tears once more. I'm sorry for not being able to protect you. Sister, I apologize, Camus cried out loudly. Pires simply stood quietly beside her, maintaining his silence. I never imagined that behind the mask of the Queen of Darkness, Fire, and Spears, Milch Camus, there would be such a visage. After a while, Camus rose from her seat. She wiped her cheeks with her sleeve, erasing the dried tear stains. Camus restored her original cold expression. She glanced at the silently standing Pires. Not bad. If you merely feign sympathy, I shall kill you. The trivial threat of a 15-year-old girl was of course ineffective against a seasoned veteran, yet Pires still nodded slightly. Regardless, sometimes merely being present in silence can provide solace, faced with a weeping 15-year-old girl. The decision to wait quietly rather than react became a fortuitous choice. Shortly thereafter, Camus slapped Pires on the chest. There is no time for sorrow. We must gather ourselves swiftly and seek vengeance. Follow me, there are matters we must attend to together. Camus spoke with a rather resolute voice. 7 years ago, there was a remarkably obstinate 8-year-old girl in the Milch family, Milch Camus, the youngest candidate for the head of the prestigious Milch family. From the outset, her extraordinary nature set her apart. During the time when the children of the Milch family gathered to attend magic lessons, the path of magic was described as arduous. When you gaze into the abyss, The abyss also gazes back at you. Venturing deep into the world of magic could lead to being devoured by the immense forces of magic, hence one must always exercise caution upon hearing their tutor's words. The children felt a vague sense of fear. Only one exception remained. Camus scoffed. What nonsense! The tutor furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Miss Camus, why do you deem it nonsense to say that when I gaze into the abyss, it gazes back at me is utter drivel? Camus replied impassively. The abyss of magic is vast and profound, beyond the comprehension of the human mind. I gaze into the abyss, and it gazes back at me? That is impossible. How could something so immense take notice of me? Just as an ant may see me, it does not mean I can see the ant. The abyss might not even be aware that I am looking at it. Let alone care thus to suggest that the abyss gazes back at me is a manifestation of excessive narcissism. Perhaps it would differ upon reaching a certain realm, but children who cannot even wield magic freely should not be instilled with fear at such an early stage. Upon hearing this, the tutor fell silent, for Camus' words indeed held merit. Although he had ascended to the 5th tier and could operate 5 magic circles, he had never been eroded by the abyss of magic. Certainly, if one were to reach the 7th tier, regarded as the pinnacle of magic, and further ascend, the situation would differ. After the tedious lesson concluded, Camus expressionlessly rose from her seat. What is uncle doing? In this family, he was the only one who could understand her talents and to whom she could confide her thoughts, rather than her mother, the head of the family. Mildred Respain. Camus preferred her uncle Mildred Adolphe. At that moment, Camus overheard a conversation between her mother Respain and Uncle Adolphe in the family room. I hear the ruby vein extends beneath the territory of the Bascavi family? Yes, sister. It seems conflict is unavoidable. What a nuisance! I do not wish to yield to that obstinate Hegao, and there are savages lurking about as well. Wouldn't that mean a 3-way standoff? First, the vein extending into the Bascavi territory places us at a legal disadvantage. Moreover, the savages there have long been a headache for the Bascavi family. Should disputes arise locally, the family would face immense losses. The expressions of Respain and Adolphe were grave. At that moment, Camus stepped forward. Let me go. Upon hearing this, Respain and Adolphe were taken aback. Does this child grasp the seriousness of the situation? Wait, sister, let us hear his opinion. Camus is a genius. Perhaps he can see what we adults cannot. This was why Camus favored Uncle Adolphe. After listening to Camus, Respain and Adolphe nodded, half convinced. Should we exploit the child's innocence to test the waters, then solidify our cooperative relationship and advance the joint development project? Yes, that sounds like a good idea. It was hard to imagine such a clever suggestion coming from an 8-year-old's mind. And what about discussing a marriage alliance simultaneously? Rather than yielding, it would be better to cooperate as relatives. This so-called marriage strategy was another brilliant proposal from Camus. Respain's eyes lit up as she inquired, a marriage alliance with the Bascavi family? Who should we send from our side? Anyone would do? What about the utterly useless triplet sisters, Haixis, Medelsis, and Roezis? Camus replied nonchalantly. The Milch family immediately commenced negotiations. Adolphe took Camus to the Bascavi family, where Camus utilized his youthful identity to propose to Hegao. Metaphorically describing the extension of the underground vein, however, for the first time in his life, Camus tasted the bitter fruit of failure. That guy. A child of the same age appeared from the opposing camp. While the logic was unclear, it was evident that he was outmatched in spirit by that guy. Ultimately, Camus burst into tears, nearly losing his sanity in fury. He had never experienced such a thing before. No one among his peers, nor even those in their teens, could surpass him, not even the adults. Everything in the world had always unfolded according to Camus' desires, never exceeding his expectations, but that day was different. Everything slipped from Camus' grasp. The reason was that black-haired child he met for the first time. That guy. If it weren't for you. Thus, Camus was enraged. He wished to teach a lesson to this first-ever rival he encountered. Therefore, in the arena filled with blades and shadows, Camus challenged that guy. He launched a full-force assault, yet that guy deftly evaded. Thud, 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 thud. Irritatingly, that guy merely flicked his forehead as if in jest. The place where he was struck faced relentless assault, causing genuine pain. The detestable face of that guy loomed larger before him. Anger made it nearly impossible for him to see, as if the entire world consisted solely of him and that guy. In his mind, the only thought was to deliver a fierce blow to that guy. At that moment, boom, an accident occurred in the adjacent arena. A massive explosion erupted, flames consuming his clothes. He hurriedly sought refuge behind the dust and smoke. But that could only conceal him for a few seconds. It was then that he began to worry. Aside from him and that guy, there were many others present. This was an utter humiliation. The supernova of the Milch family, the genius, the future head, the one who held the admiration of many, was about to stand before everyone in utter nakedness. An 8-year-old could experience first love and possess pride. Camus desperately fought to hold back tears. In front of those peers he had always ignored and scorned, he was about to be stripped bare, especially those insufferable triplet sisters, Haxus, Medelsis, and Ruizes. Were they not also in the nearby arena? He did not wish to weep naked before those women, that would become the source of lifelong ridicule. But what can I do? However, in such a situation, there was no escape. Soon the dust would settle, and he would become the laughingstock of all. I might as well die. Camus sincerely thought this. At that moment, crash, the world before him turned pitch black. A heavy yet warm object covered Camus' naked body. Looking up, that guy appeared before him. He had removed his own clothing and draped it over Camus, leaving himself bare. Doesn't that guy feel any shame? Although Camus thought this, that guy seemed to think otherwise. He brazenly displayed his nakedness, showing not a trace of embarrassment. As Camus stared at that guy's naked form, her heart raced. The first opponent encountered, the first experience of failure, the first display of such forthrightness, and the first sight of a peer of the opposite sex in the nude, all these firsts intertwined in Camus' mind. In the moment when his clever mind paused for the first time, it felt as though time itself had come to a standstill. Camus stared blankly at that guy for a while. Before leaving the family, he secretly congratulated himself for having devised the marriage strategy. After a series of twists and turns, that guy engaged in a contest with his uncle. Although Camus had always admired and followed her uncle, at that moment, she found him somewhat bothersome. Adults often take advantage of their age to bully others. Although Camus had always been grateful to his uncle for treating him like an adult, at this moment, he found himself thinking otherwise. However, that guy persistently challenged his uncle, displaying an unyielding fighting spirit even in the face of such a stark disparity in strength. Camus felt a whirlwind of emotions. Despite his awareness of his uncle's formidable power and greatness, he could not help but steal glances at that guy, even secretly wishing for him to triumph over his uncle. A thought so absurd it startled him. Then, fantasy morphed into reality. Even the typically arrogant Camus, in what he believed to be a hopeless situation, was taken aback when that guy unexpectedly defeated his uncle. As the water cascaded from the drenched water jug, confusion spread across his uncle's face. Camus couldn't suppress a cheer at this shocking outcome, even jumping up in excitement. Though his uncle displayed a look of defeat and discontent, it mattered little to him now. He had always scorned the frivolous smiles and leaps of children his age, yet here he was, unwittingly grinning and jumping like an ordinary 8-year-old. After the negotiations concluded smoothly, Camus lay in bed at home, resolving from that day forth to no longer clutch the stuffed toy he always held while sleeping, but to set it neatly aside. I am no longer a child. Instead, she replaced her old habits with the black cloak of the Baskerville family. The very cloak that guy had draped over her that day, becoming Camus's most cherished possession. Each night, she embraced this garment as she drifted into slumber, burying her face deeply within its folds. The scent of sweat somehow became pleasant, lulling her to sleep each time she buried her nose in it. Occasionally, her heart would race unexpectedly, her body would tingle, and at times, she would impulsively bite down on the collar. Whenever the nursemaid intended to wash this garment, Camus would resolutely intervene. Such a thing is only valuable if left unwashed. From that moment on, Camus never washed the cloak again. As the seasons changed and birthdays came and went, Camus's thoughts remained unchanged. Where is he now? What is he doing? Has he grown taller? The girl gradually blossomed into a young lady. Camus frequently visited the ruby mines under the pretense of her fondness for rubies. Yet that guy never appeared. She only heard that he had embarked on an extensive training regimen. After some time, Camus caught wind of a rumor. In the corner of the Baskerville family territory, adjacent to the Milk family lands, there was a rather large city. It was said that a new young vice-governor had arrived there. Rumors circulated that he had caused several significant incidents upon assuming office. Of course, these incidents were not genuine mishaps but rather monumental achievements. Upon hearing of his extravagant expenditures, Camus clapped her knee. You've grown up. She immediately sought out her superior. What? You want me to request a joint operation with the Baskerville family? You must be joking. Right now, immediately, Camus urged her master Respain, and set off once more for the Baskerville territory. Before doing so, she ensured to ascertain details about the newly appointed vice-governor, who had taken office during the time of the underground city. The day before the Baskerville delegation's arrival, Camus was thoroughly prepared. She chose a fortress surrounded by blooming cotton flowers as the meeting place. Feeling somewhat shy, she arranged for the eyes of the Milk family to be positioned at the back. In that fragrant, flower-laden locale, her 7-year wait was about to conclude. With excitement in her heart, Camus went to bed that night. On that day, Camus was finally furious. After painstakingly selecting a romantic venue, it had been thrown into disarray. Those who had bullied him in childhood, now grown, dared not even breathe in his presence, had ruined everything. What are you doing? Camus demanded with hellish rage. The consequences of the shattered romance were dire. The three sisters of the Milk family sobbed in confusion. Camus, we were just trying to stop those invaders, they started it, but Camus's mood had plummeted. His long-awaited reunion spot, which he had yearned for over 7 years, had been turned into chaos. Camus, are you now calling the sisters by their names? No, how could that be? A vice fortress master? Stand aside, if you don't want to end up like that. Although Camus had no real intention of harming the three sisters, he did plan to teach them a stern lesson. However, before he could act, they had sensibly fled, thus sparing him the effort. Soon after, Camus rode up to that guy. Welcome back, partner, the face of that guy, whom he had not seen for 7 years. Bore little difference from the first meeting. He appeared to still be in his growth phase, standing at a similar height, though his features had changed slightly. His jawline was sharper, and his nose was more pronounced. He was even more handsome than Camus had imagined. You've grown quite a bit. Him looking good. Camus nodded, his face involuntarily flushing. Why did the naked form of that guy, whom he had seen at 8, suddenly flash through his mind? Your body has changed a lot, hasn't it? Without the use of magic, Camus felt an inexplicable warmth spread through him. Chapter 46, Husband Hunting 1. Is this what we are doing together? Pillars frowned as he looked down. Before him, Camus rested his chin on his hands, gazing at him with a smile. Before Pillars lay steaming bread, potatoes, boiled meat, and vegetables you need to eat to gain strength. Come, have some more. Camus appeared eager to feed him. While Pillars rested his hand on his forehead, he had been at this fortress for over 10 days. During this time, it seemed Camus had managed to overcome the sorrow brought about by her brother's death. However, the way she overcame it was quite bothersome to Pillars. She insisted on dining together every single time, even causing a ruckus in front of the dormitory, and would come 5 or 6 times a day. Why 6 meals a day? Eating smaller portions more frequently is good for health. I'm used to just 1 meal a day. It would be better to skip the next. Oh dear, not eating will lead to a decrease in combat effectiveness. And that is against military law. You, who are saying that, aren't eating yourself? In response to Pillars's reproach, Camus displayed an awkward expression, her gaze darting away. Meanwhile, she casually stuffed some salad into her mouth and began chewing. Just watching you eat is enough for me. Pillars grimaced as he chewed on the meat. He was utterly perplexed as to why the 15-year-old girl from another family, whom he had not seen in 7 years, would be so enthusiastic towards him. Is it for a political marriage? Before returning, Camus had discussed strategic marriages with numerous candidates, yet none had materialized into actual unions. If an excellent candidate from the Baskerville family selected him for a political marriage, it would be quite troublesome, because I am about to leave the Baskerville family. Not just leaving, he would even go so far as to destroy it. He would handle all the family's sordid affairs himself. And what would be the outcome? He would walk onto the guillotine with the weight of the falsely accused blade, enduring the dirtiness and disgust of that moment, repaying every last bit. Thus, it would be best to avoid entanglements with the daughters of the Milk family. Becoming embroiled in a love triangle would be a headache in the future, not just for Camus but for any woman in this world. Unaware of this, Pillars remained indifferent as Camus innocently inquired, "Is there feces in the meat? You look like you're eating dung." Hearing Camus's words, Pillars blinked a few times without reacting, then continued to eat without glancing forward. On the other hand, Pillars's consistently aloof demeanor intrigued Camus. Normally, when she invited others to dine, everyone, regardless of age or gender, would be delighted, particularly the men outside the family, who would wear eager smiles before the meal. This was to be expected. Camus was young, talented, beautiful, and a future power holder, yet Pillars thoroughly dismissed Camus's 15 years of accumulated common sense and experience. It would be better to eat separately from now on. What? Why? Uncomfortable. Pillars set down his fork upon hearing this. Camus nodded as if to say, I see. In truth, the dining hall where Pillars ate was almost entirely filled with women. The servers were women, and the ones distributing food were also women. Men were scarcely seen. Camus chuckled softly. I thought it was something else. The Milk family is matriarchal, with most of the combat personnel being women. The men primarily cook in the kitchens at the back. This is in stark contrast to the extremely patriarchal Baskerville family. Just as a male physique has a slight advantage in learning swordsmanship, a female physique has a slight edge in learning magic. Thus the Milk family's army is naturally composed of women. Conversely, the men are responsible for logistical support, which is equally vital to combat. The uncle in charge of supplies is currently ill with chest pain, so resources are limited. So eat more. Camus disregarded Pillars's insistence on eating separately. Instead, she cleverly redirected the conversation by placing some boiled potatoes on Pile's plate. You don't have such things at home, do you? The very potatoes that Camo had picked up were indeed the same. These were super potatoes, enhanced through Milch's botanical magic, boasting higher nutritional value and quicker absorption than ordinary potatoes. However, the drawback lay in their taste, which suffered due to an excessive focus on nutritional benefits. As Camo chewed on the dry potato, she remarked, "From a nutritional standpoint, the enhancement was successful, yet the sole disadvantage is that they are rather unpalatable, but I suppose they are better than the haggis your family consumes." Right, Piles stared at the potato for a moment before finally picking up his fork. It seemed that it would be challenging to rid himself of Camu's entanglement in the short term. After all, they were in the territory of the Milch family, and she was the one in charge here. Piles decided to play along with Camu's topic. "It tastes rather decent, Camo countered Piles, with a serious expression. Lifted a Milch potato. "I said it tastes quite good. It's merely your cooking technique that leaves much to be desired." "What? I beg to differ. The chef in this fortress is from the imperial capital. I brought him here specifically due to my discerning palate. If he claims the food is unappetizing, then it truly is." Upon hearing this, Piles shook his head, "Since there are issues with the supplies, it seems we shall have to subsist on this for a while." With that, Piles rose, clutching the potato as he made his way to the kitchen. Moments later, he sliced the potato into several pieces and lightly dipped them in salt and vinegar. Next, he added Domtrek leaves and Sabic fruit juice to the pot, beginning to stew them. Observing Piles' actions, the kitchen staff approached in astonishment. "Hey, what are you doing?" But Camo, who entered shortly after, halted the chef. She scrutinized Piles' technique intently. After a while, Piles presented the slightly steamed potato to the chef. "This method removes the earthy taste and enhances the sweetness, resulting in a texture akin to ordinary potatoes." The chefs in the kitchen gasped in unison. "Oh, so this is how one can prepare such potatoes? Remarkable. This variety has only recently been developed. How did you come to know of it? Incredible. The earthy flavor is gone. Oh, the texture is just like that of regular potatoes." The chefs immediately set to work, trying Piles' simple cooking method. The warriors of the Milch family were equally delighted to find the flavor of their potatoes improved. Among those dining amidst the Milch clan were the Staffordshire, Hebrand, Middleborough, and Lowborough brothers, who shared in the joy. "Master, how did you come to know this method of preparing potatoes? It seems even the Milch people are unaware," Staffordshire exclaimed, his eyes wide with curiosity. Piles offered no response. Merely averting his gaze, the Milch potatoes had only recently been introduced, yet, in a decade or so, they would become a battlefield necessity. In the age of scarcity, warriors battling the demon race developed methods to enjoy limited rations as deliciously as possible through countless encounters. Those mercenaries, having endured myriad battles, devised every conceivable cooking technique to extract the most exquisite flavors from the simplest ingredients, including how to eliminate the bitterness and earthiness from potatoes. Having participated in countless battles, Piles naturally acquired numerous survival cooking skills, primarily through experiences of indulgence or missteps, some of which were truly eye-opening. On another note, after tasting the potatoes prepared with the new method, Camo's eyes widened in astonishment. "Hey, would you be willing to come cook at my home?" "Sure, you can come, I'll take you in." Piles let out a gentle sigh. Regardless, Camo's eyes sparkled with excitement. By the way, when will you enroll in the academy? "Let us coordinate. I might enroll a year or two early. It would be quite amusing if we could both be first-year students." Just then, the playful glint in Camo's eyes shifted dramatically. She interrupted her own words and fell silent. Shortly thereafter, Piles also closed his mouth. The atmosphere outside the window suddenly changed. They both sensed an ominous aura that others had yet to perceive. Moments later, a jarring bell tolled outside. It was the signal for a barbarian attack. Chapter 47, Marriage Hunt, 2. Chapter 47, Marriage Hunt, 2. Bang! A sound echoed as a hole appeared in the void. An arrow whistled through the air, embedding itself into the earthen wall. Boom! Bang! The one solid earthen wall erupted, creating a large breach. Soldiers hiding behind it were struck by arrows, falling lifelessly. A cacophony of noise erupted from the forest's edge. The Baroque, a tribe of brown-skinned barbarians, armed with blades and bows, were assaulting the Milch fortress. Bang! With each arrow loosed, a soldier fell. The Baroque savage warriors swiftly dispatched all sentinels, climbing the walls. Whoosh! Bang! They ignited the cotton fields beneath the walls and captured barbarian slaves. Woof! Woof! The sounds of barking dogs filled the air. The Baroque barbarians rode massive wolves in pairs or trios, wielding lassos made of coarse rope. Once hurled into the air, these lassos were certain to ensnare a slave. Regardless of gender, their movements resembled those of hunters. In the wake of the sudden assault, chaos reigned within the fortress. Flames erupted everywhere, soldiers continued to fall, and many slaves were dragged away alive. Amidst this turmoil, Piles emerged. Upon noticing him, several barbarian women's eyes sparkled with intent. They threw their lassos into the air, shaking them as they aimed for Piles' neck. Moments later, crack, 3 thick ropes ensnared Piles' throat. The barbarian female warriors kicked their mount wolves, attempting to urge them forward. However, crack, the wolves could not advance. Forced to halt, Piles remained standing, utterly still. Even as the coarse ropes tightened around his neck, he stood steadfast. After a brief moment, Piles grasped the lasso and yanked it forcefully. Boom! The wolf and 3 barbarian female warriors tumbled to the ground. The expressions of the surrounding barbarian men contorted in shock. They cried out, hastily drawing their bows and arrows toward Piles. Whoosh, whoosh, arrows flew toward Piles at astonishing speed. Yet Piles was faster. Whoosh! He swiftly drew a long sword, infusing it with aura. Liquid aura, the mark of a graduate, adhered to the tip of his sword. With a flourish, Piles traced an X in the air, severing every incoming arrow of the barbarians. Witnessing the aura unleashed by Piles, recoiled in fear. They understood that only those who had reached a certain pinnacle could wield such extraordinary power. Piles narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing a group of Pharaoh warriors ahead. They possessed brown skin with silver gray and black hair. Their faces were painted with black paint, and they wore spiked collars while riding enormous wolves armed primarily with bows. This is exactly like my memories before the return. When facing Pharaoh warriors, he had battled them countless times before his return. They were not only aggressive, but each warrior possessed formidable combat prowess. This was a fortified plain, which was fortunate. However, if they were to confront them in the dark woods, it would be a grueling struggle. Before the battle, Hago had repeatedly warned against initiating conflict until meeting up with the main force. Although this was Basque's territory, it was leased to Milge, thus Piles had no reason to risk his life engaging them. Piles exuded enough presence to suppress the barbarian warriors, who dared not launch a reckless attack against him. They had just witnessed his ghostly swordplay. At that moment, boom, accompanied by a deafening explosion, flames erupted violently, the earthen wall collapsed, and a girl emerged from behind. She would later be known as the enemy and the Black Queen, Milge Camu. Her blood-red eyes fixated on the Pharaoh barbarian warriors. Camu crossed her arms, casting 4 powerful attack spells that began to shake the battlefield. Intense flames and winds, steel and rocks summoned forth a storm of fire and a rain of falling stones. The Pharaoh barbarian warriors urged their wolves forward, signaling each other noisily. It appeared they intended to retreat. While suppressing the invaders, Camu cast a glance at Piles. Her gaze fell upon the few drops of crimson liquid hanging from the tip of Piles' sword. Are you a graduate? Impressive, Camu genuinely marveled. What did being a graduate signify? It represented a lofty realm unattainable by ordinary individuals in a lifetime of cultivation. Even those hailed as swordsmanship prodigies from the Basque family would only barely reach this realm by the age of 30. Indeed, you are the only man I acknowledge. Camu smiled faintly, stepping closer to Piles. She assumed that Pellis was weary from releasing his aura and took a defensive stance. Retreating was perilous. Meanwhile, Camu, who was in front of Pellis, summoned walls of iron and rock, conjuring spikes of flame and frost to begin assaulting the entire battlefield. She unleashed a tri-layered spell and even employed a quadruple casting, truly a prodigy of the Milge family. She was a candidate to become the next head of the family at merely 15. I will avenge your brother. Camu gathered all her magical energy and directed it toward the barbarians. Yet, even the most gifted individuals must not be careless on the battlefield. Suddenly, Camu felt a sharp pain in her neck and furrowed her brow. An arrow. If it had been an arrow, she would have perished before she could even think. Camu reached for the object lodged in her neck. It was a slender, thin piece that had managed to slip through the gaps in the shield suspended in the air. It was a cactus thorn. Ding! Camu felt dizzy. It seemed the thorn was laced with a paralyzing toxin. Umi, northwest Rivoi, a barbarian warrior pointed at Camu, leaping with delight. It appeared he was the one who had fired the tranquilizer dart. Soon after, swoosh, 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 the barbarian hurled a lasso towards Camu. Clearly, they intended to capture her alive. However, crack, the lasso was intercepted mid-air. Pellis reached out, grasping the lasso in mid-flight. JRK, a contest of strength ensued between Pellis and the barbarian warrior. The adversary tugged with all his might, but Pellis, already at a superhuman level, could not be overpowered. Crack, as Pellis exerted force, the barbarian warrior fell from his wolf's back, rolling on the ground. This guy must have at least broken half his body. Observing the Valak warrior clutching his waist and writhing on the ground, Pellis shook his head. He turned to Camu and said, "We should withdraw now." But what about the fields and the captives? It was best to avoid combat before reuniting with the main force of the Bascavi family. Camu appeared conflicted. Logically, retreating at this juncture was the wiser choice. However, having recently lost her beloved brother in the army, She was momentarily swayed by emotion, her judgment clouded. The child who had been captured alive by the barbarian tribe must have endured horrific pain and fear before facing death, thinking of her brother. Kumo clenched her fists. Just then, ding, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air from an unknown source. Pelles instinctively leaned back. An arrow grazed his neck, embedding itself into the city wall. Boom, it was a shot powerful enough to pierce through the corner of the wall. Pelles maintained his backward glance while still tilted there. A female warrior rode a massive wolf alone, staring in their direction, her black hair interspersed with silver strands, pointed triangular ears, and a face smeared with ash. It was as if she anticipated Pelles would dodge, for she immediately hurled a lasso in his direction. The lasso, flying like a serpent, aimed for Pelles's neck at a precise angle. Pelles displayed no signs of panic. Calmly extending his knife to counter, the blood-red halo emblematic of the Bascavi family carved 4 sharp fangs through the air, severing the lasso into fragments. At that moment, danger, a hand pushed against Pelles's back. Turning around, he saw Kumo's rigid body pressing against him. Behind her, the barbarian man who had just fallen from the wolf gritted his teeth, tightening the lasso, but he had expected him to be incapacitated. Yet he seemed remarkably sturdy. The lasso ensnared Kumo's waist, and the barbarian began to drag the paralyzed Kumo away. As expected, it has come to this, Pelles sighed softly. The cost of a momentary misjudgment was immense. The heir of the Milk family would surely come to deeply understand this. In the original history, she had also been captured by the barbarian tribe once. It had been the same in the past. The straightforward Kumo had been taken hostage during her youth, becoming a bargaining chip in negotiations. Of course, shortly thereafter, she had slaughtered the barbarian tribe and successfully returned. It was during this time that she earned the titles of Adversary and Queen of Darkness. But regardless, what must be done must be done. Although this was not a matter for the Bascavi family, there still existed a strategic alliance with the Milk. Pelles swiftly released his Zorat crack, yet it was abruptly blocked by the weapon of a silver-haired female warrior that appeared before him. A bow. Upon confirming what had obstructed his sword, Pelles narrowed his eyes. The warrior before him used her entire bow to block his blade. At that moment, Pelles locked eyes with the female warrior. An odd sense of dissonance washed over him. She seems familiar. Just as Pelles attempted to recall, the warrior spoke. Did we not say we would meet again? Her imperial language was not very fluent. Chapter 48, Husband's Hunt, 3. Chapter 48, Husband's Hunt, 3. Pelles thought she seems familiar. Clearly he had seen the warrior before. However, there was no time to ponder further. Bang! Soon one of the warrior's long legs flew toward Pelles, striking his abdomen. A numbing sensation coursed through his spine. The weight was unbelievable. Such martial prowess was unattainable without employing an aura. After flipping several times in the air, Pelles landed. She is a formidable opponent. The barbarian warrior before him was no ordinary foe. Although her face was smeared with soot, making it difficult to discern her features, she appeared to be in her late teens to early 20s. It seemed that concealing her strength during combat was not an option. Just as Pelles prepared to lower his stance and formally engage in battle, the warrior spoke again. We said we would meet again. Did we not? Her imperial language was still not very fluent. It was then that Pelles recalled where he had seen this barbarian warrior before. It was during the destruction of the underground dog market. The illegal slave auction, where she had been trapped among them like a beast. She had nearly been turned into human flesh by those perverse nobles. At that time, Pelles had toppled the auction house, opened the iron door, and helped her escape, even providing her with some potions. What a betrayal! Pelles frowned as the barbarian girl shook her head. I was enslaved. Revenge. It has nothing to do with you. It seemed this barbarian girl's capture by the slavers was somewhat linked to the Milk family. After all, the Milk family had been in conflict with the barbarians over the development of the ruby mine. So it was not surprising, this large-scale assault seemed to be retaliation for her near capture by the slavers. Pelles squinted. So this woman holds a significant position. Soon after, the barbarian girl nodded toward a pack of wolves in the distance. One of the wolves had Kumo, ensnared by the lasso, tied around its waist. We shall return the harm we have suffered in kind. She is the future leader. The conflict between Valak and Milk. The girl wielded her bow, signaling the surrounding wolves to retreat. The retreat signal, all Valak warriors began to withdraw, seemingly having achieved their goal of capturing Kumo. The barbarian girl appeared somewhat hesitant before saying to Pelles, "If you wish to reclaim your woman, follow me. You speak Imperial." Pelles sought to gain more clues, buying himself some time to continue conversing with her. But this is the end. After uttering this, the barbarian girl immediately turned her wolf around and vanished into the forest. Pelles was about to pursue when swoosh, 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 numerous arrows raining down made it impossible for him to follow. Are they showcasing their power? if he unleashed his hidden strength with full force, he could likely break through the barrage of arrows. However, suddenly Adolf burst onto the battlefield with soldiers, making this pursuit impossible. Pelles dodged the arrows, temporarily retreating. Many were watching. He could not carelessly display his strength. "You ruffians, hand over my nephew." Enraged, Adolf unleashed a powerful magic that turned the entire ground upside down. Yet the Valak warriors were quick and adept. They easily evaded Adolf's magic, crossing the river and disappearing, while the follow-up troops scattered to confuse their pursuers. Ultimately, the Valak attackers sustained some casualties, but nearly all escaped into the jungle. This is simply unbelievable. Adolf stood there in astonishment. The arriving mages were equally baffled. From the moment the Milg family discovered the invasion and issued an emergency signal, it had only been 3 minutes. Yet the Valak assault was so swift and orderly. The attackers had come prepared, and with Kumo lacking real combat experience, the situation had become dire. The loss of slaves or crops was one thing, but the abduction of the family's future heir was a massive disaster. What should be done about this? Adolf gazed at the setting sun, stamping his foot in frustration. The enemies and the river of Heishan were exceedingly perilous. Particularly after dark, adventuring in at night was almost a suicidal act, and thus the mages of the Milg family dared not pursue recklessly. A moment's carelessness could lead to total annihilation. Just then, Pelles spoke up. "We can still pursue." He looked at the deep river and continued, "I ventured inside when I was a child. Of course, this was a lie. He had only briefly entered once at the age of 8. However, Pires possessed countless experiences in reconnaissance, scouting, and raids prior to his return, thus he was thoroughly familiar with the terrain within the river. On the other hand, the mages of the Milch family found Pires' words somewhat absurd. One mage glanced over and remarked, "Entering the enemy territory in the Black Mountain after dark is tantamount to suicide," but he was unable to finish his statement. Those who did not wish to participate were free to abstain, and there would be no repercussions afterward. Adolf, with reddened eyes, stood before Pires, having already sensed Pires' extraordinary nature. After a moment, Adolf bent down to meet Pires' gaze. "Please, I implore you, help me rescue my nephew," he said earnestly, gripping Pires' hand tightly. Pires nodded in acknowledgement. The assailants had clearly targeted him, and it was Kumo who had intercepted the attack on his behalf. Debts must be repaid, and silently Pires ventured into the jungle. Dense with countless roots, perhaps this is an opportunity to break free from Yagao's control, Pires mused, recognizing that crises often present opportunities. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness. The forest of enemies and the Black Mountain was teeming with various magical creatures, poisonous flora, and treacherous terrain, blood-sucking mosquitoes, venomous thorny vines, stealthy spiders, and narrow ravines hidden beneath fallen leaves posed a perilous challenge. Ordinary individuals would scarcely survive a few hours within this forest, and even the most skilled warriors would find little difference. Moreover, the night in this forest was so dark that even the most ferocious barbarians dared not tread, for the lethargic creatures that lay dormant during the day would awaken at night. Thus, even the most valiant Milj warriors hesitated to venture into this shadowy expanse. However, amidst the jungle, there was one who navigated the potential killers with astonishing speed. Pires Basque. He burned leaves to drive away the venomous insects, leaped over cliffs concealed beneath mud and foliage, and smeared his garments with animal dung to mask his scent. Each of these actions was executed with remarkable proficiency. The Miljan Basque warriors who followed could only express their amazement. "Are all the children of the Basque like this?" "Surely not. The vice-governor is simply exceptionally skilled." Stafford shrugged in response to Adolf's bewildered inquiry, yet, the one leading the way, Pires, remained remarkably composed. In this era of devastation, this is a commonly employed tracking technique. The swordsmen of that time were not merely adept in combat, they had to master a plethora of skills, including herb gathering, reconnaissance, stealth, ambush, assassination, alchemy, healing, and cooking. It was an age where survival necessitated the acquisition of all skills. Swish! Pires cleaved through a rotting log before him, passing through with ease. The sword's tip vibrated rapidly, creating a gradient light that sliced through everything in its path, whether faced with formidable obstacles or minute barriers. Pires could detect and eliminate them single-handedly, earning the genuine admiration of all, particularly the Basque triplets trailing closely behind him. So cool, so impressive, so delicious, although the youngest sibling spoke with some stutter due to a previous injury. The trio's agreement was unanimous. At that moment, however, Pires halted abruptly. He meticulously examined the bare footprints left in the wet mud, confirming the wind's direction before crouching down to conceal himself behind a bush. In order to mask their presence, the warriors of the Miljan Basque families followed suit, hiding within the foliage. At that moment, a faint light became discernible. They could see the hunters of Valak gathered around a small campfire. The crackling of the firewood echoed in the silence of the night forest, where even the slightest sound made by a person moving was as thunderous as a roar. Furthermore, the Valak hunters seemed to have strewn dry leaves and branches around their temporary camp to clearly hear the approach of any intruders. As Pires drew closer, he contemplated how to mitigate the sound. Just then, silence fell. Adolf uttered an incantation, accompanied by a concise gesture. Instantly, a translucent aura enveloped everyone's feet. Remarkably, they made no sound as they walked. This was magic, particularly the supportive magic in which Adolf excelled. Having once been an assassin, Pires understood the incredible advantage of approaching a target without making a sound. Before long, the pursuers neared their target. The hunters remained blissfully unaware they had become prey, continuing their rest, relying on the flickering firelight. Pires identified the target. At the forefront stood the barbarian girl who had previously blocked his blade and kicked him. She appeared to lead the group, issuing various commands. The barbarian man who had earlier thrown the tranquilizer dart and set traps was also adhering to her orders, mumbling his discontent. In the center of the gathering of Valak warriors lay the ultimate objective, Milj Kamo. She knelt there, completely naked, her hands and feet bound to a wooden stake, a collar encircling her neck. Fortunately, no signs of beating or other abuse were evident. Kamo hurled curses at the barbarians, displaying not a trace of fear. Pires sighed softly. Every time I see him, he is in such a state. At that moment, crack, someone patted Pires on the shoulder. Turning around, he found Milj Adolf standing there, with a stiff expression and voice. He began, "I will never forget this kindness, nephew-in-law." Although the title seemed peculiar, now was not the time for correction. The second in command of the Demon Path family, the Demon Star Adolf, appeared poised to showcase his true abilities. Chapter 49, The Hunt for a Husband. For, the forest, immersed in darkness, was eerily silent. The stillness was profound, as if coarse salt had been sprinkled over a black carpet in the sky. Yet not a single ray of starlight penetrated the dense vines and leaves to reach the depths of this flooded ground. No sounds of insects could be heard. The faint crackling of flames consuming wood was the only sound. They particularly welcomed women, for in terms of population growth, females were far more valuable than males. So what? This barbarian youth named Asun had been eyeing Kamo with a lewd grin since earlier. The men in the tribe would be delighted to see such a fine female. Upon hearing Asun's words, Kamo clenched her teeth. "You want me to bear children for you barbarians? I'd rather die." Kamo attempted to bite her tongue to end her life, but Asun was quicker to stifle her mouth. Asun grinned maliciously, pressing the arrowhead beneath Kamo's chin. It seemed this arrogant slave needed a lesson. Just as he was about to act against Kamo, crack, someone stepped in front of Asun. Ain, leading the young hunting team of Valak, she pressed the tip of her bow against Asun's chest. "Step aside." Yin's words were curt. Asun's brow furrowed. "What's the matter, Captain? I caught her. Be quiet, lower your voice. What are you talking about? I shot the tranquilizer dart and set the snare, thanks to whose help?" Ain coldly countered, leaving Asun momentarily speechless. She continued, "If I hadn't stopped that knife-wielding boy earlier, you would have been dead by now." She referred to Pires when Ain mentioned the earlier incident. Asun began to tremble, shouting excitedly, "So now this female is yours? Of course, the chief is a woman, so what?" In the face of Yin's retort, Asun seemed at a loss for words, falling silent. Moments later, Ain began to emanate a chilling aura of killing intent. A silver glow flickered on her tightly drawn bow. Witnessing this, Kamo's eyes widened. That was the liquid halo marking a graduate. Although faint, it indeed indicated the strength of a lower-level graduate. A 17-year-old graduate. Good heavens, besides Pires and herself, such a prodigy existed. Whether Kamo was astonished or not, Ain remained unfazed. Meanwhile, Asun capitulated before Ain's power. "If you dare to cause trouble, come at me any time. I'll turn you into mincemeat." "I won't cause trouble." "You say you won't cause trouble?" "No, in any case, I concede, that female is yours to deal with." Asun turned away angrily, his resentment palpable. Only then did Ain shift her gaze from Asun to Kamo. Kamo did not perceive her as a savior, and indeed, Ain scrutinized her with the eyes of one appraising a commodity. "Your physique is quite remarkable. You certainly possess good bloodlines." Ain remarked, "I too was once captured by the people of your empire, especially those of Milj, and made a slave. You will meet the same fate." After uttering this, Ain closed her eyes, seemingly lost in a memory of someone. "However, you will not have my fortune." Then, opening her eyes, Ain glared at Kamo, her teeth clenched. "I will take my time. Slowly, deeply, even taming your soul, until licking my toes becomes your daily routine." However, Ain was unable to finish her sentence. Boom, a deafening roar erupted from the thicket behind. "Die, you beastly barbarians." The sound resonated like a death sentence. Simultaneously ice shards shot forth, striking down the hunters. In the span of a mere second, several hunters fell one after another. Behind them, Milj Adolf unleashed crimson strands of magical energy. Soon after, Milj and the pursuers from Baskerville surged onto the battlefield. I shall repay the debt incurred moments ago. The Baskerville from Staffordshire and the triplets of the Baskerville family swung their blades, felling several phallic hunters. The mages of the Milj family exerted themselves to the utmost. Countless offensive spells soared through the air, creating blinding flashes and thunderous explosions. What was happening? For reasons unknown, the phallic hunters failed to mount an effective response, despite the overwhelming disparity in strength. Had they chosen to flee rather than confront, they could have minimized their losses, but the phallic hunters and their wolf mounts appeared utterly panicked, as if more concerned with the blinding light and cacophony of the assault than with the onslaught from Milj and Baskerville. What? These lunatics are making such a commotion amidst the night as flood. On was taken aback, retreating. His anxious gaze did not focus on the blades and spells whirling around him, but rather on the dark depths of the flood. Their leader Ron was similarly affected. She sprang into action, her first move not to counter Milj's magic or Baskerville's blades, but to kick away the sand and extinguish the fire. As the faint glow of the fire vanished, the phallic hunters finally began to act. They mounted their wolves, shooting arrows while retreating deeper into the flood. The enemy was fleeing, not a single one remained. The lead hound, Staffordshire, urged the Baskerville hounds to quicken their pursuit. Amidst the inky darkness, a shadow stealthily approached Como. Pellis swiftly severed the ropes binding Como to the stake, freeing him. Even under the influence of the paralyzing poison, Como smiled upon recognizing Pellis's face. "Hey, it's you." Should not in the blink of an eye, Pellis scooped up Como and began to retreat. No, he was attempting to withdraw, until a silver shadow suddenly obstructed his path. "I knew you would come." The boy with the knife confronted Pellis directly, scrutinizing him before continuing. A robust physique capable of traversing such great distances in a short time. A steadfast will to penetrate the darkness of the flood. A fervor willing to risk one's life to save your woman. Pellis furrowed his brow. Why was he to heed the judgment of this barbarian woman? Just as he was about to evade her and move backward, pointed at Como in Pellis's arms. "I shall not inquire into the past." A gentle arc graced her lips. Qualified. Chapter 50. The Husband's Hunt. 5. Pellis wrinkled his nose. Qualified? He was utterly oblivious to what qualified entailed, yet there was no time to ponder this question. Pellis strained to recall, attempting to deduce the identity of the barbarian girl before him. Before his return, fragments of information regarding the phallic tribe flickered through his mind. Phallic, an uncivilized barbarian tribe, resided in the highlands of the Black Mountains, with a population ranging from 300 to 500, a hunting people who rode wolves and shot arrows, possessing a notably low degree of friendliness towards the empire. Both men and women were enlisted as warriors, each tribesman exhibiting formidable combat prowess. After reviewing numerous fragments, he began to piece together a clearer picture. Phallic was a relatively obscure barbarian tribe, yet a few names had indeed transcended the mountains. The first that came to mind was the god of the bow, Adonai, one of the mightiest warriors in Phallic's history. He was designated as one of the three calamities beyond the empire and led Phallic into a period of prosperity. He had single-handedly declared war on the empire, claiming the lives of 542 graduates over the course of 100 days of conflict, with the number of casualties among ordinary soldiers remaining incalculable. In that brief span of 100 days, the empire suffered unimaginable losses, leading it to designate the lands of Phallic as lawless territory and avoid full-scale war thereafter. Although the empire's historical texts downplayed this, it was still an astounding achievement, but that was not in Adonai's living era. Pellis momentarily sank into contemplation. Adonai belonged to a bygone generation, and Pellis had only learned of this long ago great through history books. The god of the bow had vanished just before the Baskerville family migrated to the Western Front to forge their path, believed to have perished around that time when the current head of the Baskerville family, Hagale Baskerville, had not yet been born. Thus, if the timeline aligned, who else might be so renowned? Could it be the Night Fox, who vanished after 10 days of battle with the Baskerville and Milj families? Having slain 32 individuals, in his youth, Pellis remembered the joint efforts of Baskerville and Milj to launch a large-scale assault against the barbarian tribes of the Black Mountains. At the time, a phallic archer had distinguished herself in battle, earning the moniker Night Fox. Aside from knowing she was female, little else was known about this sharpshooter. She had claimed the lives of 16 graduates of Baskerville swordsmen and 10 fourth-tier mages of Milj, as well as 6 fifth-tier mages, before vanishing without a trace. Pellis had been too young to witness the tragedy firsthand, but the loss of many of his instructive mentors suggested its profound impact. And this life is no different. In the recent territorial dispute, the presence of scars on the nose of Sword Star Hegao and the chest of Magic Star Adolf likely belong to the Night Fox, but if it is the Night Fox, the age doesn't match. She must be at least in her early 30s, perhaps even mid-30s at most. Even if she were a prodigy in archery, it would require considerable time to inflict scars upon a swordmaster and a 6th-tier mage. The barbarian girl before him appeared to have only recently entered her late teenage years. After all, despite her formidable strength, she was still inferior to the Night Fox. There are no records in history books. Nor have I heard of such a name. What could this mean? Could it be the bloodline left by the Night Fox? Records of phallic and historical texts were scant, and even those from the Baskerville who had truly battled them knew little. If the Night Fox had indeed left a bloodline, then the girl before him might very well be one of them. I have become a researcher of barbarians. Pelles contemplated many matters in a brief span. Just then, whoosh, a sound like the wind came from an unknown source. The noise was too faint, unlike the sound of an arrow being loosed, yet the instincts of a hunter honed in the apocalyptic era permitted no room for oversight. Crack. Pelles swung his cloak to deflect whatever was flying toward him. It was a cactus thorn, coated with a paralyzing toxin, the very thing that had poisoned Kumo earlier. Ah! How did you block that? A panicked voice echoed from afar. On hidden beneath the tree roots, clutched a whistle in her mouth, appearing quite flustered. Pelles hesitated for a moment, ultimately retracting his momentum. The utmost priority was to safely extricate Kumo from his grasp and subsequently ensure that the Milch family incurred a substantial debt. Just a little longer, and soon he would deliver her to her uncle. However, Pelles could not finish his thought, for he noticed Kumo staring blankly at his face, her complexion flushed, breath quickened, and heartbeat racing unnaturally. Could it be that in addition to the paralyzing toxin, she has been poisoned by something else? Pelles sensed a troubling situation and inquired of Kumo, "Are you poisoned?" It seems so. That indeed posed a dilemma. Pelles hastily retreated, swiftly drew her bow, yet could not deter Pelles's determined withdrawal. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, more ropes flew toward him. The female warriors of Phallic persistently hurled ropes at Pelles. Nevertheless, crack, crack, Pelles unleashed his fighting spirit. Severing all the ropes, though surrounded by many, he could only exhibit the swordsmanship and fighting spirit of a low-ranking scholar, yet that was sufficient to overpower the average warrior of Phallic. However, ding-dong, On's arrows compelled Pelles to exercise caution. Fortunately, On's arrows did not strike any vital areas. They were skillfully aimed at Pelles's legs, along with the ropes continuously flinging toward him. Moreover, Pelles was still holding Kumo, which made things quite strenuous. Meanwhile, Kumo clutched Pelles's clothing in agony. Ugh, I never anticipated I would become the hindrance of the female protagonist. What protagonist? Such an inflated sense of self-esteem. I shall never again be so careless. So you must know this is an honor. You shall never witness me in such a state again. Ugh. Pelles resolutely cradled Kumo and continued to retreat. Just then, rumble, a colossal explosion erupted, creating a barrier between the Phallic warriors and Pelles. A suddenly materializing massive ice wall encircled all the Phallic warriors. Milch Adolf. Milch was a prominent counselor of the Magic Conference and a leader of the formidable Ming Party. He was one of the top experts in the Empire's magic tower, his power having surpassed the 6th tier. Now advancing toward the 7th, please step aside, nephew. He conjured incantations in the air, calculating intricate formulas, the volume of ice, the density of ice, the latent heat of fusion, as well as the residual magical energy and the fatigue levels of the magical apparatus were all meticulously considered. The outcome was astonishing. Squeak, 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 the entire body of water began to freeze, as if the ice age had descended upon us. Hail and snowflakes floated down from the sky, and the ankles of the fleeing individuals were frozen to the ground. The savage warriors of Ferik and their tamed wolves possessed robust physiques, thus even with their feet frozen, they remained unbroken, yet they could not escape being anchored to the earth. All were devoured. The unsuspecting warriors of Ferik fell prey to the hounds of the Baskerville family. As the wizards of the Milg family joined the fray, anguished cries echoed from all directions. At that moment, Adolf seized Camus from Pires. "Nephew, are you all right?" Adolf shouted anxiously at Camus, who was enveloped by Pires. Simultaneously, the antidote spell took effect. Snap, cure poison. This was a rather advanced magic, not something that just anyone could wield. Adolf successfully eliminated a portion of the paralyzing toxin within Camus. The toxin was exceedingly potent. Complete eradication would prove difficult. You may need to rest in bed for the next few months. Upon our return, let us pay a visit to the Holy Family of Quabadis. Even Adolf could not fully dispel the venomous substance. Soon after, Camus, recovering from the paralysis toxin, abruptly stood up, and then, thud, she ran over with her still recovering legs and threw her arms around Pyrrha's neck. It was you who saved me once more. At that moment, Adolphe's expression turned somewhat forlorn behind them. Nephew, there is still an uncle here. Uncle, why did you only arrive now? I must tell Mama. Adolphe grew increasingly despondent. Just then, Pyrrha pushed Camus off him and addressed Adolphe. Master Magus, it appears Camus has been afflicted by another toxin. I heard just now. There is no other toxin apart from the paralysis toxin. What is going on? It was evident just moments ago. But if Adolphe claims there is none, then there is none. Just as Pyrrha prepared to turn back to examine Camus, a flurry of ropes flew toward them once more. This trap was different from the previous one. It was more intricate, twisting in an irregular fashion. It resembled a living snake. Pyrrha struck the trap aside with the back of his blade, furrowing his brow, and, grasping the end of the trap, was staring intently in this direction. To be precise, not at Pyrrha, but at the direction where Camus was. Surrender now, time is running out. Still in the stiff imperial tongue, Pyrrha felt puzzled. Time is running out? What could that mean? Was it a mistake due to poor command of the imperial language? At this moment, Milg and Baskerville were overwhelmingly in the ascendant. The only one short on time was Baroque. Nothing more. Explosions and bright flashes resounded from all around. High-pitched screams reverberated. Hiss, hiss, hiss. This sudden commotion triggered a reaction from the swamp. The leaves began to tremble slowly. At that moment, it has arrived. It has finally come. Ahan, lantern in hand, shouted frantically. Upon hearing this, all the warriors of Baroque immediately halted their movements. Pyrrha tilted his head. Even the keen instincts of hunters who survived the era of extinction failed to detect anything. However, buzz, 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 Beelzebub, concealed within the wrist artery, emitted a fierce warning. It is here. Lady Octopus, she has arrived. The barbarians of Baroque remained unfazed even in the face of brutal torture, seeing them quaking in fear now. It was evident that the situation was dire. Moments later, something lurked in the darkness, peering at them. A darkness heavier than the blackness itself enveloped the swamp, casting its shadow. At this moment, drawn in by the battlefield's brightness and turmoil, an unknown terror descended. Chapter 51, Husband Hunt. 6. In the darkness, something was watching them. A darkness denser than night shrouded the swamp, casting its shadow deeper, thicker, heavier, blacker. It was that, clearly attracted by the battlefield light and chaos created by Baskerville and Milg. The Lady Octopus has arrived. The warriors of Baroque were clearly thrown into a panic. Those battle maniacs, who knew not fear, were now gripped by terror, and the warriors of Milg and Baskerville could sense the gravity of the situation. Especially Pyrrha, who had gained some understanding of the presence lurking in the shadows. Before returning, countless experiences traversing the hostile and dark mountains had revealed to him the tales of an old indigenous man he had encountered during his unfortunate wanderings, the Lady with 8 legs, fragments of a legend akin to a ghost story. It spoke of an unprecedented fear lurking deep within the swamp, at the rotten rootsteps. Hush. Do not make a sound. Pyrrha placed his hand over Camus's lips, then he whispered in her ear, although its eyes were obscured. The old creature was highly sensitive to light and sound. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Otherworldly sounds emanated from the intricate roots of the swamp. The sounds resembled the uncomfortable moans of an old man or the dying wails of a drowned soul. Rustle, followed by the sound of hard bristles rubbing together. From the scale of it, the creature approaching here was of colossal size. Even the illustrious Milg Adolphe could not ascertain what sort of being lurked in the darkness. Was it a new type of monster not catalogued in the monster lexicon? Yet how could such a creature have gone undiscovered until now? Adolphe's question was reasonable, yet Pyrrha understood how vast the swamp of hostility and dark mountains was. There was little to say. He merely recalled the knowledge he had before returning, the information on the monster lexicon which had been refined through several revisions. The Lady with 8 legs. A nation-destroying monster. It will evolve into an even more terrifying creature within the next decade. At danger level S. The threat level of a single individual is sufficient to annihilate a nation. Engaging in direct combat with that monster would yield little hope. This place is even its stronghold, within the watery depths, and it is broad daylight. Drip, drip, glop, glop. Some viscous substance dripped from above, landing on leaves, dead foliage, and the heads of the people. The simultaneous dripping of mucus beads from multiple locations created the illusion of light rain falling. Silence, utter silence. Not a single chirp of a cricket could be heard throughout the swamp, and at that moment, even the seasoned swordsmen of the Baskerville family, the experienced wizards of the Milg family, and the valiant barbarian warriors of Ferik had all become mere crickets. Everyone held their breath, frozen in place. They prayed for the colossal nightmare looming over them to pass swiftly. Just then, a heart-wrenching scream pierced the air. Pires swiftly turned his head. There stood Camus, blinking her eyes. It wasn't me, right? She gestured with her hands to form an X, indicating she had not caused any more trouble. Pires let out a sigh of relief. The one who screamed was a Hun of Farrakada its on my head, the Lady Esvenom. A Hun scrambled about, clutching his hair. Was it because he had hastily cut his hair with a knife? Hiss, only the hair of a Hun that had fallen to the ground was dissolving. However, evading one stream of water did not mean escaping the ensuing tsunami. It responded to the scream. The dense darkness bore down upon the warriors of Ferik. Ein swiftly seized a Hun by the nape and fled a fool. If it weren't for the sorcerer's eldest son facing the roaring Ein, a Hun could only cower, unable to utter a word. Soon after, the warriors of Ferik scattered like arrows, spreading throughout the swamp. Let us run too. Under Adolf's command, the pursuers from Milgen Baskerville retreated as well. However, the manner of retreat differed among the alliances of Ferik. Milg and Baskerville, not a single warrior of Ferik fled in the same direction. They separated in various ways. In contrast, the warriors of Milg and Baskerville fled together in one direction. This disparity aided it in making a decision. Rustle, the sound of blade-like leaves in the swamp snapping effortlessly. A massive tuft of fir was closing in through the dense foliage at an astonishing speed. Bang, bang, crack, thud, sounds of dull thuds echoed from all around. The sounds of swordsmen and wizards being overwhelmed by unidentified attacks. Good heavens, what on earth is that? Adolf shouted in terror while clutching Camus as he ran. Staffordshire also clutched the triplets of the Baskerville family while dashing forward. The triplets, who had just been knocked down by the unidentified attack, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths, still glared defiantly at it behind them. At that moment, this is where it ends. Pires halted his steps. If this continues, everyone will perish. Whoosh! Pires turned around. Seeing this, Camus cried out, Pires, what are you doing? She was so astonished she could hardly catch her breath. Pires did not turn back, merely waved his hand at her. I will buy some time. It is not a foe that can conceal its true strength in battle. This crisis swiftly transformed into an opportunity, presenting an exquisite moment to evade Higao's watchful gaze. Pelles instinctively sensed that the time to realize his long-cherished plans had arrived. Death and disguise. Once the hounds dispatched to the scene met their end, all surveillance and control over them would dissipate entirely. The theories of the Basque swordsmanship embedded in his mind, alongside the gradual restoration of his magical and spiritual prowess from his past life, were poised for manifestation. All that remained was time in a place unobserved by prying eyes. This marshland served as an ideal sanctuary for concealing his form and enhancing his capabilities. When the opportune moment arose, he could depart and return to his family. No, Pelles, I implore you to come back. Camo cried out. Pelles, with a calm demeanor, turned his back on her anguished pleased eye. In the distant future, when his strength rivaled that of Higao, he would at least be able to fully conceal and control his power. Upon returning to his family, he might be met with a hero's welcome, for he possessed the justification of having sacrificed for the children of the Milch family. Pelles adjusted his stance. If I do not exert my utmost, I shall perish. From the outset, he had never entertained the notion of confronting the adversary destined to take his life. The crux lay in how convincingly he could play his role, with a touch of sacrificial resolve. Pelles stood valiantly before it. If this continues, we shall all perish. I will hold it off for now. You must flee, carry my valor back to the family. Such words were left unspoken, for their essence had already been conveyed. His nephew-in-law, Adolf, bit his lip in shame, drawing blood, yet he knew he must return to the family swiftly to save his poisoned nephew. Young Master Staffordshire, bearing the wounded triplets, cast a trembling gaze at Pelles. Lastly, there was Camo. Tears streamed down her face, her nose running. Unable to articulate her despair, she hoarsely reached out to Pelles, waving her arms aimlessly. She was held back by Adolf's steadfast embrace, unable to advance. Go! Pelles turned his back on the crowd and unsheathed his sword. Soon after, do not let my nephew-in-law's sacrifice be in vain, Adolf cried out in anguish, as if he were bleeding from his heart. Shortly thereafter, the survivors of the Milge and Basque families began their flight from it. Pelles ensured that everyone was at a safe distance. Moments later, the rustling of it drew near through the darkness. Lunging towards Pielus. That instant, Pelles unleashed all the power he had hitherto concealed. With the blessings of the Styx River, his magical energy surged, and his newly acquired mastery of the Basque higher swordsmanship refined his fighting spirit even further. Coupled with the rare magical sword Balzeb, he flicked his wrist, revealing elongated fangs. Boom! The blood-red abyss-black fighting spirit erupted from the tip of Balzeb, dancing wildly. It swiftly coalesced into 5 massive fangs, launching themselves at it. Crack, 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 the monster shrieked in terror, emitting anguished cries. Boom, 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 a blinding explosion akin to the fall of a colossal sun erupted. The fighting spirit, released at full force by Pelles, forcibly ushered dawn into the enveloping darkness. Adolf and Staffordshire, focused on their flight, did not witness the spectacle, but Camus and the triplets, who turned to look back, clearly beheld Pelles's astonishing display of intermediate graduate fighting spirit, snap, witnessing the incredible might of Pelles's unleashed power. Chapter 52, The Slave of the Savage Tribe, 1, The Return of the Iron-Blooded Swordmaster Hounds, Episode 52, 52500, Chapter 52, The Slave of the Savage Tribe, 1, The chirping of little birds filled the air. Pelles opened his eyes to the sunlight streaming in. The morning light pierced through him, causing a jolt of pain throughout his body. As he attempted to rise, a wave of excruciating agony, as if his body were shattered. Contorted his features with extraordinary willpower, he managed to prop himself up, yet standing upright proved to be a tormenting endeavor. Where am I?